Tango! That must be something to do with science, I think. Tango!
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton. It's day 2 of Somerset versus Essex in Division 1 of the County Championship. Sam Dowling here alongside Stephen Lamb. We've got Peter Trego joining us as well for the first time this season. That's very exciting. All the action coming up courtesy of our friends at WPA Health Insurance, the club's principal County Championship streaming partner. Now, the situation of the game is, well, it's slightly different depending if you're of a Somerset or an Essex persuasion. Somerset put into bat yesterday by Tom Westley, 109 all out they made. Essex in reply made 109 too, but they've only lost a couple of wickets. The young lad called Sir Alistair Cook is 59 unbeaten, and Sam Cook, who bowled superbly yesterday to take 3 wickets in the Somerset innings, he's got 3 not out. Apparently it's the first time the two Cooks have batted together. Stephen, good morning, how are you?
Morning, I'm good, thank you, Sam. Yes, a little bit disappointed by the way things got underway yesterday in this game from a Somerset point of view, especially given the heavy defeat in Southampton last week. But who knows, it's a hazy morning here at Taunton. You can't see the Quantocks on your screen. Usually you can see the rolling hills of the Quantocks in the distance, but barely so at the moment, and I just wonder whether that sort of haze and cloud may help the Somerset attack at all. But my goodness, it needs to, because they've got an awful lot of ground to make up here, as you say. It may be parity on the total board, but Somerset need to take 8 wickets in short order if they're to maintain any kind of influence on this match. Otherwise, they could be facing another heavy defeat.
Yes, and they have had a few of those recently. 5 on the spin, 4 in the not-so-super September and Hampshire last week. Credit to Essex, though. They've come here. It was a good toss to win. I think Tom Westley, favourable conditions, certainly those first couple of hours, but didn't they bowl well? All the 3 seamers, Sam Cook, Mark Steckety, Shane Snater as well. He picked up a wicket, 3 each for Steckety and Sam Cook. 3 wickets for Simon Harmer, too.
Came on and took 3 of them in 4 overs. Simon Harmer. We were wondering whether they'd need to call on his services, but when they did, he never disappoints, does he? But as you say, good toss to win. I don't think there's any doubt that Tom Abel would have made the same decision if the coin had fallen right for him. But Essex, yeah, they bowled superbly, but some poor shot selection. We'll hear a little bit more about that in a short while. I felt that Somerset's attack were very unlucky not to take more than 2 wickets. Peter Siddle especially. He was probing in both spells. Craig Overton took the 2 wickets to fall. Lewis Gregory possibly deserved a couple. Outside edges, going down to 3rd man for 4, that kind of thing. Very frustrating for him. Didn't see anything of Jack Leach, which I was a little bit surprised. I thought he might come on to bowl a couple of overs towards the close, but nothing from him yet. I expect we will see him pretty soon today.
Yeah, and the 2 wickets to fall then went to Craig Overton, who didn't have the new ball, which is something of a rarity in a Somerset shirt these days. Lewis Gregory and Peter Siddle, as Stephen said, was superb. He bowled 12 overs for just 19 runs. Overton came on 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 29 for him. Nick Brown, the first man to go, he was caught at third slip eventually by Tom Abel. It was a bit of a juggle, wasn't it? A hairy moment.
Yeah, there had been a miss earlier as well, a difficult one, which was going between Tom Abel and Matt Renshaw at third and second slip. And Tom got a hand to it, couldn't hold on. It would have been a great catch, I think, if he'd made it. And then it popped out, didn't it? And he's with his sharp reactions, and it popped out in an upward direction, which always helps. So he grabbed it at the second attempt, and that was the end of Nick Brown.
Yeah, and that miss, sadly, from a Somerset perspective, was a young chap called Alistair Cook. He was dropped on 23. He's 59 unbeaten overnight, and he passed 25,000 first-class runs yesterday. I mean, his career, he just keeps on scoring run after run. He's a joy to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And there was a peach of a cover drive in that 59 not out, which would have befitted David Gower. Perhaps almost.
Well, and also fittingly, I think he went past the 25,000 run mark with a cut shot, which is almost what he was known for. I wouldn't like to see what percentage of, we'd like to guess what percentage of his test runs, of which there were many, were scored with that shot.
The cut shot and the clip off the legs.
Oh, quite. Now, as Stephen alluded to, Somerset, it feels a long time ago now. It was yesterday morning. They did bat them in 109. Tom Lammonby had 48 of them, and he was dropped on 6 at slip by Simon Harmer, who's usually so reliable. I don't think what the Somerset scorecard might have been like had that been held, because he made almost half of Somerset's runs. But
yeah, he deserves some credit, Tom Lammonby, for batting through the really difficult phase early on when the ball was moving at its most dangerously. It was a lengthy vigil, that knock, not as in quite the same league as James Hildreth last week. Both of them rather sort of standalone performances with castles falling all around them. But credit to him for lasting as long as he did yesterday.
Yeah, he was the 9th man to fall, wasn't he? He batted for just a shade over 3 hours. Right, well, let's have after the play yesterday, Somerset's newly installed batting coach, Lachlan Stevens, an Australian who's come over on a couple-of-year contract. Now, based on recent evidence, he's got his work cut out, but he caught up with Somerset's live stream team after play yesterday, and we're going to hear what he has to say right now.
What's your thoughts on the day's play?
Oh, clearly it was a very difficult day for us. So, yeah, it's a long way back into the game for us from here. Just obviously a very difficult morning with the bat. I thought Essex bowled some really good stuff on a wicket that was tricky, but yeah, unfortunately we just didn't get it right.
Somerset have been bowled out third time in succession for less than 200. What have you made of the batting so far?
Look, I mean, I didn't see enough of the batting in the first game because I'd only just arrived and I didn't go with the team. So, look, clearly the boys are frustrated and we're disappointed. You know, it's not where we'd like to be with the bat. So, yeah, that's probably what I've made of it. You know, scoring under 200 in the first innings is not good enough in first-class cricket to get yourself into a position to win a game. But everyone knows that. The guys are working really hard. It's just a frustrating moment for us at this point in time.
Is it technique? Is it shot selection? What is it?
Oh, look, I mean, I don't want to get generic about the whole batting group. It's different for everyone. So I need to learn more about each player as they go about it. And you know, I can assure you we're working as hard as we can as a staff. And the players worked really hard this week getting themselves ready. But again, we just haven't executed on the day. I think, you know, without knowing everything, I would say most of it's going to be decision making. It's decision making under pressure. You know, I think there's some really good techniques in our group. There's some really good batters in that group, but we're just making some decision making errors, I would think, more often than not, to get ourselves into bad positions.
I know it's early days, but what are your initial thoughts about what you should be concentrating on to turn potential, which there clearly is in this batting lineup, into real results?
Yeah, look, that's an excellent question. If I had a golden answer for you, you know, I'd be able to fix it tomorrow. You know, the truth is that cricket's not a linear game. It ebbs and flows, and at the moment, you know, unfortunately, our batters are at a bottom end, and you know, normally within that, you've got batters going well and batters not going so well. But at the moment, none of our batters have sort of got to the point where they've got themselves in and made a big score, apart from Hildy, obviously, in the first innings in the first game. But unfortunately we haven't done that with the bat. So I've forgotten the question. But
what are you going to? No, you've clearly got a job on your hands, haven't you?
Yeah, look, it's a big job. I think. I think one of the misnomers about coaching, from my point of view, is that a coach comes in and says, "Look, this is how we play, and therefore it works." I'm here to sort of work with the players and try to understand how they want to go about it, along with all of the coaching staff, and try to get the best out of them, each and every week. And clearly that's not happening, and I understand the frustration of the playing group, and I understand the frustration of supporters alike. All I can say is that we'll go out there every day and keep working to try and find answers, and we'll need to, have a bit better skill execution and hopefully a little bit of luck to turn the corner for us.
And finally, coming back to this game, the pitch, how did it play as the day wore on, and how do you see it playing in tomorrow and beyond?
Look, again, I think you guys are probably in a better position to tell me what this pitch is normally like. This is the first time I've seen it in a county championship match. Look, I think it was difficult batting this morning. Whether that was overhead, whether that was the pitch, I don't know enough. But it was certainly tough batting if the balls were in the right area, and I thought Essex did that very, very well. And then again, I think this afternoon, when we bowled, I think it was still doing enough, perhaps not as much swing, whether that was overhead, whether that was due to the roller coming in and things like that. It maybe changed a little bit and maybe has flattened out a touch. But I think, I thought, Siddle and Overton and, Greg has bowled some really good stuff without a lot of rewards. So I think there was still a little bit in it. Where it goes from here, I will be able to tell you at the end of the 4 days, and then hopefully when I'm interviewed again, I can give you a better assessment going forward.
Yeah, that was the thoughts of Lachlan Stevens at the close of play yesterday. Spoke pretty well, I thought, Stephen.
Yeah, he did. He did. Only started his job around about 10 days ago or so, and he can already see that he's got his work cut out in that department, because it's really been a poor start. They ended poorly, Somerset, last season. We can remember that all too well, those last 4 games. And it's rather started the way it ended, and they need to get it right quickly, because there are 5 batting points available every game, and they've already seen 10 of them go down the River Tone in the direction of the Severn Estuary.
Yes, and unfortunately not through sixes being hit over the Lord Ian Botham stand. Now, speaking of having one to work cut out, Somerset are back on the field for day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 clash with Essex. Tom Abel leads the players out. Umpires Mike Burns, formerly of Somerset, former Somerset skipper, and Russell Warren are out there. And on their way to the middle are 2 cooks. I mean, there's many a pun that could be used there, Stephen, but I think we'd be pretty late to that particular party. Alistair Cook, he's going to resume on 59 unbeaten overnight. Sam Cook came out as night watchman. He had not a bad day for him all round yesterday. We have it on good authority. Both Cooks have been consulted, and they've never batted previously together, have they?
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it? I suppose they do bat at opposite ends of the order pretty much. But interesting stat. Not in the least surprised that Peter Siddle is going to get things underway for Somerset. I felt he was their best bowler. None of them bowled badly in the afternoon session, evening session yesterday, but I thought that Siddle was the pick and got no reward for it at all. So he will be back on. He took the new ball yesterday, along with Lewis Gregory. Craig Overton came on pretty early. They've got 3 bowlers who are well capable of taking that new ball, Somerset. But it's Peter Siddle that we're going to see first. And he's all ready to go with the Marcus Trescothick pavilion behind him. Going into bowl to the senior Cook. And first ball of the day. Alistair Cook has gone, caught at first slip by James Hildreth. Easy as you like. That was a perfect delivery first up, and you think of the bad luck that Siddle had yesterday. It's turned in dramatic fashion this morning. Well done, James Hildreth, holding on low by his shins. No mistake.
No, and what a start for Somerset overnight. 59, Alistair Cook had made. He batted pretty well yesterday, survived that one chance, and as Stephen was saying, Siddle bowled superbly but with very little luck, and he's got his rewards. First thing this morning, and I'd imagine the last thing Tom Abel said to his team before they went out into the middle was, let's pick up a couple of quick wickets, please, gents, and couldn't have come any quicker than that, could they?
What a start. There's still a long, long way to go for Somerset, but they could not have started the day better. One of the key batsmen in any team in England, Alistair Cook, still after that glittering Test career. And he looked so solid, 59 not overnight, and he won't be adding to it. He's already back in the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Dan Lawrence has come out to replace him, accompanied by a bit of sunshine. It's been a very hazy morning here at Taunton, but the sun is breaking through. Peter Siddle, well, how will he be feeling? He's bowled against Alistair Cook a lot in the past, and I'm sure that'll go into the memory bank.
Well, he's a very fit man, Peter Siddle, and he's, you know, getting on in relative terms as a quick bowler. Still young as a human, but he does a lot of triathlon training and things like that. But still, after a day's hard bowling, the body might pull up a little bit stiff in the morning, but that might just help him loosen up a little bit.
Nothing like taking a wicket, and a key wicket like that, to get the old joints moving.
No, Dan Lawrence, though, England current Test cricketer, made 91 in the West Indies, so some player.
Negotiates his first ball without undue alarms. Just pushing it gently out on the offside, but that was pretty well the perfect delivery to a left-hander first up. He had to play it. And Hildreth at first slip was concentrating from the word go as he needed to be. Nicely taken, low down.
He's taken many a catch there, hasn't he, James Hildreth, in the last 2 decades it is almost now.
It's going to be first run of the morning here. Not quite where Lawrence intended. He was looking more to leg than to off. But we'll take it. So Essex are in front with a loss of 3 wickets. They've gone to 110 now. And Lawrence is off the mark. So it'll be the other Cook now, the night watchman, Sam, on strike. It's the last thing he would have wanted to see. He would have probably been hoping to bat with Sir Alistair all session if he could. And it was the more important of the two in batting terms, who was immediately dismissed.
Yes, if one of the 2 Cooks was going to get out very early this morning, most people would have thought it would be Sam.
It's the first leave of the morning.
He's into his 49th first-class match, Sam Cook. Not yet made it to 50, best of 39 unbeaten, so an average of a shade under 9, which I think, without meaning to be cruel, that is a genuine tail-enders numbers. Only batted, this is only the 50th time he's batted, which is a mark of how strong Essex are.
Thinking about a single, but it's not there. Yeah, he's done the job required of him already with the night watchman role. So he might look at anything else as a bonus. Let's have another look at the Alistair Cook dismissal. Just will be with us very shortly. First ball of the morning. Yeah, just perfect. Had to play it, and Hildreth making no mistake.
Yeah, an absolute beauty. And here are a couple of oh, there we go, look, the slow-mo camera
Even
got
better.
downstairs.
Even better in slow-mo.
That's beautiful. Cook knows straight away. He looks behind, straight into James Hildreth's hands.
Yeah, I said shin height. It was more like ankle height. In the end, it was dipping on him.
So we're going to see a couple of England teammates then come up against each other. They were playing together only last month in the West Indies for England. Craig Overton is going to bowl at Dan Lawrence for the first time in this game. Lawrence coming in after the first ball of the day. Following that, Alistair Cook dismissal. Fine record Dan Lawrence has. 3 slips in to Overton. Just tucks it away. I think they'll think about a couple there. Yeah, they will come back for 2 there, just in the gap between Ben Green. I assume that's Peter Siddle, is it, the bowler down there?
With,
Got his
yes,
cap on.
with
hiding.
the newish looking cap,
Yes, that's a good,
which will have been handed to him last week.
a good telltale sign there. So 3 slips in. James Hildreth, Matt Renshaw, and Tom Abel in at third. Jack Leach is down at third man. Lewis Goldsworthy's at backward point. Ben Green's just in front of square on the leg side. There is Ben Green doing the fielding. Lewis Gregory there at mid-on, and Tom Lammonby completes the Somerset lineup at mid-off. 10 games in the county championship last year for Dan Lawrence. Not a bad season for him either. 640 runs at 53. Best of 152, past 50 4 times as well. We'll ask Peter Trego in a minute, actually. I think they might have played with each other in the Nepalese Premier League.
That'll be a good talking point.
Tickles that into the leg side, yes. With Gio, I'm very excited about that. For the first time this season, Peter Trego is going to be joining us.
About 10 minutes' time.
And be with us for much of the season as we just see that Alistair Cook wicket on screen again. Probably can't watch that too many times if you're a Somerset fan. Peter Siddle will probably watch that a few times this evening and be on his phone back in the dressing room. Send the tweet. I'm sure it's gone out on the Twitter right now.
It's so typical cricket, isn't it? He bowled 12 overs without any luck at all yesterday, and then first ball of the morning, just desserts. Like you get 100 first innings, a duck in the second. Cricket does this kind of thing.
Formerly of Essex, as everyone will be well aware. Won the county championship with them back in 2019. A bit shorter there from Craig Overton. Some good bounce, good carry through to Steve Davis. Because we've seen a fair few. Mark Steckety was getting good bounce. He's got the little bit of extra pace and the natural height as well. But there were a few not coming through. Particularly, Stephen Davis didn't take that many up around his shoulders yesterday, did he?
And Craig Overton will be buoyed up by the wicket as well. Gives a lift to everybody in the team. Breakthrough like that.
Doesn't take much to fire Craig Overton up, I don't think. Lawrence just pushes it to Lewis Gregory for no run. So end of Overton's first over of the day. 50 overs gone for Essex, 112 for 3 they are. Sam Cook has 3, as does Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, he took his first wickets for Somerset last week, of course, in Southampton. But as a first wicket for Somerset at Taunton goes, you can't get any better than that, really, can you? Sir Alistair. There are the Quantocks gradually emerging. Couldn't see them at all, first thing. And there's Peter Siddle, looking for more. And appeal for LBW here. He was a little bit forward. The finger isn't going to go up.
Hit him outside the line, I think.
Outside off, I fancy.
He was pushing. It was a forward defensive, but he had pushed. Almost as if his leg went towards cover. So I think that might have struck him outside the line.
It was just straightening a fraction. Dipping in and then straightening. Probably needed another stump.
Well, with good pace, Peter Siddle, actually. It was noticeable yesterday how some of as they kissed the pitch and they zipped through to Stephen Davies and the sound they made on his glove. He certainly still got it.
That's a little bit further outside off stump. Would have needed a 5th stump, that one. No need to play it. Very straight approach, Peter Siddle. Determined looking.
What a record he's got as well. That's 677 first-class wickets. That's not bad going, is it? Particularly as in Australia, they play a little bit less red ball cricket, the Sheffield Shield. There's only 7 or 8 rounds as opposed to 14, 15 here.
Another check drive from Sam Cook, who's still there. Having survived the closing overs yesterday evening. Crowd pretty similar to yesterday. Here at Taunton, enjoying some April sunshine. Bit chilly out there, but it'll warm up. Playing to leg this time, another dot ball. Somerset right on their toes after that dismissal. They know they're behind already. But they want to restrict this Essex lead as far as they possibly can. Bit down maybe to double figures, that would be a hope. A lot of work to do though, still 7 wickets to take.
Not the first time in his career Peter Siddle has taken the wicket of Alistair Cook. Got him out 6 times in Test matches in 38 innings. We'll know him well as well from a few years at Essex, which is, I wonder, partly of the overhead yesterday, but also a little bit of the reason Siddle got the new ball ahead of Craig Overton was just his knowledge of the Essex lineup.
Yeah, could well have been a factor. And, well, first up today, worked beautifully, didn't it? Again, that's going to be a dot, not quite fielded cleanly at backward point, but good enough. 1-1-2 for 3, Essex then. Been kept pretty quiet this morning. Wicket of Alistair Cook, and nothing yet for the other Cook, Sam. He was on 3 not out overnight, so all 3 runs this morning have come from the bat of Dan Lawrence. There's the river stand with its new seats. White has replaced green down there. Not quite finished yet. One segment still to be completed.
Genuinely pushed to that one. Dan Lawrence, Craig Overton beat him on the outside. Cries from the Somerset fielders behind the stumps. Not sure he was too far away from that one. Dan Lawrence just caught in 2 minds about whether he needed to play at it. He did.
A good ball.
Shaped away, didn't it, last second?
Bit of lift as well.
It's a bit like with Renshaw we saw yesterday. Naturally quite a fidgety player at the crease, so it's sometimes difficult to know exactly what it is, how much it's the bowler, as opposed to the batter just jumping around a little bit naturally. Oh, this time he does find the outside edge. Soft hands from Dan Lawrence. Goes wide of Tom Abel at third slip. On the ground from within a couple of yards of the bat, so no danger even if there had been a gully in. Jack Leach, who's down there in his jumper. As Stephen said, haven't seen him bowl yet. Bowled a marathon spell, didn't he, over in the West Indies in one of those Test matches.
Yeah, great economy.
Lawrence has been solid this morning. Sam Cook, sorry, been solid this morning. He'll probably quite fancy it, won't he? Actually, having had such a good day yesterday, chance to go out there and make a few runs. I'm not sure how frequently he has come in so high up the order as cover after Tom Wesley fell with about 6 overs to go yesterday. Lawrence probably would have had the option as to whether to go out himself or to send Sam Cook out.
A shot at the stumps without the ball in hand. Yeah, I felt a bit sorry for Jack Leach yesterday. He came into bat and was left high and dry, barely faced a delivery, and not required with the ball. I expect that will probably change today.
It's a well-directed bounce by Craig Overton. He is very good at that. Sam Cook had to duck in underneath it. Played it well though. Was very quick getting his head right out of the way.
Yeah, he needed to be quick as well. It wasn't far over his body, that bouncer. Overton gave him 1 or 2 yesterday evening. That's the first today. Well directed, as you say.
I'm not afraid of trying the bouncer, Craig Overton. Puts everything into it, doesn't hold back. Oh, he's got him! Sam Cook might have fancied a few more runs as night watchman, but he isn't going to get any more than 3. He shouldered arm to that one from Craig Overton. He A bounce of the ball before had Sam Cook jumping around. He played that one well, but he left that. It just nipped back, and it took Sam Cook's off stump. Craig Overton has 3 wickets. More importantly, from Somerset perspective, they have 2 early wickets in this morning. Essex, who started 109 for 2, and now 113 for 4, Stephen Lamb.
And a brace of Cooks back in the hutch. We'd already ruled out any more Cook jokes. We had a few yesterday evening, but they're both gone anyway now, including the critically important Alistair. So Dan Lawrence will now be joined by, well, we'll see who comes out.
I'd imagine it's going to be Matt Critchley, I think. It'll be Critchley, then Rossington and Wheater. Will you wait until I get proved completely wrong? I'm not going to start talking about Matt Critchley until we've had it confirmed that it is him. I think it is. Number 20 on his back. Yeah, it is Matt Critchley. So he was signed from Derbyshire over the winter, had a really good summer last year. Made exactly 1,000 runs, a nice even number. Brought it up with a boundary to give Derbyshire their only victory in the county championship last year against Sussex, and a nice way for him to sign off. 1,000 runs at 43.4 last summer and 22 wickets with his leg spin. Made 100 on his debut as well for Essex last week in their drawn game against Kent at Chelmsford. A very different pitch, very different conditions one feels to what we have here in Taunton. And Matt Critchley is at the crease. He's not going to be on strike though, because that was the end of the over.
Yeah. Could see why Sam Cook left it. It did look like it was going to pass his off stump, but just darted in from Craig Overton, who's got 3 of the 4 wickets to have fallen. The man who's got the other one is starting a new over. It'll be a dot to start. It's time for me to make way for the first time this season for the one and only Peter Trego.
Dan Lawrence on strike then. He's got 4 this morning. It's Peter Trego, dressed superbly. I knew I was going to struggle this year when I sat next to Pete Trego.
Luckily we're stuck in a box and no one will see us.
It's
so
that
it's
camera,
all right, isn't it?
It's that camera. How are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm well, thank you. What have I missed?
What haven't you missed?
It's been quite a busy couple of days, hasn't it?
It has been a busy couple of days. Wickets falling. It's been a busy morning for cricket, really. A little bit of breaking news from up above at England level this morning.
Which was?
Joe Root resigning.
Did he really?
Did he?
I mean, I've just been solely focused on this game. I mean, that was news that was probably pending, wasn't it? I think that was going to happen. I mean, he's such a fine player, and you know, there does come I suppose every captain has a shelf life, I guess, and he obviously feels it's right to move on. But you know, I've been focused on this game. You know, coming in to do my first stint on commentary, looking at the scoreboard yesterday, following it all day while I was playing golf in Bournemouth, thinking that's going to be a tough day. But we've got Peter Siddle, and he's changed the script for us.
Lawrence tucks it down to fine leg. I think it's going to be a leg by there. Yeah, what a signing, Peter Siddle, over the winter. I mean, 37 years young. What a career he's had, and he's just still going.
Yeah, quality performer. Yeah, you can see by his lean stature, he looks after himself, and he just runs in. You can tell he's got a heart of a lion. He's always been that way, and you know, he's got that bit of quality as well. And to dismiss Sir Alistair first ball this morning has certainly given the boys some momentum and raise the morale, because if Sir Alistair was still churning away at 20 past 11, it could be a bit different out there.
Beats Critchley on the outside. We're just going to see that wonderful slow motion camera they've got downstairs, and they use it at the perfect time. This is Craig Overton. How many times have we seen this over the last 8-10 years? Sam Cook leaving that one alone.
Yeah, that's certainly, there are 2 kinds of leave, but that's quite clearly moved back sort of 6-8 inches, which was the difference there. But Craigo, when he's on song, you see on that replay there, he's utilising his 6'6" frame there,
Siddle gets a bit of extra bounce there. A spring in his step. Peter Siddle, I wonder why. I mean, he bowled superbly yesterday without much luck. 53 overs gone then. Essex 114 for 4.
I mean, they're a great foil, these two, Overton and Siddle. They both bowl in a similar fashion. Obviously, the trajectories are slightly different, but Peter Siddle and Craig Overton, they're both what I would describe as line bowlers. They bowl a very good line around off stump and have that ability to move the ball both ways. Not always intentionally, I don't think. You know, they bowl the wobble seam ball that generally will nip back, and that last ball there obviously is darted sharply away. So they're very, they're always challenging the outside edge, especially with someone like Dan Lawrence, who is certainly an LBW candidate early on.
I was going to ask you about Dan Lawrence. You played with him out in Nepal, didn't you, a few years ago?
Yeah, it was one of those really random trips. I got offered to play T20 in Nepal. I said yes to my agent who organised it. I said I'll happily go out there as long as I fly mainstream airlines. There is a story coming as Craig Overton charges in from the Lordy and Botham stand end.
I suspect there might be a few stories coming over the course of this summer, Peter. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, I said to my agent, I said, look, am I right in saying that the Himalayas are around the Nepal area? Yes, obviously Everest and all those magnificent mountain ranges. And I said, I'm pretty sure I see on the news at least once a week a plane goes down over there. So I'm happy to fly as long as it's a main airline. And I had booked for me a Qantas flight, which I was quite happy with. Trego bowling a tight line there. Dan Lawrence bats a very sort of aggressive off-stump stance. He does cover his stumps. Playing with him, we did talk about batting philosophy. I was very much stay leg side and sort of slash the ball through the offside. He likes to get onto off-stump, but he's very aware that if he misses it, he's going to be in trouble with the umpire's finger. But a fine player, and he's certainly someone who could take the game away from you. Right on cue. That's got to be close.
Craig Overton thinks so, but I don't think I've ever seen Craig Overton not believe that one that's wrapped the pads is close.
Yeah, I think that looked very, very close. But again, because of his stance and his starting position, that has probably hit a stump's width outside the line. So a good decision by the umpire. But again, that on a fuller length, and Craigo is certainly in business. Are we going to go back to that aeroplane story?
Please do. This is your over. This is your end, my friend. We can go wherever you like.
It's too exciting, the cricket at the moment. Beautiful bowling there from Craigo. Again, line bowling. One's jags sharply back in, and that one away to Steve Davis's gloves. But so I got to Kathmandu and on my Qantas flight, which I was quite happy with, and I had this connection ticket. I didn't even know I had a connection flight, and it was printed out on what looked like 1980s school toilet paper, tracing paper quality. Some of the older listeners will have a little giggle at that one. And I said, this doesn't feel very premium, this airline ticket. And I was walking through the departure lounge. I was going to gate 13, which gave me a bit of an ominous feeling, being the number 13. And the flight that I was getting from Kathmandu to Pokhara was Air Yeti.
Interesting.
And at that stage, I became very religious and started praying.
Yeah, not one I've heard of, I have to confess. I haven't been to Nepal, so there's perhaps no reason for me to have heard of it, but...
Well, I don't recommend an Air Yeti flight. I was on an 18-seater propeller plane. I had my cricket bats couldn't go in the hole because my bag was too heavy.
Siddle to Critchley, yet to get off the mark. Yeah, it's not a great sign, is it, when an aeroplane can't hold the weight of a few pairs of pads and a couple of bats?
Well, I was concerned, and then I looked around to the other 17 passengers on this little 18-seater propeller plane, and it was seven Sherpas and a couple of alpacas and a bundle of hay in the back, so I didn't think I was going to make it. But fortunately we got there, and myself and Dan Lawrence had a nice couple of weeks.
Critchley flicks that one out. So I think that's Lewis Goldsworthy there at square leg. Yeah, well, there's the changing face of cricket over the last 10, 15 years. The opportunities to be able to go and do that. You wouldn't have got a call from your agent in 2005 to say, do you fancy going to play T20 cricket in the Himalayas?
Certainly not. I was actually talking to a couple of members earlier about starting playing, and I used to play non-league football and work as a carpenter back in the winter, so very different. As Siddle runs in again, a beautiful line around off stump, the thick edge of Critchley's bat, which gets him off the mark down to third man. Always the best run of the day, that when you, even if it's an outside half to third man, you're happy just to register that first run.
Do you feel it a bit then when you went out to bat, that first one play in your mind psychologically?
Oh, definitely. I mean, emotionally, I mean, if you, as a cricketer, I mean, it really is crazy, because obviously getting one isn't great, but having that naught next to your name when you have a look on the teletext, as we used to back in the day, was just devastating.
Page
Absolutely devastating.
Lawrence leaves that one, and then I remember those following the scores, 340, and then up to the scorecard to find the Somerset scores. So Lawrence then, he made his Test debut in Sri Lanka last year, been in and out of the side a little bit, but scored runs in the West Indies, that 91, 41 in the second innings. A man with a long Test career ahead, do you feel?
It's going to be an interesting watch, actually, because I think someone like Dan Lawrence is very exciting and very pickable for England, but also probably quite droppable because of the way that he goes about batting. I mean, it will flag up, I think. Let's be fair, the Sky commentary box can be quite influential when people are having a down run of form, and because Dan Lawrence does, really prefer, he quite obviously sets up to play in a certain way in a certain area. When you're not quite in form, it probably does look quite ungainly, sort of a la Rory Burns, really.
Pushes that one.
But the game is about getting runs, so if he's getting the weight of runs, I'm sure he will have a lot of opportunities, and just like the chap taking his jumper off at the moment, Craig Overton. Both guys that I think that are going to be on the periphery of the England Test and one-day team for the next 5 to 10 years, I'd imagine.
With someone like Lawrence, there are certain players who stay very still and don't move, and with someone like Lawrence, there's a lot of fidgeting, and people do things differently. But I guess if there's more to go wrong, and then if one thing goes wrong, is it harder to get out of a rut if you're a player that's kind of moving around a lot?
Well, I think it's where analytics have come in and really started to make a big impact in elite sport. There's Trego bowls there, gets one to bounce quite sharply there to Critchley. Again, the outside half for one run, and then the inside half for one run. So he's starting in a quite scratchy fashion. But yeah, I mean, I think when you have a technique that really does favour one side of the wicket, what happens there is, the opposition teams and the bowlers will look at how you score your runs, and they will bowl the opposite ball that you want to face. So I think you scoring runs becomes a lot more difficult. Well bowled again, Craig, bowling a fantastic challenging area there. Plenty of questions in the batsman's mind every ball he bowls, so he's certainly on song. I love it. He's a bit like a Stuart Broad, Craig Overton. I can almost tell when he's in form. He really does pick the knees up when he's running in, so he's looking brilliant this morning, and certainly up for the challenge that Somerset are facing today, obviously being a bit behind, well, a lot behind the 8 ball at the start of day 2.
.28 now, Craig Overton as well, so coming towards the peak of his powers, you'd imagine. A decade, we're only a week or two having a look there. 15th of April 2022 now, 26th of April 2012 he made his first class debut, so a decade of Craig Overton. Some performer he's been so far, but still could be another decade left in him.
Yeah, certainly, and getting better and better. I think he's got a fantastic cricket brain. Early on in his career he was very, very hot-headed and a bit up and down, but you know, what a performer he is for the club now. Certainly one of the leaders in the dressing room as well as on the field. Very wholehearted cricketer, which is what you need, especially on days like this where, like I said, the team are sort of behind the game. But 4-day games are fascinating things. Why we love watching them. You know, ebbs and flows. Obviously, Essex have dominated, but who'd have wrote this script? Alistair Cook being out first ball, and then, you know, 117 for 4. You put a couple of wickets on top of that, and all of a sudden, on a wicket that is flattening out, you know, Somerset are right back in the game.
There's something in it, isn't it, with Craig Overton? You can tell, as well as being a quality performer in his own right, the whole having him in when Craig goes in the side, when he's away, they just don't quite have the same. He is a leader, a bit like Stokes is for England, but on another level. Just having that person in the side psychologically, he just brings everyone up a bit. Yeah,
definitely, and the same for Peter Siddle. I mean, you can't help but get inspired by fast bowlers running in and putting in the effort for you. As he bowls again, he's bowling a fraction short that over, but I suggest that he's probably just setting the batter up at the moment. You know, just banging that hard length around off stump, getting them back, and then that full one will come into play. Both of these guys look like that front shin is something that I would be aiming for as a bowler on a ball that, you know, on a wicket that's offering a little bit of assistance off the seam. Siddle again, very much the same. Like I said, slightly flatter trajectory when it comes out the hand from Craig Overton, but again, he'll just be attacking both edges of the bat. Very, very solid performer.
Just joining us, welcome. Cooper Associates County Ground is now bathed in sunshine. Day 2 of Somerset versus Essex. As Dan Lawrence punches nicely down the ground. He's going to get 4. Going to chase it all the way, Tom Lamman, but he's not been able to cut it off there. Nice looking shot for Dan Lawrence. He moves on to 9. You've got Sam Delling and Pete Trego here. Stephen Lamb has been on. He's been with us throughout the day. We're here courtesy of WPA Health Insurance, the club's principal county championship live stream sponsor. Essex 121 for 4 in reply to Somerset's 109 all out yesterday. But there is good news for Somerset fans. A couple of wickets this morning. Alistair Cook, first ball of the day to Peter Siddle, the man bowling now. Soft hands from Lawrence. Just runs down to third man for a single. He moves into double figures.
Yeah, I think the one challenging thing for Somerset at the moment is, you know, looking at the first couple of games, there seems to be these these cluster moments where, you know, wickets tumble and there's no sort of resilience there. I think that's something that obviously the guys will be very aware of, and, you know, something they're going to have to get to grips with. Yeah, there's no doubt that, you know, Trego and Peter Siddle here are bowling a fantastic area, but, you know, the batters out there at the moment, Critchley and Lawrence, are making it very, very difficult for them, leaving well, playing nice and straight. Yeah, well, just stemming that flow, that sort of momentum, you know, that you can get as a bowling unit sometimes. And obviously, you know, looking at the scorecards is probably wrong to say just by looking at scorecards, but you know, there seems to be that period where, like I said, I think even in my time playing for Somerset, we were such a dominant team a lot of times, but we'd have these sort of like sessions that were quite catastrophic in terms of the 4 days. We'd, you know, almost battle for 3 days, and it'd be on as even, if not, we would be slightly in front, and then all of a sudden this little blip would happen, and obviously it's a trend that's still there a little bit.
As Critchley punches on the back foot. Pretty sure that is Matt Critchley, yeah, scorecard. Scoreboard not quite up to date. Lawrence has got 10, that's Critchley on the back foot. Lachlan Stevens has come in. People say it's easy to say he's got a big job to do, but as Porty spoke really well yesterday and said, look, a little bit of shot selection. There was a few shots played yesterday that perhaps didn't need to be played, but it's so easy to say that from up here, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's just the nature of cricket. I mean, yeah, he spoke very well in the interview that I saw earlier. And often having the dynamics of being in a cricket team. You have your your head coach, your assistant coach that are with you all through the winter, all through the season as well. Probably involved in selection decisions, and sometimes having someone come in from a different environment. Maybe coaching from a different position than the guys that you see day in day out. It can be a real helpful thing, and very much like everything I've learned in sport, you never know when your next bit of good information or where it's going to come from, and little gems. I mean, I can remember a couple of times throughout my playing career, I had one little diamond from Jimmy Cook one winter, and a couple of winters ago from Greg Kennis, who's obviously one of the coaches here at Somerset now. I mean, it changed my game, working with Greg for that one winter. As Lewis comes into bowl to start his spell, a great sight for Somerset fans seeing Lewis Gregory fit and raring to go. Obviously missed the game down at the Rose Bowl. He's obviously another talisman for Somerset. He picks up what seems to be hatfuls at wickets at a very low strike rate and economy. So great to see this Somerset team. I mean, look on paper, I mean, it looks fantastic, doesn't it?
He does. 479 wickets for Somerset across all formats. Lewis Gregory, a serious performer. He's also a very different bowler to the one that first came into the side. I remember, was it 2011 Blast? He came in at Sky, we're talking about him, because he was bowling 90 miles an hour rockets, wasn't he? And he picked up a lot of wickets. Very different bowler, partially due to his back injuries. He had to change the way he approaches it, but in some ways you could say that's helped him.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a talented cricketer. I mean, I think when he burst onto the scene, he was in his head a batting all-rounder. So it took him a while to really come to terms with the fact that he's a frontline bowler as well, and he does such a good job of being that as he comes in again and shapes the ball away. I mean, he bowls a fuller length than Craig, and I think Peter Siddle as well. Again, the trajectory is slightly different. He's got a fantastic wrist position. He swings the ball away, quite a lot more than Craig Overton will if the ball is swinging, but he's got a devastating ball that sort of slides back into the stumps, and I think that's a real good matchup for the two batters that are at the crease at the moment. So pretty excited to see how Lewis will go. Nice start there. It's always nice when you start a spell. You get a couple of dot balls under your belt. There's nothing worse than starting a spell and bowling a little floaty half volley, getting whacked through the covers and getting that glance from the captain. Always puts you on edge. But Lewis has started really well there. You're not speaking from experience. Obviously, you would never have done that. It's someone else. You've been in the field when someone else has done that. Yeah, I would never do such a thing. I mean, I'm playing under Justin Langer. He used to poke me in the chest, say, "No looseners, Trego." Obviously not in that accent, but you get the gist. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure where he's from. That's just gone just wide of Tom Abel. I think he went really low. I don't think he got a hand to it. It's genuine outside edge, but I don't think it'd be a bit harsh to put that down as a drop, although he is getting a low one. I think that might have just carried. It would have been one of those absolute worldies. I think it has carried, but we're talking... David De Gea would have been proud of getting a hand on that. He's probably tipped that round the post, but yeah, that hasn't stuck. I mean, that would have been a 1 in 100 chance there. So probably will go down technically as a chance, but you've probably got to pat Abe's on the back there for saving 4. But Lewis again, like I said, with that extra swing away, has found the outside edge, which is really exciting for the next half an hour's play. Knowing Tom Abel a little bit, I suspect he will. If you asked him afterwards, he'd say, "Oh yeah, I should have caught that." Oh yeah, Abe sets superhuman standards for himself, but then again, he is a superhuman. Yeah, he's one of the. I think there's 2 cricketers that stand out in my mind that I've played with that were just ridiculous athletes. Tom Abel's one, Josh Butler the other. Just unbelievable, so fast across the ground. Some of the things that they do in practice and on the field, you just think, how has that happened? I mean, Abe's is an absolute specimen, similar to Joss, and has that ability just to do the miraculous. So yeah, he probably will be chastising himself that he's let that one slide, but you know, I think there'd be a few slip fielders out there that would be patting themselves on the back saying good stop, and probably trying to bluff saying it didn't carry as well, but Abe's is way too honest for that.
Siddle's going to continue from the microscopic pavilion end. He gets one to lift to Dan Lawrence, who looks behind him, and then probably is going to go and have a little look at the pitch to see what happened there.
That's a great delivery there. Sid's getting a little bit of bounce and away shape. I mean, he's probably getting into that. I would say this is probably going to be his last over, so he'll know deep down that he's got to try and get that second wicket for the spell, but an absolute beauty there. As a batsman, I think you're just thinking, thank God I didn't nick that one, but that's the great thing about Pete Siddle, that can move in or out from that line, and that's why he's such a great bowler and a great performer.
I think we missed it. We were on commentary box cam in between the overs. We've got it right. Look, I can just see it. It's in my line of sight, ominously. Dan did give us the heads up on the... oh, there we go. There we go again. I realised from this morning's video that A, I need a haircut, and B, I just try and avoid going for them, because every time I go... You
can have some of mine if you want.
It just sneaks a little bit further back on my forehead.
Unfortunately, Sam, you can't cheat time. Grow old gracefully. You know, my beard looks like I've left it in my dog's bed overnight. It seems to be picking up greys at a rapid rate down the side, but I think you've just got to embrace it, haven't you? Bit of age.
A bit of just for messy going. You're going to keep the grey rather than a bit of dye in it. Yeah.
I think whether you're male or female, if ever you try and make yourself look younger than you are, it's just not a good look. Grow old gracefully,
or at least try. Lawrence, forward defensive there. Siddle just does the field again, flicks it over his head to Tom Lammonby, who didn't quite see that one coming, but he's got it now. Great start from a Somerset perspective. What are we into the 11th over the day? Essex have added just 14 runs and lost 2 wickets, one of whom was, well, 2 Cooks have gone. So Alistair Cook has gone first ball of the day to Peter Siddle. Sam Cook shouldering arms to one that just nipped back from Craig Overton and bowled in.
It's a great bit of bowling out from Craig. If you notice on the replay there, that was Craig's wobble seam ball that he's predicting to go into the batsman as Dan Lawrence clips that slightly leg side ball off of his pads. I mean, that was probably a middle and leg stump ball, but again, Dan Lawrence, that's kind of where he wants you to bowl. He stands across his stumps. He wants you to chase the stumps. If you have a look on the replay there, that was pretty much on middle stump, but he's so strong there.
Yeah, it's fine margins, isn't it? That's the Dan Lawrence is a candidate, as Peter Trego was saying, for LBW. So Siddle won't mind that too much, because it's such a fine margin, isn't it? Appeal from behind. This slips more interested than Peter Siddle is. It shaped away from Lawrence a little bit. It looks like it hit him on the back leg, perhaps. Siddle, head in hand, another fine over for him. 127 for 4, Essex are off 59.
Yeah, if you have a look on this fantastic bit of camera work here, you'll just watch as the ball is released, the seam will slightly sort of oscillate and wobble. You see it there? That ball there predominantly will nip back. So that's a classic bit of setup there from Trego. I would hazard a guess that the 3 balls previous to that would have been straight up seam, swinging away slightly, and that slight subtle change will bring the ball in, and that's the 8 inches difference between a good leave and a bad leave. As Lewis comes in to Matt Critchley, a good signing, I think, from Derbyshire. Matt Critchley is a very talented cricketer. Played a bit against him last year, and yeah, a very good acquisition from Essex there, and be interesting to see how he goes about his business. Very, very sort of extravagant player. Actually, be a slightly different style of play for him today. He's going to have to do a bit of hard work here against a very, very fine bowling attack.
So that wobble seam from Overton, he doesn't know where that's going either. He said more often than not it's coming back, but he's not sure, so the batter can't be either.
Well, I think that's the skill of bowling. James Anderson is obviously the the Grandmaster, Darren Stevens at county level, Craig Overton. You know, you have a ball that you stand upright with the shiny side on the leg side, which will swing away from the shiny side, an away swinger. You have the opposite, again, seam upright, shiny side on the offside, which will swing in. But I think often if you bowl a away swinger followed by an in swinger, that will often go down leg and it's not as dangerous. But if you can get the ball just to go straight and slightly nip off the seam, that's the LBW bowled ball, and the wobble seam is massively popular now. Yeah, it's certainly taught through English cricket and led by, you know, Andy Caddick used to bowl one. He used to call it an off cutter. He would slightly roll his fingers down the side of the ball to bowl his off cutter. Obviously known, you know, if you can, any of the listeners can, you know, picture Andy Caddick's 4 wickets and over against the West Indies, the enormous amount of swing he used to put on the ball. But, you know, so anything that doesn't swing that much becomes very dangerous, and actually the straight ball is the dangerous one, which is why the wobble seam has become so popular. Because you don't really want it swinging. You want it to stay on the straight line, because that's the one that's going to get, you know, at international level, when the DRS comes up, an in-swing is probably going to show that it would go down, whereas the wobble seam that nicks back, that's the one that clatters into middle and off stump, as Trego showed there. So yeah, fine piece of bowling, and not a fluke, purely down to skill and hard work.
What a side that was. Caddick, a servant for Somerset for so many years, servant for England too. Tries to leave that one quickly.
Yeah, Caddy was amazing. It was amazing bowling with Caddy as well. I could tell you some stories about Andy Caddick and bowling up the other end to him, because, you know, me and Charles Willoughby used to laugh when, you know, we were part of you know, the seam attack with Caddy, and no matter what type of wicket Caddy got, we'd get into the huddle and Caddy would be like, "Oh mate, that was an amazing piece of bowling, that wasn't it?" Anytime me and Charles or Steph Jones or anyone got a wicket, he would come into the huddle and go, "Crap batting, that wasn't it?" It was never good bowling if any of us got a wicket.
Oh, inside edge there from Critchley. Peter Trego said he's an extravagant player. He didn't know much about that one. He's going to pick up 4. End of the over, 131 for 4 Essex. And we're going to go back in time a little bit and see those 4 wickets.
And right on cue, Caddy with dark hair as well, which is certainly a thing of the past. But this was just, I remember watching this in my lounge on television. It was just unbelievable. I mean, the pace that Caddy used to bowl. You know, towards the back end of his career, I remember it taking sort of, I think he got 9 or 8 for against Gloucester, and we had, I think we had everyone in the slip corner, no one in front of the square. It was just, when he was on song, he was one of the best bowlers in the world, without a shadow of a doubt. It's a shame that his England career was cut short by back injury. I think his last Test match was a 10 for at the SCG, so yeah, a fantastic servant to England and in particular Somerset.
The Australians really rated him, didn't he? I mean, Justin Langer, when he came over here, must have loved having him in that side. As Siddle continues for another over. He's bowled unchanged so far this morning as Lawrence tucks it off his hips nicely. They'll pick up at least a couple. I think it probably will be just a couple Goldsworthy. I mean, that team you had when Justin Langer came in, it'd been a difficult couple of years for Somerset and we're in the 2nd division, but that side you had, it was Langer, Cameron White was in it, Trescothick was back, yourself, Hildy.
Yeah, I mean, Arul Sapphire, Black. Yeah. I mean, it was that year we won the 2nd division. We won 10 out of the 16 games. If it was the old championship, we'd have won it with that team. It was ridiculous, and Caddy was the leader, you know, of the bowling attack, and, you know, so well respected. And he had some crazy views and said some hilariously funny things at times. But Caddy was, again, much like the guy that's bowling now, Pete Siddle. He was just, you know, he wanted the ball. He didn't feel tired ever. He was just an amazing sportsman, and very privileged to have bowled my little pea shooters up the other end as Sids comes in again. And as you get used to seeing bowls that monotonous line around off stump, just hoping the batsman has a little nibble there. He's certainly putting Dan Lawrence under pressure. And I think the previous over, the inside edge for 4 from Critchley, that's, you know, like I alluded to, he's quite an expansive batsman, and he's on 2, and you could tell he was getting a little bit anxious there, and that was quite a big shot to play, and Lewis was unlucky not to dismiss him there, to be fair. As Sids gets one to nip back, and that has literally missed the stumps by a coat of blue paint.
That was a wonderful bit of wicket-keeping from Steve Davies there, because that's nipped back, kept really low. Davies, you can see on the replay, I think he takes a step to his right and then has to go, oh, maybe didn't quite take a step. There's a good bit of glove work from Steve Davies. Kept a little bit low, that one.
Yeah, that's a serious bit of bowling and keeping, and again, fair play to Dan Lawrence. Made a good decision there to leave it. Oh, that's close.
There's that LBW decision. Peter Sidden has got his 2nd wicket of the morning. Peter Trego was talking about him being an LBW candidate. He survived one a little bit earlier on, made his way to 17. Dan Lawrence, the previous delivery missed by a lick of blue paint. That one would have hit them in the umpire's view. Decent shout, that.
Yeah, I think it looked a good shot, maybe a little bit above the knee roll, but that is the problem when you bat so far across your stumps. Not only are you an LBW candidate, but you actually look quite appealing to umpires as well, because the umpires will naturally have it in their head that if he misses it, it's going to be close to the stumps, and I think that is the one danger. It saved him against Craig Overton because he got outside the line because of where he stands, but there obviously his downfall, because again, I mean, speaking to Tom Wesley and Dan Lawrence when I was away with them a couple of years ago, they're both very aware that they can't really afford to miss straight balls. They very much set their game up to entice the bowler to go straight, but again, like we've just seen, if you miss it, you get the Sir Alan Sugar, or Lord Sugar's finger, you're fired from the umpire.
Yeah, very much so. That's 2 wickets then for Peter Siddle in the morning. He's bowled 7 and a bit, 7.5 overs now, 2 for 13 this morning. We're going to see Adam Rossington out in the middle, one of 2 wicket keepers in the Essex side. He didn't take the gloves. Adam Wheater is their first choice. A bit of a strange one, Adam Rossington. It came from nowhere, really, that departure from Northants. New coach in who decided he wanted to go with a different captain, and that led to Rossington leaving the club in quite short order. But he's a particularly destructive white ball player, but a fine cricketer. Yeah,
he's very difficult to bowl. He pulls off length, can be very, very destructive. I think he's quite loose, so we will give opportunities, no doubt, but can be quite dangerous, as there seems to be something going on down at 3rd man. I think someone in the crowd might have taken a tumble.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it? Stewards are over there.
Yeah, whenever you get a change of coach, there's often some staffing collateral damage. We obviously, here in the comms box, hope whoever's taken a little tumble in the Lord in Botham stand is okay. I'm sure there are some paramedics, paramedics in green rushing over there. Obviously everyone here at the Cooper Associates County Grounds gets very well looked after. As Sam departs. Lovely stint. First of the season, first of many, as Stephen Lamb comes to join me in the commentary box. I believe that this spectator is up on his feet and is being attended to by the staff here at Somerset County Cricket Club. We hope it's nothing too serious, as Peter Siddle looks to bowl his first ball to Adam Rossington. Straight into that challenging line. Adam Rossington won't leave too many, so there will be opportunities created. You know, the scoreboard can sometimes have a rush of runs when you get a positive player on at the wicket, but like I said, you often get some opportunities as well. As we look back at Dan Lawrence's LBWC again, that movement across all 3 stumps, which will entice, certainly look very attractive to the umpire. The only thing that could be is slightly high, you know, just on the upper side of the knee roll, but certainly clattering into middle stump. And like I said, Stephen, if you step across your stumps, you excite the umpire.
Indeed you do. You took a moment before the finger went up, but very firmly done in the end. Lewis Gregory is starting a new over. Good bit of football there.
Lovely little bit of football there from Lewis.
Just
I think he
nudging
might have
into
played a
extra
bit.
cover.
I think he might have played a bit of football for Plymouth Argyle juniors back in the day. Nice little touch there from Lewis.
Good to see you, Peter.
You too, Steve.
Delighted you're back in the Somerset fold.
Oh, thank you very much. It's great to be back. I came back last year under different circumstances
Indeed,
and had a bit of
remember it
time with
well.
you, which was really nice. So yeah, great to be back here at the ground and saying hi to the boys this morning. I kind of wanted to get my kit out of the car, but it's mouldy now. As Lewis again comes in and bowls that little away swinger around off stump. He certainly looks like he's picking his heels up as well, Lewis, and getting the ball through nicely to Steve Davis.
Are you pretty content with the retirement timing?
Yeah, I think someone said to me years ago, cricketers are like oven doors. One day you'll slam the door and the hinge will fall off. And I was super fit going into the 2021 season, and I bowled a load of overs early season and I really struggled. As Lewis bowls one slightly short there. In fact, it was probably more closer to his toes than the batsman's toes, but
Almost a bouncer.
it was very, very much a bouncer, but good to keep the batter honest. You know, a couple up the periscope, as we say, just to keep the batter's feet in check, make sure he's not lunging forward at you. Lewis is a great bowler, great thinking bowler as well. He's obviously saw Critchley probably pressing a little bit forward at him, so that bouncer will hopefully get his feet pinned to the crease a little bit for that fuller one.
You bowled from that river end, didn't you?
Yeah.
Many years.
Yeah, I used to love it. I used to feel really, because Caddy and Charles used to love this, this end, the Trescothic stand end, and I used to do all the donkey work. It used to be sort of into the wind and it's marginally uphill, but whenever I turned or had to bowl a spell this end, I bowled everything down the leg side. So, yeah, I used to love bowling with my angled run up that hill. Many a good afternoon.
Yeah, Lewis comes in slightly straighter. That's an outside edge, and that didn't quite carry, I don't think, 2/3 slip.
No, again, falling into the category of good stop there, I think. Is that Craig Overton there?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's done well there. Unlucky from Lewis, another good ball, just shaped away at the last minute.
He should have had a wicket by now.
Yeah, he's bowled well, but that is, you know, as we saw yesterday, you know, you have to just stay in the scrap in 4-day games of cricket. You'll get the clusters of wickets, but sometimes you'll get, you know, on the wrong side of it when catches will drop short and inside edges for 4. Just stay patient, Lewis.
Yeah, well bowled again. They bowled pretty well as a unit yesterday, Somerset. Both teams, and Essex did have the better of the conditions. I think it's fair to say they had first use of a fairly green top.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the context of the game is as such that, you know, a little purple patch here and a good solid start in Somerset's second innings, and you're back to parity very quickly. So, yes, it doesn't look great when you've had an all-out for 109, but at the end of the day, Somerset's bowling attack is always one of the best in the country, so you're always in the game. And it just means the second innings, the batters are going to have to roll their sleeves up and do some work. But I could easily see, you know, a maximum of 100 lead here today, potentially with Somerset's quality with the ball, and you could chalk that off for maybe 1 or 2 wickets down, and then all of a sudden you're back in the game, because, you know, chasing runs in that 4th innings is never easy. So it's still very, very much game on here.
Absolutely. Craig Overton's coming back on at the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end. He's got 2 of the wickets, 3 of the wickets that have fallen. 2 yesterday, 1 today. And Peter Siddle's lengthy spell, 7 overs this morning, has come to an end. What a spell it was, though.
Yeah, and not surprising. I think that's just going to be synonymous with Pete Siddle and his Somerset career for however long it lasts. I mean, he just doesn't really bowl badly, does he?
No. Another one, yes, it is indeed. Critchley has gone, taken at second slip. The 6th Essex wicket has fallen, and this has been emphatically Somerset's morning so far. 134 for 6. Well bowled Craig Overton, and nicely pouched there. I think it was Matt Renshaw who took the catch. We'll have a look on the replay, but nicely taken.
Yeah, Matt Renshaw, he's gone reverse hands, which looked like a little bit of an awkward way to catch that one, but it's pouched, so it does not matter. Again, Craigo, brilliant, excellent captaincy as well from Tom Abel, switching him round. This is Craig Overton's preferred end as well. He gets a lot of wickets up here, and I think he always feels like he's going to get slightly more bounce from this end, and that one, great length. Matt Critchley's pushed forward, probably should have held his shape a little bit more, but that little bit of a way swing and bounce from Craigo, and catches the outside edge. So an amazing start from Somerset, 6 down, and completely transformed the feel of the ground. And also, even though we're inside, you can sense that the Somerset players can smell a bit of blood here.
Yeah, you were saying about the way the game can be so frustrating and you need to hang on in there. And Peter Siddle had no luck at all yesterday. No one did, really, but I thought he was outstanding in the evening session yesterday. And lo and behold, what happens very first ball of the morning?
Yeah, you reap what you sow, and Justin Langer brought to the club a phrase that I'm sure Andy Hurry and Jason Kurtz still uses: keep punching. No matter how far down you feel like you are, you keep punching, and that is something that Somerset's bowling attack in particular will always do. And like I said, when you've got a bowling attack of Overton, Gregory, Leach, Siddle, you're always going to be in the game. And the backup bowlers, Tom Abel, I mean, his first class record is pretty superb as well as a bowler. So plenty of options.
One wicketkeeper joined by another now, Adam Wheater, taking his first ball from Craig Overton. He's the incumbent Essex keeper. Adam Rossington used to keep for Northants, of course, and moved to Chelmsford, I should say, in short order, having been relieved of the captaincy.
Yeah, I think it was so quick, Stephen. I think he's probably staying in an Airbnb somewhere. It was a very rushed move from what I saw on the social media. But this is a totally different challenge now. This is where Craig Overton's got to use all his experience now, because Matt Critchley loves to come forward, bats outside of his crease, and now he's bowling at Adam Wheater, who is almost impossible to drag forward and hangs back. So, Craigo, I'm sure he'll know this, but you've got to be a lot fuller to Adam Wheater early on in his innings to catch that edge. You will very rarely see them little legs outside the popping crease. He pulls and cuts very well.
Full, and will this be a single? No, he was thinking about it, Adam Wheater, but wasn't there, fielded at mid-on. He's got your old number on his back, Craig Overton.
Oh, I was hoping that number 7 was going to get retired, Stephen, if I'm honest, but Craig Overton was in. He was like a black widow, straight in and took the number. But to be fair, if there's a man to take on the number 7 shirt and run in and sweat for this club, Craigo's the man for it, so good luck to him.
Playing a miss. That's another cracking delivery. What an over that was from Craig Overton. Just reward with the wicket of Matt Critchley. Could have had another one there.
Yeah, again, that was a half volley length, and Adam Wheater has gone right back to that. So, you saw instantly Craigo using his experience here, and he's gone a lot fuller. That ball there is that 7-yard length that Matt Critchley has pushed forward to on the replay, and the last ball even fuller than that, and Adam Wheater has gone back. So again, that's where the analytics come in cricket, because the boys will know that is a way that Adam Wheater likes to play. So get nice and full and hunt that outside edge as Lewis comes in to bowl again to Adam Rossington, another player that's not going to leave many balls. He loves to field bat on ball. He can hit some unbelievably good shots. Adam Rossington can be quite intimidating sometimes to bowl at when he's on song, but he'll always give you a chance. And with the bowling attack, with the qualities that Somerset possess, it could be quite an exciting little half an hour here.
Good. I was enjoying, along with you, watching Andy Caddick's blitzkrieg on the West Indies. Replays of that half an hour or so ago, which I'll come back to. That's pulled and won't be a run. Maybe that mid-on.
Great work there from Goldie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lewis Goldsworthy there doing his work. Fleet of foot. I think they call him Lionel Messi in the football warm-ups. As we see Craig Overton's ball again, an absolute superb delivery for any tall away swinging seam bowler. Craigo loves getting those wickets. Always the worst person to be is the first guy to high five Craig, because he's so pumped up he nearly breaks your hands.
Oh, that's into the slip cordon again. Did it carry? I don't think it quite did. We'll get another chance to see it.
Another one, Stephen, that probably would have fallen into the worldy category, as we see it on the replay here. Wouldn't surprise me if it did carry, but right in between the two. Marginal, I think, again. But again,
possibly half volley.
I've seen Craigo take catches like that, but Lewis has been so unlucky. I think Pete Siddle's had a bit of the rub of the green today and got that wicket, but you know, Lewis certainly should have a couple of dividers up on his bowling figures at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be runs off him here though, because a gap has been found between cover and mid-off. There'll be a couple here.
Chase well by Lammonby. That's a real indication that Somerset are certainly in the hunt at the moment. The way that Lam has sprinted after that ball, turned through it in, almost had that sort of one-day cricket intensity about it. You know, obviously my first day back at the county ground this season, I'm absolutely loving it, and it's great to see the boys. You know, I can almost see through the screen how up for the day's play they are. So it's great to watch.
Rossington off the mark with that brace, 136 for 6. And a beauty from Gregory again. There's an appeal for caught behind. It's not going to be given. We had a couple of these yesterday off Peter Siddle when it looked like there must have been something. There must have been a noise of some kind.
If I was a betting man, I think that's just flicked the back inner thigh pad. Oh, it's definitely not inner thigh pad. That could be one of those DRS situations. May have been a noise, but yeah, obviously you can't tell from up here. But that's superb delivery. Something about the appeal from Lewis didn't look quite right. It was more of a beg than a demand.
Tries again, Lewis. Got down on that. A little bit of a hurry from Adam Rossington. This is excellent from Somerset at the moment.
All of the bowlers are absolutely on song at the moment, Stephen. It's not just it's the lines, the lengths. They're absolutely bang on. They've probably, in fairness, a lot of the chat would have been around. Look at the way the Essex guys went about their business. You know, the feedback that I've had, they just didn't bowl a bad ball, and Somerset pretty much not bowled a bad ball this morning as well. And the rewards are 4 for not many. So long may that continue. And may I just say, any listeners that are on the social medias, if you want to send me a little tweet, any questions at Treegs140, get a bit of banter going, more than happy to respond and have a little chat about that as Craigo continues his spell to Adam Wheater as he gets off the mark, gets to the other end and breathes a visible sigh of relief that first run.
I mentioned how good it was to see those Caddick wickets against the West Indies, and rather surprised to hear you say when he was bowling you were bowling pea shooters at the other end.
Oh yeah,
I think you're being very modest.
Well, not being, yeah, Caddy and Charles Willoughby. I mean, I knew what sort of bowler I was. I mean, I was just nowhere near the class of someone like Caddy. It was just
full and driven. That's going to be 4.
Beautiful shot
Scottish
from Adam
boundary
Rossington.
down below us in front of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Good shot from Rossington.
Yeah, I never really got a sense that Caddy rated my bowling much, but we worked well together. You know, we bowled a lot of teams out, and you know, Caddy would do the damage up front. I'd swing a few around and get some of the tail enders out. But I mean, the best part I think Caddy should have credited me for is I used to have to bowl into the wind because he would only bowl downwind, being the prima donna. But that is out.
And the finger went straight up there. That was absolutely plumb, hitting middle, maybe middle and leg. But Rossington's gone just after that ominous-looking straight drive, and the 7th wicket falls with the total on 141. Overton has struck again. He has a Michelle, a fifer.
And a deserved one. That is a beautiful sound, the thud of the front shin. And I wouldn't be surprised if, again, that was the wobble seam delivery. And Trego, the way he bowls, he's such an intelligent bowler. Every single wicket he's got this morning, there's a sense of a setup. You know, I know he got driven for 4, but it was a slightly full away swinging delivery, sucked him into the drive. He's bowled what probably would have looked out of the hand the same delivery, a fraction shorter wobble seam. He's tried to play the same shot, and it's nipped back and caught the shin. It's not luck. That is absolute class from Craig Overton.
Stone dead.
Absolutely.
As well.
That would have been DRS. There would have been furniture removed all over the place. I think the Colin Atkinson stand might have had the leg stump bail lodged in the roof.
And you're bringing great good fortune to Somerset, Mr. Trego. It was a bit of an indifferent day yesterday.
Well, I think
going all right now
on our Top Gear leaderboard. I think that's a fifer for myself, isn't it? So
is.
Happy days.
Yeah, I think you're the first entrant.
Yeah, it's a great morning. Like I said, it's just brilliant watching the guys fight back. You know, you have up and down days in cricket, but you know, I think the good teams, the good clubs, they never give up. They keep scrapping, regardless of the result. You don't always win your games, but you know, seeing this level of character from the lads in particular, and led by the seamers, I love that. When a group of seamers visibly drag the fielders along with them, you know, that's the sign of a really strong unit.
First ball for Simon Harmer. Pushed out on the leg side. So Essex are 32 runs in front, but they've lost 5 wickets this morning. There's the replay of the wicket. You can't argue with that, can you?
Yeah, that's a stroll off and wipe the red cherry from your shin off of your front pad when you get back to the dressing room. Great bowling from Trego, as he's just every ball Trego's bowled this morning has just challenged the stumps, the outer edge, the pad, putting the batsman under pressure. I mean, it's what you want from your international bowler when he comes back and plays. Obviously, it would have been a massive miss last week, but you know, you look at the team sheet this week and you just get excited when you see, you know, your Leaches, your Overtons, your Gregory's back in the mix because just of how many wickets they get year on year for Somerset.
Here comes the last ball of the over, and yeah, he got full bat on that. And we're going to have another look at the dismissal on the slow-mo this time. What we'll see, you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I mean, well, actually, it's not quite as straight as it looked. Probably just clipping leg stump, maybe hitting leg stump, but I think it's a bit of a skewed angle there. It was a fantastic bit of bowling. Like I said, you know, part of the upbringing for the younger bowlers, and no credit to myself, it's, you know, or the senior bowlers, but we had a culture here at Somerset where we spoke a lot about the tactics of bowling, because you don't just run up and bowl seam. You know, we talked and we teach each other the different deliveries, and you know, that's something that was always pretty strong over the last sort of decade or so at Somerset, as Lewis tries to push Adam Wheater back. But as I said, those short balls are kind of what Adam Wheater pays his mortgage on, unfortunately. So again, I don't think the short ball is a great option to Adam, but yeah, Lewis swinging the ball away, trying to catch that outer edge, and that front pad of Adam Wheater's the way forward. But always good to test if the batsman's awake, I suppose, with the occasional bouncer.
Played it pretty comfortably. Got the whole bat on it, okay, and a couple of runs. There'll be a dot. It's been a bit of a concerning start in batting terms for Somerset to the season. We know Hampshire have got one of the best attacks in the country, alongside the Somerset one. But a bit of concern that no batting points as yet. I know it's still early days.
Yeah, I think it would be it'd be silly to say that there wouldn't be a concern. You go two very low performing games so far, but again, I think it's been quite a few years of a similar trend. I mean, it's been very much the bowling attack that's been the real star of the show here at Taunton. And, you know, there's been personnel changes over the last 5 years and, you know, younger players coming in, getting their opportunity. And I think the reality is that averaging 25s is just not going to be what the club requires. So there's going to be pressure for sure, but that's not a bad thing.
And it's tough in April, isn't it? That's not going to change when you've got green surfaces.
It is tough in April, but Sir Alistair Cook's, you know, sitting on 250 odd runs already. There are runs being scored, and I know the pitch. Looking at the characteristics, there's not extravagant movement. There may have been yesterday, but as a batter in England, you have to have a technique and a level of patience. Certainly, a level of patience I never had as a batter, but you know, you have to find your own way. My way, being 30 for 5, would probably be to charge the bowler and try and whack him over his head for 6. You know, sometimes you can change the script a little bit by the way that you approach your innings, and I think maybe there's, you know, a number of guys in the team that haven't got a nipping around wicket technique that they trust. Mine certainly wouldn't have been to dig in and try and survive it. I would have tried to fight fire with fire. Maybe there's a confidence level in the middle order that doesn't have that yet, and certainly something that needs to be found quickly.
Here's Gregory again. Must be a single here. Jack Leach is down at third man. Barely got a chance to bat, Jack Leach. Barely got a chance to do anything yesterday, but and the way things are going, he must be wondering whether he's going to bowl at all. With, the 7 wickets down. In an ideal scenario, you don't want Jack Leach bowling in the first innings. You want him doing all his work in the second innings when, you know, those footholes from those great big feet of Craig Overton have opened up a little patch for him to spin the ball out of. And, you know, like I said, as it seems at the moment, you know, Jack Leach is just happy, you know, just cheering everyone on and clapping vigorously as he normally does. Again, beautiful bowling there from Trego, just really on form. I always got a sense with Trego that he relished days where the day after a bad day. I always felt like him being stung or feeling down was always a really good emotion for him to go into a game. Very rarely we see Craig Overton have a disappointing day with the bat and not bowl well, or vice versa. He always comes back. Love that about him. And that's the great thing about being an all-rounder as well. If you have a bad day with one discipline,
yeah, that is a massive benefit. And you know, there's a lot of all-rounders on the field. Ben Green can offer with the ball, Lammonby can offer with the ball, Goldsworthy can offer with the ball. You know, there's a lot of multi-faceted cricketers out there that have got a lot of cricket to play this season for the club. And like I said, the batting is a concern for sure, but you know, with, you know, new coaches' input and you know, maybe just a bit of character to be shown, I'm sure the boys will turn it around. 'Cause there's no doubt, you know, you don't have the amounts of runs and hundreds under your belt that these boys have without being good players. It's just, you know, I think maybe a little bit ring rusty. You know, I suppose the wickets of Abu Dhabi are not quite the same as the Rose Bowl and Taunton in early April.
Yeah, and there was encouragement from Tom Lammonby yesterday, I thought. He was batting when conditions were at their most challenging, and he did battle his way through.
Which is a great sign. Yeah, it was a standout innings, obviously, of the day. He showed what could be done with a bit of application and a watchful technique.
And he's still a young guy. He's still only 21. I was quite surprised to see that. I think he's 22 quite soon.
Yeah, he's got a lot of development definitely to come. Lot more to come from him. But again, you know, I don't want to be a boring script, but you know, the players' demands and different formats that they play now does make the game a little bit tougher when you come to an early April pitch in England. I mean, I'm pretty sure Lammers was playing subcontinent franchise cricket at some stage in the winter, and a lot of the lads out there on the field have done the same. And it's a massive adjustment to go back to trying to bat for a whole day on a pitch that's green and nipping around against a red duke. It's almost like a different sport, but that's the modern day cricket. You've got to adapt, and you've got to work out a way that works for you.
Down the leg side this time, rarely off target Craig Overton in this spell, ending the over with that one. New batting coach, of course, has just come in, Lachlan Stevens. He spoke rather well yesterday evening, I thought.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I don't know the chap. It'd be great to meet him at some stage. I've got to get my batting in order. I'll be batting for Western-super-Mare at some stage this season, so I might have to have a session with him. But no, it'd be really interesting to see his effect on the lads. Like I said previously, half an hour or so ago. When you're having a coaching session with your head coach or your batting coach, as you've been with all winter, sometimes just a different voice. Sometimes even just going out for a coffee with a coach can actually make a big impact on your game. Just having a real clear idea of how you're going to go about your business. And I had many conversations throughout my career where is it okay if I take the positive option every time? And Justin Langer used to, yes, that's what you're there for. We want you to. If we are 30 for 5, we want you to take them down. And sometimes getting that clarification of what's okay and what, the guys in the dressing room backing you to do can be quite liberating at times.
Change of bowling at the river end. Ben Green is on. Ben Green, who got into the wickets column last week in Southampton. He's bowled one spell of 6 overs yesterday. Thus far, you mentioned Justin Langer. There's so many vacancies in the England setup at the moment, but his name has been mentioned in a coaching context.
As it would be. It just doesn't feel right though, does it? You can't have an Aussie coach the England team, but it's happened in the past, and it will no doubt happen, I guess. But I don't know, something about it's almost like having a Manchester United footballer go and play for Liverpool. It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, Trevor Bayliss was the previous Aussie to do it.
Yeah, but Trevor Bayliss, he doesn't have the Australian legacy that Justin Langer does. It feels like Justin Langer would let himself down in some ways as an Australian. Just inducted into the Cricket Hall of Fame as an Australian, and then within the same calendar year go and coach the arch enemy. I don't know, something about the narrative
too
doesn't.
Soon, maybe.
Yeah, I think maybe too soon. Something about that whole. Fairy tale story, because Justin, an amazing career, a great career at Somerset, a great coaching career to date. I don't know, something about that whole story doesn't feel right for me. But there we go. Depends how big the coffers are at the ECB.
From your knowledge of playing with him, you obviously know him quite well because he was your captain here. Would you have marked him out as an outstanding coach?
One thing about JL is he lives his philosophy, and I respect that. Whatever he tells you to do is something that he would always be prepared to do himself. He was always pushing you to be a better version of yourself. The combination of Justin Langer and Andy Hurry at a pivotal stage in my career was the reason why I retired at 40. They were the catalyst for me fulfilling a very confused amount of potential that I had, or a potential that I was confused about, and they made it very clear on how to go about my business and become the player I became. So people like that have an effect on you. Obviously, Andy Hurry still involved with the club as director of cricket. Jason Kerr, guys like that aren't at the forefront of everything sometimes have the biggest effect. And players like Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory in particular, that have come through the club's ranks with Sarge and Justin Langer and Jason Kerr. I think what we're seeing today is the outcome. Yes, it's not golden every single day, but you've got a team here that don't ever stop and always compete, and that's a great thing for the clubs, for a club like Somerset to have.
And players who've come up through the age groups here as well. Craig Overton, I remember interviewing him and Jamie back in I think 2014, they came in a bit quicker than they might have expected, again because of injuries. Wasn't quite as bad as last week in Southampton, but there was a bit of a plethora, and they came in. I remember being sat down with them, and they were ambitious, both of them.
Yeah, of course, and you should be.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a little
down
bit,
leg side.
it's a little bit high. It's probably caught Adam Wheater just above the knee roll, but something that I always used to negotiate with the umpire. I used to get into the umpire's ear at square leg. I said, look at the height of the top of Adam Wheater's pads, and it's literally halfway up the stumps. They are youth pads at best. So that's hit him just above, where I think on a normal, or on Dan Lawrence's pads, for instance, that is probably hitting the top of the knee roll. It's a bit of an illusion there. I always used to try and con the umpire into giving me a little cheeky one against Adam Wheater, but they're too wise, these umpires. I'd be really interested to see a replay of that last LBW show, actually, because I reckon Adam Wheater's doing his own little con game.
Maybe we'll have a chance at the end of the over. Very, very useful, this replay facility that we've got on the live stream.
Yeah, on the live stream now, you have a look. When Adam Wheater goes back to his stumps to address his ball, look at the top of his pads, how low they are on the stumps.
There's another one. Number 8 has gone. You could see the deflection from here, really, couldn't you? He went for an expansive drive, and he's come a cropper. That's number 6 for Craig Overton. 6 for 39 now, his figures. And he will be absolutely cock-a-hoop, Craigo.
Great spell. Again, I'll keep saying it, you can't praise this 6 for enough. He's gone wobble seam onto the pad and then a big booming away swinger. So Adam Wheater's head, he's thinking about protecting his stumps and pads, and then he gets sucked into playing a wide one and gets the edge. I mean, it's poor batting, but it's exceptional bowling. He's literally bowled dozens of balls now, Adam Wheater, all in and around the stumps, and then he's thrown in the what you'd say is probably the try for a wicket ball, and
he couldn't resist.
Couldn't resist. So yeah, not a great shot, but the interesting thing is if you looked at that delivery, that dismissal in isolation, you think poor batting, but the build-up, what Craig's done to make Adam Wheater make that mistake. Again, can't credit Craigo enough this morning. He's been superb against a top batting lineup. You've got to say, Essex, they've been county champions over the last few years, or certainly have last 5 or 6 years they've won it a couple of times. So they're a top team. And it's great to see the boys battling back. If they can nip these 2 out for another, say, 10, 15, 20 runs, it is absolute game on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton.
Yeah, the lead is still, it's just 35, the Essex lead. And, that's riches by comparison with what we were expecting this morning, with just the 2 wickets down. This has been a tremendous fight back by the hosts, with Craig Overton at the forefront of it. It is 22nd over of the innings, and he's struck 6 times. Can he strike a 7th? Down the leg side, and will be a single, possibly a leg by from, yeah. So just 1 delivery remaining in the over. The sun is winning the battle of the Quantocks, which we could barely see first thing this morning. Nice view of them now as let's push gently up to mid-on to complete Craig Overton's over. What a spell. Applause all the way around the ground for Craigo.
And deservedly so. Craigo, if we have a look at that Adam Wheater LBW, which led to the poor shot again, wobble seam, nipping back. Oh, just a little bit below where you really wouldn't want to get hit. But again, I don't think that is particularly. Have a look at the top of the pads there. You've still got the sponsors' logos on the stumps there. So certainly, I don't think that's any higher than Dan Lawrence's a while ago. But again, the follow-up ball, the booming away swing delivery that Wheater nicked the reason why Craig Overton is currently sitting on 6 for 39 off of 22 overs. So not only has he taken the wickets, he's been miserly with it. Very Joel Garner-esque.
That's high praise.
And here's the big away swinger. You'll notice the seam will be more bolt upright, hence the ball swings away. Beautifully pouched there by Steve Davis with a very speedily looking James Hildreth sprinting up to celebrate with his nasty fasty.
He takes chances with a minimum of fuss, Stephen Davies.
He's just a class operator. It's what you want out of your wicketkeeper. Just no fuss, catch the ball. You know, you can tell a high quality wicketkeeper, the sound it goes into the gloves, it's almost like a dull thuddy sound. It just goes into the middle of his gloves every time. Even the one that he sort of took earlier on, diving down to his left when that ball
was a
off-sidled
brilliant
it back.
take.
Yeah, just one-handed straight into the middle, no fuss.
They used to say about Bob Taylor years ago that you could barely hear the ball as it went into his gloves, which is a good sign for a keeper.
It melts in, as they say.
Yeah. He's done a great job since he came here from Surrey, Stephen Davies, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's a fantastic character. He's a great man to have around the dressing room, and again, he's a quality performer and very free with his sort of advice for the younger players. So, good club man, and again, he does his job very well.
And it solved a problem really as well, because spoiled for choice at one stage with Joss Butler here and Craig Kieswetter. Butler moved for understandable reasons. Craig Kieswetter we would have expected to carry on for a while longer, and then that awful injury.
Yeah, I mean that was terrible. I think I was next into bat when Craig unfortunately took that blow to the eye. Yeah, Dave Willey got one to sneak through the visor as Snater whips that one through mid wicket. But yeah, I mean the wicketkeeper position is absolutely vital. We were blessed with Butler and Kieswetter, but it almost created as many problems as it solved because of the challenges of trying to keep them both happy. But now things have moved on, and we've got the magnificent Steve Davis, and long may that continue. I believe he signed an extension, which is great for the club. As I depart, Stephen, I will see you after lunch. What a great session, and I think I've probably made the old Top Gear board.
You're on the honours board.
Happy days. What a great first morning back at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Tremendous start. It was written in the stars, Pete. Still to be Ben Green from the River End. Firmly defended. So we can have a look at the wickets that have fallen so far this morning. Here's the first ball of the day from Peter Siddle. That was a big one. Alistair Cook, having batted so well yesterday. Then that nipping back and taking the off stump. That was Sam Cook. Then Siddle again. LBW. Middle and leg probably. Great spell from Siddle. And then Craig Overton, show. Lovely catch by Matt Renshaw at second slip there. Moving to his left. Then the LBW. Fist clenches from Trego. This is great for Somerset supporters to watch in the sunshine. Overton rampant. Sam Dalling, welcome back.
Yeah, what a way to come back in. 6 for 7. He hasn't got 7 for before in his career. Not quite a career best yet.
And what a debut for Peter Trego.
He's on the honours board. He's happy with that, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Start as you mean to go on. But what a session. I mean, either side of the evening or overnight, really, for Somerset.
Another beauty. Played at and missed. Simon Harmer couldn't lay a bat on it. Applause almost for every Overton delivery at the moment.
Yeah, there's not been some bad ones. So Tom Wesley was out with the last ball of the 42nd over. So the ball before that, it's 103 for 2. Here we are, 28 overs later, having conceded just 46 runs and taken 6 wickets. That's serious pressure from Somerset, isn't it?
Yeah. They bowled impeccably this morning. Another ball demanding attention from Craig Overton. Essex 40 in front. And Somerset will be keen to polish them off this session to keep that lead within reachable bounds.
Batting points might have evaded Somerset, but bowling points, they're looking good for maximum, aren't they? And Essex might too miss out on batting points. Somerset will certainly be hoping so. Another 51 they need for their first.
Great turnaround. Need to play at that one, and that's been a rarity as well from Craig Overton. Just gone for Somerset from ball 1 this morning. The low catch by James Hildreth. Ankle height to send back Sir Alistair. And they've not really put a foot wrong since.
Quite literally ball 1, isn't it? It's not often you can say that. It's a phrase that people use, but literal in this sense.
And another beauty. And another play and a miss. They want to go on forever, Craig Overton, in this form.
We could do with a button, couldn't we? We should speak to Dan and just see if we can have a play and miss. Overton bowls play and miss button that we can just press to save the voices a little bit. He's been that good this morning.
The crowd are loving it. And encouraged people to come in this performance. I think they may have done too. It does seem to have filled a little bit.
It's Club Cricket Day. I think they've got the Southwest clubs. People were invited to come down. What a day.
Looks from the reaction of the fielders as though that shot at the stumps wasn't far away. I think he'd have been home. Generous applause, well deserved again as Craig Overton has his cap returned and will go into the slip cordon.
That Somerset dugout, and there'll be all smiles down there. Would have been a little bit pensive this morning. After a tough day, it would have been a difficult evening. Probably not much sleep going on, but they'll be much happier. The sun's out. There's still 73 overs remaining of the day as well, and Peter Siddle, who's bowled superbly, is going to have a switch of end. He's going to go back to the river end. Opened up this morning in front of us here at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. What else is going on? Yorkshire 49 for 2. No, they're not. That scorecard hadn't refreshed. 113 for 2 Yorkshire in response to Gloucestershire's 227. Adam Live has got 52. There's Harmer. Tall man gets in behind that one. David Milan has 35 up there, so their partnership is worth 65. Surrey still going against Hampshire. They've lost a few wickets though. 3-7-4 for 6 now. Will Jacks and Jordan Clark are in. The other Overton's next in, Jamie. Spent the early part of his week in Taunton playing second team cricket for Surrey over at Taunton Vale.
Just Mark Steckety to come for Essex, number 11. Good move this, bringing back Peter Siddle. I feel Tom Abel wants to go for the jugular at this stage. Short spell from Ben Green. But Siddle was the initial destroyer this morning.
Fought superbly, didn't he? 3 slips in, and why not? Harmer, who can bat. Plenty of runs in his, plenty of wickets, but plenty of runs as well in Harmer's first class career. A couple of hundreds. Averages 24, so no mug. Oh, but Peter Siddle almost made him look like one there. That's a beautiful delivery from Peter Siddle. Harmer had to play it really. Played all round it and did well to not get a little tickle on that. Through to Peter Siddle, through to Steve Davis. Peter Siddle will do well to be behind the stumps as well. Beautiful stuff. Harmer withdraws the bat, but very late. Hildreth and Renshaw in there. Overton at third slip. Somerset's usual slip cordon. Oh, it's a genuine outside edge, that. From Harmer through the vacant 4 slip area. Jack Leach, who was still yet to see turn his arm over. Yeah, you can't really, you know, it's a very Jack Leach to not the times he's played and not bowled, but actually you can't really.
Yeah, it's got to be done by the top 3, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Actually, only 2 of them who've taken the wickets. Lewis Gregory, although his deserved wickets, has not taken one.
Snater drives that into the offside where Tom Lammonby does the fielding. Also capable of bowling. Haven't seen him, haven't seen Tom Abel yet. No Leach, no Goldwell. It's almost a white ball side in terms of the number of bowling options Somerset have got. But the 3 men in particular, well, Craig Overton's a standout. Peter Siddle too. This will be the last ball of his 20th over. He's only gone for 33 runs.
Just a little bit wide and not requiring a stroke to complete the over. But good move by Tom Abel to bring back the experienced Australian. Every captaincy move has worked well for Tom Abel this morning. Siddle opening up, taking the Alistair Cook wicket. Craig Overton coming on, striking almost immediately. And all the wickets visible on the scoreboard. In fact, the 2 wicket-taking bowlers in harness at the moment. 6 for 40, Craig Overton. 2 for 33, Peter Siddle. Absolutely sure of himself playing that, Simon Harmer. He's picked up a single down to long leg, but it wasn't a confident shot. .151 for 8. 42 in front, Essex. It's a figure we need to keep an eye on. That's firmer, and he's going to bring in 4. Deep square leg, easy as you like. Just give him a little bit of room on his pads.
You get the feeling those, even if it's just quite a small lead, it could be crucial here. Doesn't appear as if it's going to be a high-scoring game, stating the obvious. But a 50-plus lead, Essex might now. And they've certainly reassessed from overnight. But actually, if they can get 80, 90 ahead, they might be really pleased with that.
Brace of boundaries from Shane Snater, still on strike. Is that taken at slip? It is. The finger raised, and the Snater threat has been snuffed out. So Craig Overton strikes yet again. What figures he's got now? 7 for 45. The 9th wicket has gone, with the total on 156. And my word, this game has moved on apace this morning.
It certainly has. Career best then for Craig Overton. Never before has he had 7 in an innings. And he's bowled superbly. I mean, Peter Trego's talked us through the wobble seam and setting batters up. And the short ball he's used really well. He bowled one to Sam Cook just before he got him out. The ball before, he had a nip backer at Sam Cook, which he left and was bowled. And that one, Snater, more renowned as a bowler than a batter, I think it's fair to say. And so not really playing that one very well at all to give Craig Overton number 7. Number 5 in the morning as well for him.
Yeah. Tremendous performance. Yeah, a couple of nice shots from Snater actually, but that one was too difficult for him to control. And, second catch of the morning for James Hildreth. A reasonably straightforward one. And comfortably taken. So it'll be Mark Steckerty coming in at number 11 for Essex. Overton looking for number 8 here, must fancy his chances. Still 3 deliveries of the over remaining. All is well with Craig Overton, just lifts the ball to acknowledge the applause from below us in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. It's a nice touch. In fact, it's not going to be a wicket, it's going to be a single for Steketee. I imagine Peter Siddle would quite fancy bowling at his fellow Australian in the next over. Going to have another look at that Overton wicket. Yeah, Snater couldn't really handle that at all. And a straightforward catch for first slip. Nicely driven, and I think some of the way was taken off that by Tom Lammonby. Diving attempt, it won't quite get to the boundary. Pick up 3 here. Good effort, but couldn't quite make a clean interception. Yeah. Overton looking to polish things off here. Full and driven and well stopped. It's a big frame to get down to that ball, Craig Overton. But we know how athletic he is in any position in the field, and did very well. So more applause for the big man.
Richly applauded. Here's that slow motion camera again, just taking the top of Shane Snater's, was it the top, either the top of his bat or the glove or handle. He wasn't in control, wasn't really looking at it. Overton has 7. If you're just joining us here, well, welcome. Where have you been? You've missed the action. 160 for 9. Essex, it's not an error. Somerset have bowled superbly. About 13 minutes away from lunch now. Do hang around at lunch. We've got a couple of special guests joining us for a new feature. There's Harmer. Punches nicely on the back foot. They'll pick up at least a couple. Ben Green's quick, not quick enough though. 4 for Harmer, he moves into double figures. I suspect Steketee's remit will be very much to give Harmer the strike now and just try and push that lead on as far as they possibly can. So it's, what are we looking at? 12 minutes to 1, so lunchtime's at 1 o'clock. Still 71 overs remaining in the day. Somerset used all seamers, no Jack Leach, so we'll be slightly behind the over, eh? Harmer defends that one, and yeah, we've got it's brilliant to see actually, full press box, huge game this one, and we're going to be joined for, I'm going to call it a view from the press box, might be a work in progress name, but I like it to start with. Matt Roller, ESPN's assistant editor and reigning, he's just been awarded the Christopher Martin Jenkins Young Journalist of the Year for 21-22, richly deserved, and also George DeBell as well, the Cricketers' chief correspondent.
Should be an interesting chat.
Harmer drives down the ground. Yes, they are both. I can see them. They are heads down. It's been a busy morning for the gents, ladies and gents in the press box. There's lots of tapping away. They just one of them's kind of looking up, and then another wicket falls, and they're having to. There'd be plenty to write about. You could write a match report, I think, just on this morning session so far. Is that Annie Chave as well in there of county cricket matters? Pushes out to Craig Overton, who does the fielding at cover. Just 2 slips in for Harmer. So yeah, George and Matt are going to be joining us in about 10 minutes time. So we'll stay live on air. You've probably got just about 30 seconds to nip off and grab your lunch, or if you haven't already got it with you, grab a cup of tea. And then we're just going to talk a little bit about county cricket generally, players to watch, who they fancy to have good seasons. Might mention Joe Root as well. Harmer drives nicely. Siddle does the fielding off his own bowling. One bounce. Yeah,
they weren't fooled, the Taunton faithful.
They
know
weren't.
What they're doing. They were just applauding the fielding.
He tried to add to the confusion, didn't he, by feigning to throw it up. Oh, he's bowled superb. He's only got a couple, Siddle, but he really has been superb, as Peter Trego has talked us through earlier this morning. These two bowling in tandem, all about partnerships. Cut away by Harmer. That's about the first ball, loose ball Peter Siddle's bowled, and Harmer, tall man, just cuts that on the deck. So finishes the over with a boundary. He's on 14. Essex 168 for 9, so that lead is now 61, as we just see on the replay. You can't really criticise Peter Siddle, Stephen, given what he's got through this morning, but that was a slightly loose one.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a little bit of tiredness there. He bowled 2 lengthy spells yesterday and 1 this morning. Quite respect the decision to bring him back to try and polish off the innings. Hasn't quite been able to do that. Can Craig Overton do it this over? Not with that delivery, which will give Mark Steckety exactly what he wanted, which is a single. Put Harmer back on strike. So the lead now is exactly 60 for Essex. It's creeping up. They've had a tremendous morning, Somerset, but I wonder how significant that lead already is. There's the James Hildreth catch again to send back Shane Snater. Full and straight. Pretty well played by Simon Harmer. Can Craig produce an 8 for the first time in his career? He's already got a career best here. Down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 leg byes.
I think it's
No,
runs.
Bit of bat on it. Possibly inside edge.
It's one of those you just get a tickle on, don't you? And you need enough of it, otherwise if you get a really fine one and you risk getting caught behind. But he just got enough. And it's a good little innings this from Simon Harmer. It's only worth 18 so far, but actually in the context of his game could be crucial.
That's another good stroke. He'll have at least a single for that, probably 2. Pulled in inside the rope. Yeah, he's on to 20, Simon Harmer. A low-scoring game as this is so far. That might be worth double. Frustrating moments these for Somerset towards the end of what's been a tremendous session for them. 7 wickets in it. Full, and more runs here. To just the single, in fact. So Steckety will have a couple of deliveries from Overton to complete the over. Australian number 11. Appeal for LBW, shaping down the leg side. Not out is the verdict. Looked like it was just missing.
I'd have liked that one though, Steckety, to leave Harmer stranded. Yeah. Not
far away.
No, because it didn't get up at all. It's hit him really low, so height certainly was an issue.
Lovely day for watching cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and a good number of spectators in. And they've certainly seen the home side do well this morning.
Harmer leaves that one alone. 21 he's got now. Watchful, so just a couple of slips in for him. Oh, beautiful. It's a really cleared up flat watch. There's a few people out on the flats. They're in the shade over there. Top deck has got some sunshine. But there's no finer place really to be on a bank holiday Friday, is there, Stephen Lamb?
Yeah, it's the only sort of downside of those balconies, those individual balconies, is they don't keep the sun for very long.
Well judged leave from Simon Harmer there. not too far away from his off stump, but he knew what he was doing. And I've said it before, I'd still marvel. It says a lot about the dressing room and the togetherness at Essex that he is playing in this game, having been bowling in Port Elizabeth on Monday. I don't think they'd officially ruled him out.
And he's contributing.
No, quite.
Yesterday and now in both disciplines.
Solidly pushed forward.
Sorry. The only blot on the copybook is the missed chance.
Yes, Lammonby, wasn't it? Lammonby was on 6, went on to make 48. As we see a slow-mo replay of that LBW shout. No, it wasn't. I thought it was going to be. I think it was that little tickle from Harmer down the leg side. Davies did his best, but he's never getting to that one. And Harmer got just enough on it. Leaves that one alone watchfully. No real hurry. They'll maybe not want to lose that last wicket before lunch, Essex. I know it's only a relatively small thing, but slightly, you know, psychologically, want Somerset to have to get, or the bowlers to have to get ready and go back out there, even if it's only 10 minutes after lunch to pick up that last wicket. Siddle, Overton in particular have got through a lot of work this morning, so they'd quite happily go and have their lunch and put their feet up. Harmer pushes it to mid-on for no run. How long they'll have their feet up for is another story. When Somerset bat again, we shall see. We did say yesterday, 109 all out Somerset, but you can't really judge a pitch and the conditions until both sides have had a go on it. And if you look, I mean, 19 wickets we had, just a 1/2 century, and that's a player of Alistair Cook's calibre. Lammonby made 48, Nick Brown 25, and then the next Harmer 21. So there's really not been many scores of note for either side. As Siddle digs one in, Harmer started to advance down the track, and he's such a tall man, he had time to just turn that out to deep square leg and pick up the single. So we're going to have at least perhaps one, maybe two more overs, Stephen? One, do you reckon, before lunch?
One, probably, given that it's actually going to be Lewis Gregory who bowls it. Craig Overton is having a well-deserved rest ahead of putting his feet up for 40 minutes. The lead now is 68 for Essex. An important figure that's on your screen there in a low-scoring game. 19 wickets have fallen in 4 sessions. It's a fair old rate.
To see Ben Warren sneaking in at the back of the press box, looking like he's going to put Peter Siddle on the, not Peter Siddle, Peter Trego on the honours board at Peter Trego's insistence, I'm sure. Unlike Harry Everett, who is already up there, but he was taking Somerset wickets. Peter Trego, as he did all through his career, took wickets for Somerset this morning.
So Lewis Gregory will just bowl the 1 over before the lunch interval, which, if he can take a wicket, will be the last of the innings. 5 more opportunities to do that, with 9 wickets down.
Slightly odd one, isn't it, to bring Gregory back for 1 over. I can see why you wouldn't want to turn to a part-time bowler, given the pressure on Essex, but I'm not sure Gregory would have been expecting to come back before lunch.
Pulled away down to deep backwards square. They're going to get a couple for this. It's nicely stopped just inside the rope by Peter Siddle. Not the kind of thing he particularly wanted to have to do after his bowling efforts this morning, but cricket isn't like that. He gets singled out at unexpected moments. Possibly it was, the thinking was to allow Lewis a chance to pick up a wicket at the end of the innings. Hasn't taken one yet, despite bowling really well. So almost complete this session, which has been hugely watchable, particularly if you're a Somerset supporter, seeing them come back to a degree from the tribulations of yesterday. Appeal for LBW here. Was that missing off? That's the likely reason it was turned down. It wasn't far away.
Yeah, it looked like it just hit him outside off, didn't it? It certainly wasn't height. Gregory's still standing in the middle, head down. Well, I suspect the replay might show us that it was just hit him outside the line.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was definitely playing a shot. He wasn't playing a particularly good shot. Played all around it, really. But I don't think Lewis Gregory can have any real complaints there.
Been a bit of a frustrating innings for him, though, hasn't it? He's found the edge on numerous occasions without the ball going to hand. It's often gone to the boundary instead, which is always frustrating. This is his 19th over in all, 0 for 46. His figures. Oh, that's cut him in half. So, pretty sure if the umpires are going by the electronic clock, which is at the bottom of the scoreboard here, this must be the last over before the interval. 13:02 it says. And he keeps it out, and that means that Essex will continue to bat after the interval. Over completed by, or are they going to go off? That doesn't look like they are going off.
Well, they're a bit behind. So if Somerset, you should have 32 overs in a session, shouldn't you? So Somerset are a little bit behind that, but yeah, you never know. They're always tinkering with the regulations.
I thought lunch was fixed for 1, but that's obviously changed. Must have done. So maybe it's when there are 64 overs remaining. 9 wickets down.
I'll tell you who would know. We haven't got access to her right now. Polly would know. But yes.
That could well be the answer.
So Siddle is going to continue then. He's got a couple. He's going to bowl with 3 slips. Mark Steckety facing fellow countryman. He keeps that one out. Just about. Sean
he's the batter that Siddle wants to bowl at. No question at all. Australian to Australian.
There's been a wicket up at the Incora County Ground in Derbyshire. Shan Masood has finally fallen, but not before he's made 239, so I don't think he'll be too disappointed.
What a player.
Drives down towards mid-on there. There'll be no run. Yeah, Wayne Madsen as well. He made 111. He's been around a long, long time. I bet Peter Trego has played a lot of cricket against Wayne Madsen. But yeah, Shan Masood started off with 91 and 62 at Lords last week. 239, and when we've talked about some home debuts here, Peter Siddle's had a good home debut. Shan Masood's had a decent home debut, hasn't he? 437 for 6, Derbyshire are left alone outside off stump by Steckety. It'd be good to see them have a good year. They had a tough year last year, lost Matt Critchley as well, but Mickey Arthur has gone in there, so change is afoot, and it seems to be having an instant impact. As we see Lewis Gregory cutting Simon Harmer up in the previous over. Steckety kind of fends that one out towards mid-on. It was almost like he was playing a topspin forehand.
It wasn't the shot of a batter, really, was it? But it kept the ball out, which is what he wants to do.
Oh, see, they had the slow-mo cam on Lewis Gregory for the entirety of that last over. This is that LBW shout. Perfect seam position. It's not high. It's very close. It hits the very outside of the pad, doesn't it, by the looks of things? And if you see where Mark Steckety very helpfully. Was it Steckety? Yeah. Keeps his foot very still for us, which is ideal. As again, we see that wristy topspin forehand from Mark Steckety. He plays a pull shot afterwards, but it wasn't quite the shot he played.
The angle of the slow-mo camera is just marginally different. Sometimes makes it look, when it's a tight LBW shot.
Of which that was one, wasn't it? It was very tight.
The angle of the camera made it look even tighter.
I would imagine if you asked Lewis Gregory afterwards, he
so it was plumb.
Well directed short ball there. Steckety gets out of the way. So a few more overs before lunch, we think. Potentially, are they going to go off? But stick with us. Remember, we've got a view from the press box. George DeBow and Matt Roller joining us for the lunch interval. So we're past 1 o'clock, but Essex 9 wickets down, so they're still out there.
Hitting off pole, Lewis would have said, I think. That's the expression
He
nowadays.
He talks about poles, doesn't he, a lot? His wickets. There we are. We're on camera, Stephen. Smile. There's the leaderboard. Look, we can
Candidly.
see Peter Trego's gone up there already.
What a debut, Peter Trego.
So efficient here at Somerset County Cricket Club. 5 for 37 against Essex. Harry Everett still top. 5 for 18 against Notts last September. That was Notts wickets to fall. Peter
I think I
Trego
was on with him when he took those.
I don't think he was even meant to be on that day, was he? He was a kind of a last-minute call-up. 3 for 10 as well in a later spell.
That Peter Trego one could be there all season.
Playing a miss there from Harmer, who's on 24 now.
So it isn't just a one-over appearance from Lewis Gregory.
No.
I thought it would be.
Yeah, it felt a bit strange, didn't it, to bring a quick bowler back on. Yeah, lunchtime. George DeBow and Matt Roller with us for a view from the press box. We'll get there. They know a lot about county cricket. They've watched an awful lot. They write an awful lot, and they write brilliantly about it. So we'll hear perhaps some players to watch from those two.
That's a good leave. It wasn't far outside off stump. Good judgment, though, from Simon Harmer. Just struggling to make this final breakthrough. Somerset, the last wicket partnership, is worth 23, which is extremely useful runs for Essex. Up in the air briefly, will fall safe though and bring Harmer a single. Worked deep square.
It's already, it gives you an idea of the context of that 23. It's now 24, isn't it, with that single? It's now the third highest partnership in the match. So when Somerset look back on it, this could be a key little passage before lunch.
Steckety pulling at that one and no contact with it at all. Ugly looking shot. Gregory frustrated again. Just got to hang on in there when you feel the gods aren't smiling. Yeah, good judgment on the leaving front.
Yes, more judgment than luck, do you think? It didn't miss off stump by much, did it? Give Steckety some credit there.
Just a reminder of an offer if you're tied up with work or whatever at the moment, but might be free in time for the last session. There's a special after tea price, which I'll give you in a second. Oh, is this it this time? Yes, at last, Lewis Gregory has taken the final wicket of the Essex innings. Just desserts for him. Mark Steckerty has gone, LBW, and the Essex innings has come to a close. That will be lunch now. The lead for Essex is 71. That's where Somerset will start after the interval. There'll be 71 runs behind on first innings, so some ground to make up in what has been a low-scoring match so far. Lewis Gregory finishes with figures of 1 for 47 from 20 overs, but that's been a tremendous performance by the Somerset attack in general. They've taken 8 wickets this morning. Peter Siddle, 2 of them. Lewis Gregory, 1, and the other 5 taken by Craig Overton. Good fight back by the hosts.
Oh, brilliant. And beyond, I think, we talked downstairs, Stephen, didn't we, this morning before play about how Somerset, we had them for a couple of quick wickets. I don't think we could have, in the wildest dreams of Somerset fans, imagined that Essex would be bowled out by lunchtime. Not with Alistair Cook going
Wasn't
well.
the scenario we were looking at.
109 for 2 they started this morning, Essex. That little flourish at the end, that partnership worth 24 for the 10th wicket might cause Somerset a little bit of frustration. You could see Lewis Gregory's relief, couldn't you? He kind of sunk down to his knees and just started laughing.
It's one of those partnerships you wonder how important it will be when the match is looked back on in the round.
Quite. In the context of the game, Craig Overton, 7 for 57, career best first-class figures for him. He, time and again, when Somerset need him, Pete Trego talks about him being the leader of the attack. He's a leader both in terms of wickets, but the way he lifts people around him, and likewise Siddle. Very different stages in their careers, but Somerset are lucky to have those. I mean, Jack Leach, the England's incumbent Test winner, it wasn't needed.
No.
You just couldn't justify bringing him on.
There was never a situation where... the only time I wondered was whether an over or 2 just before the close yesterday, but it wasn't to be, and certainly there was no question about bringing him on this morning, the way the seamers were going. Just the 4 bowlers used. Ben Green's spell was a brief one, it was 5 overs.
Yeah, Ben Green, I mean, we're giving all the credit to Siddle and Overton, and rightly so, those figures, but Ben Green, you know, if your third or fourth teamers come on and bowl a few loose balls and feed Essex a few runs, then you can undo some of that good work. But Ben Green, 8 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 12. Tom Abel, just the 3 overs in the innings, 0 for 15 for him. Ben Green probably deserving to be the fourth seamer after career best figures of 3 for 31 at the GS Bowl last week. Gregory, 20 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 47. Siddle, 23 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 42. Craig Overton, 25 overs, 6 maidens, 7 for 57. So 65 overs remain in the day. Somerset are going to go and bat again, and I think, weren't you just telling us about a little offer before that last wicket, Stephen?
Indeed. Yeah, the wicket rather put it into the shade. But post-tea prices, if you can make it for that final session, £7 for adults, 5 for students, and just 3 for juniors. And the way this game has been going this morning, it could be a fascinating session.
Well, no better place than in the sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. You've been with us all morning. Sam Dowling, Stephen Lamb, Peter Trego as well, courtesy of WPA Health Insurance. Grab a cup of tea, but stay with us. Don't turn off, because we've got George DeBell and Matt Rollock. They've been busy. Everyone in that press room has been busy this morning. And no sooner have they written out a wicket and put a bit of detail in, and another one falls. So they will be joining us. They're just wrapping up the innings. We'll go around the ground. We've talked about Surrey. They've reached 400 for 6 at lunchtime against Hampshire. Will Jacks, explosive white ball player. Will Jacks, he's 23 unbeaten. Lancashire in the first division as well. First game of the season for them, 466 for 5 they've reached. And Phil Salt on debut. There's a big partnership between 2 old hands, Stephen Croft and Dane Villis yesterday, but Phil Salt's made his way to 97, so he's just 3 short of 100 on his Lancashire debut. So we've talked about debutants. What else have we got? Let's go to Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire, they made 302. Glamorgan are 130 for 2 in response. Di Lloyd is 58, not out. Sam Northeast has 44. All a little bit of action around me here in the press box. Let's go to Derbyshire. We just talked about Sean Masood, an absolute fine innings from him. 239 to Derbyshire, 437 for 6 at lunchtime. And one final game, Gloucestershire up the road, 227 they made, Yorkshire 129 for 3 in response. And as promised, we've got something a little bit new, a view from the press box. We're going to do 20 minutes or so talking about all things county cricket, and I'm delighted to be joined by two gents who had busy mornings, probably typing more than they had anticipated when they turned up. I mean, they've had a busy morning as well. I suspect they were both travelling when some quite big news broke. Good afternoon, Matt Roller, ESPN's assistant editor, and reigning Christopher Martin Jenkins Young Journalist of the Year. Congratulations, Matt.
Thanks very much, Sam. Thanks for having me.
Well, you're very welcome. And behind me, I can see I'll turn and try not to strain my neck too much. The Cricketers' chief correspondent, George DeBow. How are you, George?
Got no awards to share there, hey? No, I got a silver swimming badge in about 1979. No mention of that.
Well, I did frantically Google and it didn't come up.
Nothing.
I was trying to give you a line. I didn't know if you'd won it previously, so I could have put that.
Never won a thing.
But we have two.
Like Somerset.
Well, there's a hint in what I was going to say there. We have two gents of a Somerset persuasion as well. A little bit of a soft spot for Somerset, George, for you?
Yeah, I grew up here.
There you go, see. So George has been watching Somerset for many years, and you too, Matt, as well, have a little bit of a soft spot.
Yeah, not quite as long as George, but yeah, no, I grew up here as well. My dad sort of introduced me to them. Yeah, and saw quite a good team as well, but again, one that never quite managed to win as much as it should.
Oh, by definition, not quite as long, I guess, Matt. It always surprises me when I hear how young you are. It makes me feel very, very old, particularly when I see videos of myself this morning and my hairline just creeping backwards every single time. And look, as much as I would love to talk about Somerset with you, we've been doing that all morning. And the idea is we're just going to have a general, I was going to call it a round table, but we're not quite at a round table, about county cricket. You chaps have been watching a lot of it for a number of years now, but we're going to perhaps maybe not talk about counties, but if I can ask you to pick out some some players to watch, some players that viewers and listeners may not have such a keen eye on. But I think first and foremost, I can't really not ask you about the news that broke this morning. Matt, interrupted your coffee run, didn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it came as a little bit of a surprise in terms of the timing, I think. Personally, I'm slightly surprised that it's happened sort of now in mid-April, just under 7 weeks until the first test of the summer, rather than at the end of an Ashes series. But I think it's quite often the way that people need a bit of time away from the spotlight to reflect, and England's schedule doesn't really lend itself to much time to think. Root in his statement, I think, was very measured, as he sort of has been for most of his captaincy, and said he hadn't quite sort of, I suppose, had the chance to take stock and realise how much of an impact the captaincy had on him away from the game, as well as sort of his leadership. And I think it just adds to what is quite a massive power vacuum at the heart of English cricket at the moment. Obviously, no chair at the ECB, no managing director, no head coach, no selector, no men's test captain. So it's quite a strange time to be sort of covering the start of a county season when there's so much upheaval and so many sort of positions up for grabs, I suppose.
Plenty of roles to fill. Can that work in England's favour in some ways? I'm thinking, social media is awash with names, and there's the usual names and then some more left field ones. You talk about someone like Rob Key as coming in as managing director, and Sam Billings is one of those left field names. So is there a potential chance that they could look and go, okay, so Rob Key and Sam Billings work quite well as a combo from their time at Kent, obviously not in the same roles? Might that play into their thinking at all, or the way you've looked at me there, it's like, no, definitely not Sam, be quiet?
Well, I think you get good odds on that as a duo, wouldn't you? Yeah, I think you get huge odds. Anything can happen, because we don't even really know who's making the decisions, do we? Is it Andrew Strauss still? Has Andrew Strauss put his hand on the shoulder of Joe Root? I think there's a chance. He has. Look, basically you pick the team and then you pick the best player in history. So Ben Stokes is probably the captain, isn't he?
The only viable choice, really?
other people have positive things they could bring to it. Anderson or Broad or Butler or Billings or Abel or but basically none of them are automatic picks all the time in all conditions, and Ben Stokes is, and I think he could cope with it. I mean, you'd need to know how he was. I think it's very likely that he wouldn't have taken the job if his friend Joe Root had been sacked. So I think it's probably relevant that Joe has stood down, and that enables Ben to take on the role without any qualms at all.
Yeah, that makes complete sense.
But yeah, anything could happen because we don't know who's in control. As you said, there's a power vacuum.
So Matt, let's stay on the theme of captaincy, shall we? And I'm not necessarily asking you to throw in left field names for an England job, but in terms of the captains in and around county cricket, because it's such a key role, captaincy, there's a lot that goes into it, and there's a huge pressure that comes with it as well. It's not just turning up, and it's not like at school when I used to do it, and it's just like, oh, well, we've got 4 overs each, I'll give each bowler 2 overs at a time. Who impresses you on the county circuit, captaincy-wise?
Well, I think there's quite a few. I think Tom Abel's done a pretty stellar job down here since he's been appointed. He was sort of thrown in at a pretty young age, and I think has led very well, both sort of on and off the field. I think he's pretty good at sort of, obviously there's been a pretty tough run of results in the championship for Somerset, but he's pretty good at fronting up after them and sharing people's frustrations, that sort of thing.
That's English cricket for you. Yeah. What we're looking for is somebody who can front up when they lose. That's a key requirement for the role.
It's experience. He's got some experience in it. But yes, he does do that.
I think there's quite a few names that will obviously be mentioned around the England captaincy, most of which I think are sort of far too left field, just when you consider the idea of someone coming into the team after years out of it, and sort of, we're mainly talking about batters here, aren't we? And I'm sure someone like James Vince might get mentioned, but the idea that he can come back into an England team after however long it's been, 3 or 4 years since he was sort of even a semi-regular player in the Test side, I think he's a very good leader from what I've seen on the field. I think he's a pretty good captain in across formats, actually. I think he's a pretty good T20 captain in particular, but I think realistically the chance of any of these guys coming in and being handed that role it seems very unlikely to me. In terms of county captaincy, I think are good. I've been pretty impressed by Will Rhodes as well. I thought he led Warwickshire pretty well last year. George has probably seen more of him than I have, but I think he did a pretty good job with that team last year, especially with sort of, if you think of a couple of their senior players retired, he's obviously moved counties. I think he's been very impressive. Sam Billings always impressed me when he does the job at Kent. So he captained them in the Blast last year, but again, in terms of talking about England options, I think it's a really tough thing. And I suppose this quite often happens with Test captains and happen with Root, is the sort of person you want to be England Test captain is unlikely to be the sort of person that's going to have spent enough time playing county cricket that they have a huge amount of experience. I think it's just, it's the nature of the job, is that players aren't going to spend 5 or 6 years as county regulars anymore before they break into the England team, or are unlikely to if they're then going to get into a position where they're viable captaincy candidates. I suppose in an alternative timeline where Rory Burns was, a regular in the side, averaging 35 or 40, his experience with Surrey might mean he would be a good stopgap option right now. But again, I think to ask someone to come back into the team with the inevitable scrutiny that would be on their batting, and add the captaincy on top of that, I think is way too much of an ask.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. And scrutiny on the captain, scrutiny on batting as well, George. England are probably, if it's fair to say, they're in need of a few, and there might not be people immediately, but you've watched a lot of county cricket in the last couple of years. I remember reading, you watched a lot of someone like Rob Yates, just one name, and that Somerset fans might not know as much about, but who are the standout young English qualified batters that maybe they don't have to be ready immediately, but people in the next couple of years who you might have half an eye on, or even a full eye on?
Tom Lammonby is a very talented player, but the problem, talent, or potential is the most overused word in cricket, isn't it? If you're looking for someone to bat at the top of the order, Rob Yates does look promising, but you would want to give him a little while yet. I actually think that they might go back to people like Dom Sibley or even Sam Robson, But with all these questions, it's a bit of a worry, the dearth of candidates that county cricket is throwing up right now in terms of head coach candidates, director of cricket candidates, and leadership candidates. I worry about that. Why don't we have more viable candidates right now? And I think we know the reasons. It's because the county cricket's been diluted by the ECB in the last few years. But I'm not sure it would have mattered who was captain. Well, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have mattered. I don't think Jesus could have led that side to victory. So I feel that all those guys who have been sacked have been a bit unfortunate. I just remember Ashley Giles saying a couple of days before he was sacked, I guess, we can either keep sacking people or we can look at the structural problems and try and correct those. We'll be doing exactly the same thing in 4 years and just sacking the new people who come in. And so far we're going that way. We're just going to sack more people.
What a wonderful world.
Well, the funny thing is that the only person who hasn't been sacked is Tom Harrison. In fact, he's just had a bonus instead. Most of the decisions actually fall at his feet.
Yes, I think that's fair to say. We're veering away a little bit from domestic cricket, which is completely all right. I think it's perfectly valid points and points that should be made and should continue to be made.
Just the point there is that if you get domestic cricket right, I think the England team pretty much looks after itself.
Yeah.
I've always thought that the captaincy role is a little bit overrated. If you have really good players and you play opposition that aren't as good as you, you tend to win. Yeah, but I would, if you look at Mike Brearley's record as England captain, he didn't ever play against West Indies as captain, and he quite often led against Australia's side that had was reduced by Packer. He also had for a little while two great all-rounders in Greg and Botham. I mean, probably only for a couple of tests, but they'd look at Ian Botham's record as captain. Well, he led, I think, exclusively against Australia and West Indies. And there's no one that was going to beat that West Indies side. So, a lot of the time, there was no one who was going to lead England to victory in Australia, and you have to look at the reasons behind that, I think.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. And leading to victory, Matt, county championship this year, and Warwickshire reigning champions. Who do you fancy in Division 1 who's going to lead their side to victory?
I tipped Hampshire before the start of the season, which looked a lot better 2 days ago than it does now because they're very much on the back foot at the Oval. I think they're the standout team for me. I think they were 1 wicket away from winning it last year. If they got the last man out at Liverpool against Lancashire, they would have won it. And they've obviously made a pretty good signing over the winter, getting Ben Brown in from Sussex. I think on paper it looks like an incredibly strong middle order in particular, and the fact they have two sort of genuine bowlers in the top 6 in Ian Holland and Liam Dawson means they have a lot of flexibility with what they do with the rest of the side. They can, I know they haven't so far, but they should be able to pick Mason Crane quite a lot. And he'll obviously come into it sort of later in the summer, especially in that title run-in. So I think they're a really good side. I think Lancashire are a really good side as well. They might well be sort of stripped of some of their best players at various points because they have a sort of huge number of England candidates across formats. But yeah, I think they look very strong in terms of, I think especially the players that they've recruited over the last couple of years. 2 guys they brought in from Sussex in Luke Wells, who's sort of turned into an all-format player for them, and then I think Phil Salt's 97 not out at lunch on his debut and is keeping wicket in the middle order. So I think those 2 are probably the best 2 teams in the country for me. I think Warwickshire are again going to compete. Essex have looked pretty solid in this game so far, but I suppose this morning showed some vulnerability against a pretty good bowler moving it around off the seam. So I think they'll be in the chasing pack, but maybe not quite. I think Hampshire are the best team, and I think Lancs will run them very close.
Interesting. The 2 names you mentioned there, Ben Brown and Phil Salt, and it just got me thinking. So Ben Brown did that interview a couple of weeks ago where, and I'm paraphrasing him, but he's said words to the effect of, well, why aren't England players looking at people who are 30, 31 and have played county cricket and have a record in it, as opposed to potentially Phil Salt, who's really talented, white ball cricketer, played white ball cricket around the world, 97 not out already at lunchtime on his Lancashire debut. Has he got a point there, Ben Brown? Are we so obsessed? You've talked a lot, different people have talked about England are obsessed with the Ashes, and we're always obsessed with 4 years' time. can we? Is it now time to live in the now a little bit and go out to players who have a background and have played 6, 7, 8 years of county cricket, or is that those days gone? Are we always looking at the next most exciting player to?
It's always about balance, isn't it? It's always about trying to get the balance to build for the future and putting in the strongest side now. And we clearly haven't got that right. We saw it in the Ashes and in the Caribbean. There was a lot of planning. You know, a good example would be Mark Wood not playing in Adelaide. He needed to play England, needed to win that game. But they're always thinking a couple of tests down the track, which is in many ways an admirable thing. But sometimes if you're not looking where you're going, you trip over. And I think that's what happened. Of course, there are cases for picking people of that age and maturity, but if you're a middle order batter, you are competing with some very, very good cricketers, aren't you? So that's the problem, particularly for someone like Ben Brown. But yeah, I mean, I think I said I don't know how old Sam Robson is now. I'm not sure there's definitely better openers in the country. I think he could probably feel a little bit aggrieved that he was discarded and then not looked at again. That's the thing that we perhaps don't give people an opportunity to improve. And there are loads of people. I don't know, how old's Joe Clark? 25. There's perhaps a temptation to look at, say, Bohannon as the next young guy who may or may not be ready, and not look at people who, I don't know, Hildreth is one of the best examples you'll ever come up with, isn't it? He could have had several years, probably has gone now, but if he had been picked 30 odd, he probably could have done a really, really decent job in that middle order. So yeah, you have to have a balance.
Yeah, talked about Mark Wood, quick bowlers, the dearth of potential dearth of them. But is there anyone in county cricket that can come in and be that point of difference? Bryden Cast has been desperately unlucky with injury. England quite liked him, didn't they?
Well, yeah, I suppose the problem is sort of trying to keep people fit and playing on pitches that are actually conducive to fast bowlers. I think we were both at Lord's last week, Sam, and watched Tom Helm bowl a very good spell for Middlesex against Derbyshire. Probably the standout bowler in that game, I would say. But he's, again, someone who has not played that many first-class games at the age of 27 or 28, I think he is. And has sort of constantly been discussed as someone with potential. But Middlesex have quite often, since they won the title, basically, in 2016, they've played on some pretty... on some pitches at Lords which have been conducive to sort of medium fast bowlers, rather than someone like Helm who is a little bit quicker, has a point of difference in that he's a bit taller, and it does find some extra bounce. But so yeah, you can mention however many names across the county circuit. I'm sure Somerset supporters would think Jamie Overton was someone who could have developed into a pretty good England player. Maybe he still could, but I think if you look at the pitches, I watched a lot of Surrey last summer, and some of the pitches that they played on at the Oval were incredibly flat, and it only does them so much good, sort of bounding in and slamming it into the pitch at 90 miles an hour when it's incredibly slow off the pitch and still pretty easy paced by the time it reaches a batter. So I suppose this is the constant. A constant talking point in English cricket is where is the next 90 mile an hour bowler coming from. I suppose there is actually a decent supply of them at the moment. The problem is that because there is so much cricket being played, it's very hard for them to actually maintain fitness over a long period of time. You look at someone like Ollie Stone, I think he's only going to play white ball cricket until probably the second half of the summer, as I think what he said in an interview recently. And he's been pretty impressive in the very few opportunities he's had at international level, but it's difficult to see how he's going to string together a sustained period of red ball cricket, which is actually going to allow him to thrive if he becomes an England regular in Test cricket.
He's one of those names you almost forget about. He's been out for a year or so now, and a few years ago, Toby Rowland-Jones, I don't think he ever actually got dropped from an England side. He just was taking wickets and then couldn't stay fit. George, you've watched a fair bit of Warwickshire. I don't think he's necessarily a 90 mile an hour bowler, but Liam Norwell is a name that is potentially there or thereabouts. Took a fair few wickets last year. I know fitness has been an issue for him, but
he did really well last year. I mean, he's absolutely not a 90 mile an hour bowler, to be fair. I mean, I think he reckons he bowls about 82, which is not an area that England are badly resourced on, to be fair. In that, so he's trying to get past Anderson and Broad among many others, but he's a good bowler. He wouldn't let England down. He hits the seam. They say he bowls a heavy ball. He's quite strong, and whether he. What do I mean? I would be I would have low levels of optimism if he were opening the bowling for England in Lahore, which is the next overseas tour, for example. So, but he might be as good as I can think of off the top of my head in terms of the next generation. I mean, Ollie Stone, there is a possibility he could play a championship game in May. He was saying the other day, but I mean, whether you would pick him with, how many tests in an Ashes series would he get through, realistically? It's interesting that the two Warwickshire players who are perhaps the most exciting, Jacob Bethel and Shay Simmons, I think, are both Barbadian. They might well have British passports, but they've grown up and played a lot of their cricket in Barbados, and it's interesting that we're still reliant on players who have been at least brought up in some part overseas. Now, why is that? I don't know the answer, really. Maybe because cricket's become a bit of a niche sport here. Maybe it's as simple as, other countries have a wider pool of players to choose from, but Barbados isn't a very large island, and it is slightly odd that we're still so reliant on picking people up from elsewhere, and a bit of a worry.
Yeah, it certainly is a bit of a worry. And I'm going to veer in a slightly different direction just before we wrap up, Matt. I was going to ask you about spinners. There's one who didn't get a ball, and you can't really. I mean, there have been many times where Jack Leach hasn't bowled as much as Jack Leach ought to have bowled. You can't really knock it here. It got through that marathon 60-odd over spell, wasn't it, in West Indies? Is he, for you, still England's best spinner? And the follow-up question, which I suspect I know the answer, is might Matt Parkinson feel a bit unlucky not to have got a game yet?
I think, to answer your second question first, I think I was up in Manchester on Monday at Lancashire's press day, and I think Parkinson felt slightly unfortunate not to have played in Barbados, given how that Test match panned out, and given how flat the pitch was. I think he sort of thought he might have half a chance of playing the third Test when England landed in Grenada, and then England went to training and saw that it was a green top, and he sort of pretty quickly gave up on that. I think Jack Leach is England's best spinner right now. I don't think Parkinson quite has the sort of body of work almost to dislodge him in that role. I think he's still only played 32 first class games at the age of 25, which is probably, as he was saying the other day, symptomatic of England's sort of wider attitude towards spin. But I think Leach will probably start the summer as the number one. I think it'll be interesting to see whether he actually plays in the first Test of the summer, having sort of been perennially left out at home over the past couple of years. I think he sort of, it was quite an interesting series for him actually in the Caribbean, because he obviously got through a huge number of overs. I don't think he bowled out of his skin by any means, and he probably didn't quite take as many wickets as he would have hoped for. But he did, there were obviously doubts at various points in Australia about his ability and his suitability to fill that holding role that you need from spinners early in a game, whereas he obviously managed to do that very well, admittedly on slow and pretty placid pitches in the Caribbean, without quite managing to bowl teams out on the final day. I basically think Leach is probably still England's best spinner right at the moment. In terms of others coming through, there's a guy at Worcestershire, Josh Baker, who I think is pretty highly rated. I think he's only 18 and took 4 for the other day in the Championship, and I think he'll get a few chances at various points this season. That's a sort of long answer to say, I think Leach is number one for the time being.
A long and very good answer. Any chance for Critchley, George? Will they have an eye on him? Very early in days since he moved from Derbyshire, but he's bats as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably as a second spinner though, yeah? You would be loath to go into a Test with him as your first spinner, I think. But maybe that's a mentality issue. It depends who the captain is, depends how bold they're going to be. It's difficult to captain leggies. It is difficult. I think you've got to be realistic about that. I don't know whether Leach is the best. He's a very impressive guy in many ways. He'll certainly never let you down. He's worked on his batting, he's worked on his fielding. Is his best ball as good as, I don't know, Moeen Ali's best ball? No. Is it as good as Mason Crane's best ball? Probably not. I think Matt Parkinson maybe has stolen a bit of a march on Mason Crane there because Mason Crane was injured for so long. I actually think Callum Parkinson's a good bowler. But the key thing is that there are quite a lot of guys who could be quite good. They need to bowl. They've got to bowl and bowl and bowl. That's what Jeetan Patel would say. That's the secret. They've just got to bowl lots and lots of overs. And the pitches in county cricket are really relevant to that. This pitch today, it's been a lot of fun. But you could watch Test cricket for 4 years and not see a surface like that. So maybe the pitches we had in the first round, which created, I don't know, at times some attritional cricket, let's say that. Maybe they weren't as entertaining as this. Well, they weren't. They clearly weren't. But maybe that's what we need to do to create cricketers that are going to win more games for England. And that's that weird conflict which we're going through right now.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. I mean, yeah, it's going to be brilliant if this game finishes inside 3 days, but it isn't going to prepare anyone to go up and play Test cricket. Although Craig Overton, he did bowl beautifully this morning. I had to get that in from a Somerset perspective. Well,
but he didn't bowl any differently, I don't think, to how he bowled in the Caribbean, eh?
No.
It was just a very, very different surface, and he didn't. It's not like he bowled badly in the Caribbean. You know what you're going to get with Craig Overton. He's going to give everything, and he's going to bowl a line of length. But here it nibbled. Batters didn't have the discipline as well, maybe. It's a different sport.
Has he lost a yard of pace? I read, we saw it with the speed guns in the West Indies. There'd all been all this talk for a year or two. Craig Overton's put on a yard, whatever that actually means. And then...
Well, when did he ever have this yard? When did a speed gun ever show that he was bowling at 87 or whatever?
Well, it's all in county. It's all hearsay, isn't it, in county cricket? People saying that, and then he gets... But I don't know if you saw Shield Berry's piece in the Telegraph that suggested he had a long-term shoulder injury.
Well, he does, but he's never been a quick bowler. That's not what he is. He's a very good English seamer who will give everything, but there's a limitation to that. There are other players. Chris Rushworth isn't so dissimilar. He wouldn't let England down either. But if you go, if they go and play at Perth, or it's going to prove very hard work, or in Karachi, they have got qualities. I'm a big Craig Overton fan, but this whole yard of pace thing. I think Jason Kerr was one of those who said all the way along. I'm not sure where this has come from. I'm not sure it's true.
Jason Kerr is a man who would know. He has been working with Craig Overton we're almost celebrating a decade of Craig Overton. That makes me feel really old.
Is that right?
It's about 2 weeks short of his first-class debut. Him and Jamie, who's at Surrey now, who does have that proverbial yard of pace. I won't say how Craig describes the difference between the two of them. But anyway, so Jason Kerr's been working them for many years. He would know. Well, look, we'll wrap that up. We'll be back here with the afternoon session. Somerset are going to come out and bat. We saw Tom Lammonby be shadow batting just before lunch here. George DeBell, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
For joining us. Matt Roller, thank you very much.
Cheers,
for joining us. I'll leave you to go and grab a quick bite to eat before the wickets start falling again. Thank you very much to everyone joining us here. Thank you to WPA Health Insurance as well. Our principal county championship sponsors. If you have just tuned in, the players are back out. They'll be back out after lunch very shortly. Essex bowled out for 180, very much Somerset's morning. They began the day 109 for 2. Alistair Cook went very first delivery of the day to Peter Siddle. They collapsed really, 180 all out, but that's still a lead of 71. Fascinating afternoon in store then. Join us in about 5 minutes' time.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Very brief break after that interesting chat between Sam Dalling and Matt Roller and George DeBell over the interval, and we're just about ready to go again. I can see two sun-hatted, Panama-hatted umpires emerging from the Andy Caddick Pavilion, and that is a sign that we are about to see the third innings of the match get underway in the fifth session, so it's been moving along very quickly. This game, I'm Stephen Lamb and delighted to have Peter Trego alongside. Tremendous morning for Somerset to coincide with your debut in the box.
Yeah, nice to be with you, Stephen, and nice to be back at the county ground. Like I said, my day one of the 2022 season has certainly gone pretty well so far. It was great watching Craig Overton pick up his career best figures for the club. Absolutely magnificent. My old teammate strolling out to the wicket, umpire Michael Burns. Who's up the other end, Stephen? Who's the other umpire?
Russell Warren.
Russell Warren. I played a bit of cricket against Russ as well. So
they've changed around, haven't they? They do that after in time for the second innings. They just switch, don't they, from where they were?
Yeah, I think Mike Burns has to go down the other end to cool his finger down. He had a bit to do in that first session, and rightly so. Good decisions made, and all very legit, fair dismissals. Again, the Somerset bowling attack have done a magnificent job. Sam Cook getting prepared to bowl the first ball of Somerset second innings. And I kind of feel even early on in the season, Stephen, this is quite a pivotal innings for the Somerset batting lineup to try and rebuild some of that confidence. Obviously, it's been a bit shaky. No doubt that the press and the supporters are circling after a couple of failed innings. So I think this is quite a big moment for the season.
Agreed. They could really do with a decent total on the board in this innings to give themselves a chance of saving, or not inconceivably winning. We weren't thinking in terms of any possibility of that at the start of the day. That's one outside off stump from Sam Cook. As you'd expect, Essex on the attack. With they had the 4 slips in all day yesterday, or all innings anyway.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I mean, Sam Cook, he's known for, much like what Pete Siddle and Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton did for Somerset. They are monotonous line bowlers. He very rarely gives you anything to hit. So be interesting to see how Ben Green and Tom Lammerby face up to him. To be perfectly honest, interesting to watch from my end as Ben Green prods forward with a very solid defence. Again, great exponent of a slight bit of a way shape and very good at bowling that nip back delivery, hunting that front shin. I think that's his mode of dismissal. Sam Cook, when I've played against him in the past, he really does hunt your front pad. He's a very, very wily bowler. Not a high pace, enough pace, but certainly has some of the dark arts.
That's maybe a little bit of leading edge out to backward point from Ben Green. He bowled a tidy spell this morning, but most of the work done by the big 3.
Yeah, of course. The stats speak for themselves. Obviously, the damage done by our international talisman, Craig Overton, bowled absolutely beautifully. Probably the best I've ever seen him bowl, actually. It was really impressive. But today, why I think this is important, there's no better time to bat at Taunton than when the sun's shining, and it certainly is that this afternoon. So really, really crucial that these 2 or maybe top 3 can get through this new ball period and, get some mileage into the Essex bowlers. Obviously, being bowled out so cheaply, they're still very fresh. That's always a goal, I think, as a batting lineup. Take the seamers into their second and third spells where you're going to get some tired deliveries. That's going to be absolutely crucial for the Somerset lineup this afternoon.
Yeah, that new ball still glistening in the sunshine in the hand of Sam Cook. Full and driven, won't be a run. 7 for 57, Craig Overton's figures in the end. Career best figures and thoroughly well deserved. 2 for 42, Peter Siddle. Both those 2 taken today after he had no luck yesterday. And that was in 23 overs. Great economy rate, 1.8.
Yeah, I thought Lewis Gregory bowled better than his figures suggest as well. He was pretty unlucky. Beat the outside edge, a couple of edges that I think carried but weren't quite scooped up by the slip. So hopefully he saved his luck for that second innings.
Indeed, and got that well-deserved wicket, the last of the innings, eventually. And yeah, he crouched to the ground in relief.
Yeah, I think it was more relief than celebration with Lewis. You have those days as a bowler. Some days you bowl poorly and you get a top edge and, you know, that's caught down at fine leg or something like that. But some days you bowl technically a brilliant spell but don't get the rewards for it. It does swing in roundabouts throughout a county season. Lewis is experienced enough to know that he'll get his reward somewhere down the line, and hopefully this week or this weekend on a pretty glorious Easter weekend. We've got, bar the traffic on the M5, we're going to have a great weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm staying over tonight. I don't want to chance the M5. Here's Mark Skekety. Oh, that's a great ball to start off with.
Yeah, just nipped across Tom Lamby there, but he's held his position well and played and missed, rightly so, as you kind of want to do as an opening batsman. As long as you don't follow the nip, follow the ball, that's the way to play. Yeah, you've got to be really watchful against the new ball. Even on the flattest of flat wickets, a new Duke ball will offer some movement. So I noticed Tom Lamby is batting about 6-8 inches out of his crease, trying to negate some of that movement. So he's obviously been thinking about his own personal game plan.
Yeah, he was the pick of the Somerset batters yesterday with his 45. Can he build on that? The conditions certainly can't be any more difficult than they were yesterday morning. With the sun shining out there now, it looks an absolute picture, this ground. Great to see it in bright spring sunlight.
Yeah, it's a fantastic ground. Views across the Mendips, glorious day.
Oh, I think he played at that. I sometimes wonder with a left-hander whether he's just held the bat inside the line.
Well, you just don't know. A la Marcus Trescothick, he was famed for the play/not play. And was pretty darn good at it, to be fair. I think the important thing, Stephen, with those type of shots is you don't, again, like I say, you don't react to the movement and follow the ball. So Lammers is obviously played slightly inside and held his position. So certainly looks the way he's setting up like he's got a real strong game plan today.
That's a convincing leave. It's been great to see some of the camera work, the pictures of Marcus dotted around this pavilion. They've really done a good job playing shots, acknowledging applause, whatever. On every floor there are little reminders of him. It's great to see. Yeah,
he certainly deserves the adulation around the ground. It'd be nice to see one of myself somewhere at some stage. You know, after 500 odd games for the club, maybe in the gents' toilets or something like that. I don't know.
Perhaps you should take over from Marcus down at the River Stand there.
Well, I don't know if I'm stand worthy, but maybe the fish and chip shop underneath the Botham Stand end would be quite a nice thing one day, somewhere down the line.
I remember Alfonso Thomas demanding that stand be renamed. It was the day he took 4 wickets in 4 deliveries against Sussex, and you were playing in that game.
Yeah, I was chasing after him, trying to celebrate with him. It was it was a hell of a day. It was one of those, 4 in 4. I mean, that is, you don't see that very often. I think at least 2 of the wickets were pretty average balls and drag-ons from miles outside off stump. But like I said, when the moons align, those sort of things happen in cricket, and that's certainly the moons aligned for Somerset this morning. Like
and what too few people remember, I'm guessing, is that you bowled the over in between when he'd already taken 3 wickets, I think it was. He'd taken the hat-trick, and you bowled an over, and you took a wicket in that over.
I should know that, shouldn't I? But I don't. This is news to me as well, so it's amazing. When someone does something amazing, what you achieve is quickly forgotten.
This is going to be the first run for Somerset. Take the deficit down from 71 to 70. That's an important figure to keep an eye on.
Well
what's been a sort of low-scoring match so far. I can't remember who it was you dismissed, but I believe it was a wicket maiden from memory.
Honestly, Stephen, would not have a clue. It was all about Fons that day, and rightly so. Alfonso was one of the most skillful players. I mean, he had sort of James Anderson level ability with the ball. I mean, he was a fantastic performer for Somerset. Great, Charles Willoughby, Fons, Caddy. I was very, very, very happy to be the fourth wheel in that cog. It was or the fourth cog in that wheel, whichever way you look at it, I guess. It was amazing bowling. So, like I said, for me, and actually some of the players out here now, Trego, Lewis in particular, great people to learn from. You know, those little tiny subtleties of how you grip the ball and angle the seam and stuff like that certainly would have come from Charles and Fons and Caddy. So, Somerset, a decade on from them playing, still reaping the rewards of their knowledge and class as players and people. So
I'm going to dig out that game at some stage when I've got a moment. I won't do it for now, but at some stage over the next 2 days, I'm going to make sure my memory's correct.
Okay, well, I won't, and I'll be surprised when you tell me. I'll look forward to that.
I think that Sussex lost 5 wickets for no runs in approximately 8, what it would have been your 6. Let's see this next one. And then +3 from Fons, and then the 4th. So 10 deliveries?
Yeah,
this is just from memory.
Remember, it was a mad period, a crazy period.
In terms of moments in the commentary box, I think that's probably the standout of my life.
You would have definitely made the Top Gear board behind us now. I think my name should be up there. Oh, it is. There we go. 5 for 37 versus Essex.
That'll be there all season.
Definitely, I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls listening, that is my career bowling figures bettered at Taunton. I really didn't enjoy bowling here at times, especially in the Phil Frost era of pitches, where all the batsmen around the country were licking their lips. It certainly has a different complexion about it now. I'd have very much enjoyed bowling on wickets with a bit of live green grass, that's for sure.
Yeah, you had Simon Lee here, didn't you? Taking over from Phil Frost, and he was here for much of your career.
Yeah, Frosty, then Simon. Obviously, it went very sort of spinner orientated throughout that sort of period. But there was a couple of years opening the bowling for the club. I think I took 50 wickets, then 49 wickets the following year. That was it was two great bowling years. But I certainly physically felt the effects of those couple of seasons where I think we had a bit of a spate of injuries from other seamers where we'd lose one out of the attack on day one, and I think there's always that realisation that someone's got to cover those overs. And I can remember one game in particular playing at New Road. I think I bowled 37 overs in the first innings, and it takes some doing and recovering from. And I wouldn't change it for the world, but that's where Jamie Thorpe and the rest of the medical team come into their own, really keeping the guys fit, strong and on the pitch.
It's played comfortably enough by Ben Green. Yeah, Tom Abel's got good options in that respect, hasn't he, with the number of all-rounders he's got in the side. If you were to lose, if you had a man down, then there are people who can fill.
Exactly right. It's crucial, I think, in a long county season, having a couple of all-rounders, a spinning option, and obviously Abes and Ben Green and Lammers who can come on and not only fill a few overs, but they're genuine wicket-taking quality bowlers. As Steckedy bowls a real good line there to Ben Green. Ben Green equal to the task though, lets that one slide by. That's the ball I think that does make you a bit nervous as a batsman. Any sort of in movement from there, and Ben Green's in a bit of trouble, but he took the right option there. Big innings for Ben Green today. It'd be nice to see him post a score, get a bit of confidence up for the season. Steckedy comes charging in. Nicely played by Ben Green, straight down the ground. I think that is probably, Stephen, the way forward. That's the game plan. Ben Green looks to very much score in the V. Likes to play with a straight face, and obviously with the ball nipping around, presenting as full a face as you can is the best way to counter-attack
Yeah, sorry to
the Essex
disappear from my
bowlers.
seat briefly.
That's
You know,
okay,
I
I
was
did.
worried because we'd lost the monitor completely, which shows us replays and everything. It's come back now.
Well, fortunately, Stephen, we have it all in front of us,
We do,
straight out
we
the window,
do.
don't we? So we don't need the television. Especially with the energy prices at the moment, Stephen, we could save the electricity, can't we?
Big appeal from, certainly from Dan Lawrence at fourth slip. A bit of one from Mark Steckerty, but it didn't look, it wasn't unanimous.
Well, I think Mike Burns has given that as run, so it'd be interesting to see if there was an inside edge on that, because that's probably what's saved him. Hard to tell from that camera angle what happened, but yeah, it looks like maybe he's trapped that onto the flap of his pad. Probably would have been out LBW without contact with the bat, but it's
Put 4 runs on the board.
flown over the slips. I think they were so obsessed with appealing, no one went for the catch, which obviously it would have been if he did edge it. But then again, Adam Wheater's not the tallest wicket-keeper on the county circuit, is he?
No. Dramatic moment though, and less so there as Green gets everything behind that. Does feel a really important session this, as Somerset try to chip away at that Essex lead and keep wickets intact in the process. Shared a promising opening partnership down in Southampton in the second innings last week, these two. Can they build on that? 5 without loss so far.
Let's hope they do. I mean, it's a crucial period. Obviously, got some fantastic new ball bowlers. Have the Essex attack. You know, as soon as you get that lacquer, that shine off the ball, the seam gets a little bit softer, make it easier for the middle order batters to do their thing. James Hildreth obviously coming in at 4. Steve Davis, fantastic stroke makers. You know, if you can expose or not expose them to a newer ball, that really is the key for Somerset. I feel the openers, the 1, 2, 3, really doing the job of tiring the bowlers and allowing your Renshaws, Hildreth, Davis to then play their expansive games, and that's really the key to how Somerset have played for many years. Because James Hildreth not only is a quality player, he's a very fast scoring cricketer in particular as well. So it'd be great to see him, not necessarily protected from the new ball, but not exposed to it. I think that really is the job of the 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah, so that the likes of Hildy can come in with the shine off it. Shine's still very much on it at the moment in the 5th over. It's played comfortably enough. Mentioning groundsman here, Simon Lee, I remember well. He's down at the Aegeus Bowl now, isn't he? But that was the days when it became known as Hyderabad for a while.
Yeah.
Spinners' wickets.
He certainly gets the ball turning, but obviously down at the Rose Bowl, looking at the scorecard, he can also get the ball nipping around a little bit. I mean, Kyle Abbott and Mohamed Abbas, I believe, down there in particular, fantastic bowlers. If you get them on a green seamer, your work is certainly cut out for you as a batsman. I hope Simon's doing well and enjoying the South Coast. This little pup that used to run around the outfield here at Taunton.
I always felt it was constructive to encourage spin here. It's better to encourage spin and have slightly lower scoring matches than we'd had in games previously.
Well, it depends who you ask, Stephen. You ask the batsmen, maybe not so much, but the bowlers were certainly, or Leachy and Don Bess in particular, were certainly happy with Hyderabad. I mean, it got to the stage where it was the spin was so, varied and unpredictable that even Tom Cooper, with all due respect, one of the worst off spinners I'd ever seen, took 5 for here. I mean, it did get a little bit over the top, and nice to see there's that balance. And you bring in your Lewis Gregories and your Sam Cooks and your Craig Overtons into the game. It makes for a much more rounded game of cricket.
Appeal for a catch at short leg here, not out, says Russell Warren. Didn't have complete conviction prediction, did it? It's speculative.
No, it's nipped back onto Ben Green's pad and probably sliding down leg, but I think that gives you an indication of what Sam Cook is trying to do. Ben Green's obviously just not lunging at it, so he's played it really well, and that ball would have comfortably missed leg stump. And that's the two kinds of leave. That's the good kind, as opposed to I think, was it Sam Cook who left the straight ball against Overton earlier? I think it was, wasn't it? So he will certainly know.
Back in at him.
He certainly got excited there, and maybe thought for 1 second that cricket had levelled itself out and he'd got someone out in the same fashion. But you can see, you know, from the scorecard straight away, 2 overs 4, 3 overs for 2. The Essex bowlers don't give a lot. That puts the batsmen under a lot of pressure, because all batters want to score. They want to see that, you know, that scoreboard ticking over, the runs next to their own name going up. And you know, when you're 20, 30 balls into an innings, you're only on 1, you do start to stress a little bit.
Yeah, Lammonby took a while to get off the mark yesterday, actually. The first 15 runs of the Somerset total, he's off it now, were scored by Ben Green, who was then dismissed, with Lammonby still yet to get off the mark at the other end. But that ended up being the standout innings for Somerset yesterday. He's on 2 now, Tom Lammonby. Green on 5.
Yeah, it's great. We know what Lammers and Ben can do. They both have you know, a good application. They get stuck in. You know, just need the rub of the green a little bit, dare I say, with Ben Green facing. But yeah, you do need a little bit of luck as an opening batsman, because it is a very challenging time to bat. As the old mate Trez would always tell everyone, it's the hardest place to bat. But you know, at Taunton, you get in against the new ball, you see off that first 12 overs, and it then becomes the best time to bat. The ball's still hard, the outfield's fast, the boundaries are small. You know, it's just that 10-12 over period, just dampen down the spirits a little bit of the bowling attack is really crucial.
Stackety again. Held his bat inside the line of that delivery, Ben Green. Applause and encouragement from the slip cordon as Essex strive for this breakthrough. We've had wickets falling regularly in this match so far. Half of them gone in 4 sessions.
Be nice to have a little bit of calm, really, wouldn't it? And you know, see a few runs plundered. It's been very bowler heavy at the moment, this game, but the sun is shining here at Taunton, and like I keep saying, there aren't many better places in the country to bat once you see that new ball off than Taunton. So an exciting but very important period for the Somerset lineup. Just post a score, you know, get in the game. That's the real, I suppose, task for the next 3 to 4 sessions. 4 sessions ideally. Get into day 3 still batting. You know, post that 200+ score that they've got to chase. You know, tick off this 70-run lead as quickly as possible with as little damage as possible.
Appeal here again for, I'm not sure what for actually. If it was LBW, I think it was going down the leg side. It's a big shout.
Yeah, looks to be just sliding down the leg side. That Michael Burns keeps that finger in the pocket, thankfully, for the Somerset faithful. Yes, just missing leg stump, I think, there. Ben Green would have probably been a little bit concerned at one stage, but again, he hasn't fallen across the line of the ball, which is the important thing.
Yeah, the pitch just 3 across to the right from the one they're playing on at the moment was used for all 3 of the pre-season friendlies. It's showing, rather.
Yeah, it definitely has a side or a bad feel to it, that pitch in particular. Yeah, it's done its job. It's put to bed for the next few months, I think.
Yeah, it's certainly the day I saw against Warwickshire, it wasn't doing anything to help the bowlers at all. It looked heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's not really what you want to get overs in the belt in pre-season, but you also want to take a few wickets. You know, you don't want to be demoralised too soon on a pitch that looks like that. But like I said, all the bowlers, I think around the country enjoy this time of year. Certainly the seamers. The spinners put their hands in their pockets and clap a lot, and the seamers do the work for the first month of the season, or they certainly normally do, depending on where you play in the country.
Sam Cook then, going to build on the inroads he made into the first innings with Somerset. Still has plenty of close to the wicket support around the wicket at the moment to Lammonby. Push. The sun hat's justified today for Shane Snater. I was wondering why he was wearing one yesterday. It was so gloomy.
Yeah, I think that's just it's an Aussie thing, I guess, isn't it? The old sun hats, they get used to looking after their ears, looking after themselves.
Cook striving for the first breakthrough of the innings. Appeal here for, but it strangulated appeal. Wonder if it was bat onto pad.
Yeah, what a glorious day we have here at the Cooper Associates County Ground again. As I alluded to earlier, the views of the Mendips, you know, bar probably Lords, Taunton, New Road, Worcester, two grounds that you just like being on the field. You know, the church spires. I don't know. It just has a great. It's a very crickety feel to it when you play at grounds like Taunton and New Road.
Yeah, it's not emphatically not a stadium. It's this succession of pavilions and stands, and it's rather nice freestanding buildings.
Yeah, it's got that. Yeah, it's got that quirky nature to it. As you know, the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. You know, for me as a Somerset player, seeing pictures of Brian Rose and Ian Botham, Viv and Joel leaning over that balcony where I first started changing over there. Now it's that was a lovely little members area.
I'm a bit worried hearing you call those hills the Mendips. I've been calling them the Quantocks for years.
Well, they could
be both.
To be honest, my GCSEs didn't go so well, Stephen. I'm not going to lie. Geography was definitely not one of my preferred subjects.
They look good anyway.
Yeah. PE and a bit of human biology was about all I got up to when I was about 15, 16, Stephen. We'll leave that there.
Fair enough. Yeah, park it. And watch Sam Cook. Oh, good delivery.
Again, showing his quality there. Very, very Peter Siddle-esque in the style of bowling. You know, a line bowler, not prodigious swing amounts of it, but nips the ball both ways. You know, fantastic county bowler, to be fair, and certainly one that will be pushing, I think, this season for higher honours. You know, him and Jamie Porter, standout seam bowlers in English cricket for the last 3 or 4 seasons, and maybe deserve an opportunity.
Oh, is that carried? It has, I think. Yes, he's gone, Lammonby. Taken round about ankle height at first slip, and I'm afraid the first Somerset wicket has fallen. Lammonby gone for 2, and Sam Cook, who'd been threatening, he was the pick of the Essex attack in the first innings, and he's taken the first wicket of the second.
Yeah, Stephen, sadly right on cue, that ball angling into off stump, so Lammonby felt like he had to play, which in fairness he probably did. Just offered away from him and pouched by the very safe hands of Sir Alistair Cook. It looked actually from up here that it might not have carried, but a knight of the realm wouldn't possibly claim a bump ball, would he now?
Unimaginable.
It is unimaginable. Sir Alistair Cook, what a top player, top man he is, and yeah, he's got very safe hands out first slip. So sadly, Lammonby departs. Was looking like he was shaping up well, but again, you know, that's one of those. I think as a player, sometimes you get into the dressing room and you have that awkward conversation with yourself in the mirror. Did I get myself out or was I got out? And I think that's certainly an occasion where he was got out by a pretty decent piece of bowling.
Yeah, it looked like he had to play at it. That's a pretty good pointer. So Matt Renshaw, tall figure, striding out to join Ben Green. Made just 7 in the first innings. Obviously looking to improve on that. It was the last ball of Sam Cook's over. Annie Chave is waiting to come in. Pete, would you like to have a little break while Annie comes in for you? Shall we do it like that?
That sounds like a request, not a question, Stephen. I'm more than happy to sub out for Annie.
It was an inquiry, a gentle inquiry rather than a concerted appeal. We'll see you later, Pete. So, 7 for 1, Somerset. Bear in mind that the original first innings deficit is 71, so some way to go before they're erasing that. And delighted to say good afternoon to Annie Chave, who is responsible for a magazine I subscribe to called
You
County
do,
Cricket
Stephen,
Matters.
yes, you do, absolutely. You were one of the early ones, actually, to subscribe, so thank you for that.
Down the leg side.
I must say, Stephen, it's a much different day.
What I'll do, just to push your mic up a little
Sorry,
bit so
thank
we can hear
you.
better.
Thank you. See, I'm not very good at this. It's a much different day than I expected. I thought I'd be coming here to watch Cook score his usual runs that he does at Taunton, and he was out on the first ball of the day. So.
Well, yeah, what a start that was as well. And also, after all Peter Siddle's frustrations yesterday,
Absolutely.
when he deserved 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah, well, I wasn't able to move after that because I thought it would be unlucky. Oh.
Another appeal. We've had plenty of appeals from the Essex bowlers, and slipcord, and again not out. I imagine that was for LBW. May well see it again on the replay here.
Gosh, you've got a few screens here.
We
haven't
have.
you?
Top right is the one to look at. Going down leg,
Yeah.
I think.
Definitely not out from here, Stephen.
It's such an examination of this, though.
Yeah.
The Somerset batters.
No, it's been an amazing day, hasn't it, so far? And the sun's been out all day as well.
Yep. Lovely day to watch cricket.
Oh, gorgeous. I was quite hot in the members' pavilion. I had to move.
How's County Cricket Matters going overall?
It's going really well. It started in March 2020, so obviously just as lockdown hit. So I was hoping to bring it to all the grounds and things like that, and that kind of didn't happen. But I'm getting close to 1,000 subscribers now, which is amazing for a little publication like that.
It's terrific.
It's a lot of letters I have to write out. I can tell you.
And you're a long-time Somerset fan.
Yeah. Well, I was very little when I first saw Viv and Joel, and they were just like these incredible figures. Because I was so small and they were quite so large. I thought they were just fascinating, and I kind of got hooked from there. It was definitely Viv and Joel that got me interested, and then, we were rather a good side then.
Certainly were. And Joel, to you then, must have seemed like a veritable man mountain.
He still does, Stephen. He definitely still does. I mean, his hands are so huge. I've never seen anything like it. But yes.
When he got the Yorker going, he was lethal, wasn't he?
Definitely. Well, it came down from so far, didn't it? I mean,
I remember he blew England away in a one day. It may have been a final at Lord's.
He may well have done several times, I should imagine.
Yeah. Great bowler.
Yeah, that was great. But obviously I was very little then, and I didn't really... county cricket wasn't the thing it is for me now. Marcus was a huge pull to hear. Loved watching him bat.
Another left-hander like Matt Renshaw, who's out there at the moment.
Yes, Matt's only just arrived, hasn't he?
Yeah.
A couple of
This is
days
his
ago.
first game.
Yeah. So, and he's not been in the best of forms, I gather.
That was another plan that didn't work out for
Yeah.
last week, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Because he would have played, but for the fact that he was called up late to join the Australia squad in Pakistan.
Yeah, and he's been playing for Queensland, I gather, in the Sheffield Shield.
One of various absentees last week. It's a
Yeah.
nightmarish situation, really, for Somerset.
We were down sort of 8 or 9 of our players, weren't we? And very sad about Banton, because he was kind of on a bit of a roll, wasn't
Yeah. Yeah, he would almost certainly have played had he not broken a digit trying to take a catch in the slips.
Be a few weeks. At least it wasn't a football injury, which they often are, aren't they?
Yes, which we don't really want to talk about. Why do they do it? Why do they play football?
They love it, apparently.
I guess it's a good way of getting some adrenaline flowing.
Well, I was talking to Ryan Sidebottom last week, and he was saying everybody likes playing football. We all like playing football, so before the game. So.
Yeah, this was another enterprise that you're involved with.
Yeah.
I mustn't give too many plugs, but you do.
You've got to give loads. That's the idea.
you do a county championship roundup, don't you?
Yeah.
I did hear last week's edition.
Yeah, so it's called County Cricket Natters. Dear, it's another good play on words, of course.
Fishing at that one outside the off stump and comprehensively beaten Matt Renshaw. Yeah, it was good on humour as well as being informative.
Yeah, so what we do is it's with Sam Dalling, of course, of here.
Of this parish.
Of this parish, yes. We usually try and get a player in, and it's Dan Whiting, who's the middle stump on Twitter, who also does Gloucestershire BBC commentating at the moment.
It's off the middle, which is encouraging to see. Won't be a run. It's fielded mid-on.
It's sad to lose Lammonby so early. He did so well, didn't he? He was the only bright light yesterday.
Well, he batted when conditions were at their
Yeah.
most challenging as well, which is encouraging for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. He had such a bad season last season, having had a really good season the season before with lots of centuries, didn't he? And then last season was just coming to form really at the end.
Yes, it can happen, can't it, in the second season? Sometimes if there's a dramatic breakthrough when people have never really heard of you, and a bit more homework gets done perhaps,
Yeah.
and it can fall off a bit, known as second season syndrome.
Yeah, I mean, I've known Tom Lammonby since he was probably about 6, I think, because he played in the same team as my son at Exeter. So he's always been a really, really big talent as a little boy as well.
We can have another look at the Alistair Cook dismissal.
Excellent.
This morning. First up, ball he had to play, just like the Lammonby one.
Low down catch.
Oh, sorry, this is the other way around. It's the Lammonby dismissal. But a very similar catch, actually, to the one James Hildreth took this morning. Bowling change. Shane Snater is on at the River End with 9 overs bowled, so he's coming on early in the piece.
Yes, that must be a positive, surely, for us.
Just carried
Yeah, only just.
to the former England captain.
It would have a review, wouldn't it, definitely, if it was a test match game.
And they can get tricky.
Oh, they're really tricky, aren't they?
You see them from every angle.
Yeah, and the longer they spend on them, the more you think it's not going to be out. But it's foreshortened, isn't it? So it's always very, very tricky to see on camera.
So getting to meet, or getting to see the likes of Joel Garner and Viv Richards.
Yeah, I didn't meet them.
Presumably there was some family background which took you into cricket?
Yes, my dad was a cricket obsessive and took us all 4 children to cricket every weekend. That was our summer for years and years and years. And so
Another big appeal, and it took a while for the finger to go up, but it's gone. And I'm afraid Ben Green is the second wicket to fall. Both openers now. Mike Burns really took his time with that. I thought he decided against by the time the finger went up, but much deliberation, as you see there on the replay. So 7 for 2 now, Somerset. Wickets clattering still here at Taunton. Seems a bit incongruous on such a lovely afternoon, but there it is. The deficit 71 initially. They've only taken the 7 runs off it. And what Peter Trego was saying just a little bit earlier has, I'm afraid, not come to pass. He was really hoping that Green and Lammonby could get the shine off the new ball, protecting some of the middle order players. And well, we're just 10 overs in, just about, and the new ball has accounted for both Somerset openers.
Time for the captain.
Looks like James Hildreth.
Yeah,
in fact.
actually it isn't Abel, is it?
That was the way it worked in the first innings. Hildreth generally bats in short sleeves, and no exception this afternoon. He made runs down at Southampton.
He did, yeah, he had a great first innings, didn't he? It's shame to miss out on his 100 then, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's, well, there haven't been many individual innings of consequence for Somerset yet this season. That will be the standout one, I
Yes,
think.
definitely.
Along
Sadly.
with Lammonby's yesterday would follow that up. But not much else so far, and it is a concern, even though it's early days.
Yes.
You need batting points, and they haven't got one yet.
We don't do batting points, do we? No. There's a lot of work to be done for the new batting coach.
Yeah, Lachlan Stevens.
Yeah, which he has a good reputation in Australia, I gather. So.
Well, he certainly spoke very well. He was interviewed yesterday evening, and just 10 days or so into his job with a lot to think about.
Yeah.
Slate is finding some movement out there. Caught on early, and it's certainly looking like a good decision by Tom Westley, taking a wicket in his first over. 1 for 0.
He's a good player, isn't he, Wesley?
So Somerset on the back foot again, I'm afraid. It may have been a good fight back in the morning session, but 7 for 2 now in the afternoon one. Just got to hang on in there and try and build something.
Yeah.
It's easy to say from up here.
Yeah, it's very lovely. And those are the contacts, can I just say? They are the contacts.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm very relieved to hear you say that. I was worrying, considering how many times I've mentioned them over the years.
But like Trego, my geography isn't my strong point either. So.
Nor mine, but I've heard them referred to as such over
They are
some
stunning
time.
in this weather, though, and it's always good when you can see them, isn't it? If they start going a bit hazy, you know you're in for a bit of weather.
They were very hazy this morning. You hardly see them at all.
Oh.
But that's all cleared. But round about 10 o'clock when I got here, no sign of them.
Do you think Hildreth's going to be here for much longer than Stephen?
Depends a bit on how he goes this summer.
Yeah.
And he's made a great start.
Yeah.
I'd certainly like to see it happen.
Yeah. I mean, we've got so many youth in our team, so much youth in our team that I think we really need those stalwart players like Davies and Hildreth.
Yeah, you always need some wise old heads.
Definitely.
A
You know,
blend.
he was brilliant keeping the innings together in the first match. To no avail. That was a shocking. What did we get? 1 point for that game.
It was difficult. It was difficult for a lot of batters during 2020 with the long lockdown and then
awful.
cricket not getting started until
Yeah.
August, and he never really got going in,
No.
in 2020.
No.
Bit better last year,
I
but not
agree.
as well as he would have liked.
Yeah, and last year the crowds weren't allowed in till about June, were they? I think it was or maybe just before, but it was a slow start, and it was ticketed, wasn't it, as well? And I think it was a very strange atmosphere. I remember coming here really early doors, and it was a very strange atmosphere because you couldn't go near the players, and I think now it feels much more normal, and there's a good crowd in, isn't there?
Yeah, it's good. It's better than yesterday, actually.
Yeah, well, it is Bank Holiday Friday. You'd hope so,
Yeah.
wouldn't you? But
Yeah, fewer people working.
Yeah, well, I was working yesterday, for example, so.
Yeah, it's usually actually a decent crowd in the championship here at Taunton. And then white ball cricket. It's really special.
Yeah, amazing. No, we've got a really, really decent following, and it's lovely to see. Coming up on the train this morning with lots of other people, with a big line of people with their rucksacks leaving the station.
Who are you tipping for the championship?
Well, I tipped before it started. I tipped Hampshire, and I'm still sticking with that. I think for the moment. They've got such a fantastic attack, haven't they?
Yeah, and they've got a very steady batting lineup as well.
Yes.
Steady's putting it mildly, probably. It's off the outside edge from Renshaw into the slips, but no danger of it turning into a catch. So Somerset somewhat becalmed at the moment, with both openers gone. Renshaw wouldn't want to be bogged down. He's not that sort of a player. He said in an interview when he arrived that he's not quite the same player as he was when he came here 4 years ago. Obviously,
no,
26 years of age now, and believes in his ability to play different situations more effectively than he could then. And this is a good test of that.
He got a good few runs for us then, though, didn't he?
He did. Entertainingly as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was pleased that we had him and Siddle. I think Siddle's a really good shout, and be really interested to see him play here. Certainly against his old side.
Just taking the prediction thing a little bit further, have you backed anyone for either of the white ball comps, the 50 over or the blast?
Haven't really thought about it, to tell you the truth.
A bit early in the piece, isn't it, still?
Yeah, I think...
I certainly hope Somerset will be challenging in both. They did last year.
Yeah. Yeah, I went to the finals day. That didn't end brilliantly for us again.
No, after the amazing escape in the semi-final.
That was an incredible game, wasn't it? We do incredible games, and what I'm really missing at the moment is our lack of tail and our rear guard sort of performances that we've had. But then we did, like we said, we had a really poor, well, poor's mean, not the best side for batting on the last game.
No, batting or bowling.
No. Oh.
There's a little flirt outside the off stump from Hildreth. That goes down as a play and a miss as well.
Yeah, he needs his wise head on, doesn't he, at the moment?
Yeah, into the 12th over. This ball won't be new forever. Just to see the shine off it and settle down. Trego saying earlier that this can be the best place possible to bat when the sun's out on day 2 and the pitch is settling.
Yes, it needs to settle pretty quickly then.
Hildreth's off the mark, which looks so much better on the scoreboard.
It's nice to be in the box with you, Stephen, because a little while ago you weren't BBC commentator last year, were you up in Gloucestershire a lot?
I did do some Gloucestershire last year, actually. There was a bit of a crisis early season. And I did several home games, including the Cheltenham Festival.
Oh, which was wonderful.
Yeah, which I'd never done that before. I covered Gloucestershire for quite a while back in the early noughties. Here's Shane Snater again from the River End. But
yeah.
I'd never had a chance to do Cheltenham, and I really enjoyed it. The scenery there is lovely.
That was Middlesex last year.
Middlesex and Hampshire.
Yeah, that's right. I was there for the Middlesex game. Yeah. It's a lovely, lovely place to watch cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, they beat Middlesex pretty comfortably in the end, but Middlesex weren't having a great season.
No.
More relevantly, they narrowly lost to Hampshire in the other game, and that was the game that Nice looking drive. Find the fielder. That was the game that put them out of Division 1, effectively. That they had a chance of going into the top division with either a win or a draw in that game, and they couldn't quite do it.
And you were there for it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Hanscom wasn't a great captain for them last year. I believe they got him again.
Yeah. There's so much ebb and flow, isn't there, amongst the counties?
Yeah. Do miss those days where players, overseas players, stayed at a county for 10, 12 years.
It used to, well, Joel Garner.
Exactly.
Prime
Viv.
example.
Yeah.
Although that ended rather acrimoniously with Viv Richards
Yes.
going and Ian Botham going in sympathy. 1986, I think that was a while ago now.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it
he
caused
went up to Worcester, didn't he? And
yeah, feelings running very high around here then.
Oh, yeah, that was a. I remember talking to Vic Marks about it. It wasn't a comfortable time at all. But it was lovely to have players stick to, overseas players stick to counties more.
Sam Cook is starting his 7th over. Just 1 for 2, his figures.
He bowled really well yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, they're very similar figures to the ones he had yesterday. In fact, if anything, even more miserly. He's really looked the part in this game.
Too many cooks in this side, aren't there?
Yeah, we spoiled the broth last night when they were batting together.
Yeah.
First time they've ever batted together, the two cooks, or those two cooks
is
anyway.
it?
Didn't last long into the morning today. In fact, it lasted just one
One
ball.
Much to my delight. I do love watching Alistair Cook bat, but as I said, I've seen him score a few too many runs on this track.
Do you generally sit and watch here in the pavilion, or do you circulate?
I like to circulate. I tend to follow the sun. I love the pavilion, actually. I really like watching from there. And I spend quite a lot of time in the press box these days, because it is quite a lovely view from up here, isn't it?
It is. It's great. It's better than the old press box was, actually, because it's
Yeah.
that little bit higher.
I gather it was a bit of a climbing up some sort of rickety old stairs to get up there as well.
It was.
Yeah.
It was, and you had to go even higher to get into the commentary position, which was known as the potting shed.
Yes. But probably quite fun as well. Probably a bit cold, was it?
It could be chilly. On a windy day, it could be. You had to go through half a doorway to get up. It's very easy to bang your head on the way up there.
I probably wouldn't have banged my head.
It was charming, but the old pavilion was a charming building, but I think it had reached its use by, it's fair to say.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it has changed massively since, 30 years ago, the ground, hasn't it?
Enormously.
Yeah. But yes, I do tend to wander around a little bit. I do love seeing it from different angles.
Renshaw keeps another one out, just hanging on in there, these two at the moment. Runs aren't of great importance. It's seeing off Sam Cook is one of the primary objectives.
Getting some of the shine off that ball.
7 over spell this now from Cook. And he still looks mean and determined.
How can you tell from here, Stephen?
Just enough of his expression as he walked back towards us, because he had the sun on him.
Your eyesight's better than mine, then.
Maybe I was adding a little bit of speculation. Mid-pitch conference between the two batters.
Yeah.
An hour into play here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in bright spring sunshine.
Glorious sunshine today.
Bank holiday sunshine.
Yeah. So Renshaw probably acclimatising to the country, let alone the square.
Yeah. Rather like Simon Harmer.
Oh,
Playing
yes.
for South Africa earlier this week.
Yes, I was hoping that he wouldn't get on the flight and come back. But,
Snater then. This is his third over. It's a typical Hildreth stroke into the offside, which will bring him a single, half stopped by Lawrence. So Hildreth on to 2, Somerset into double figures.
double figures.
They're still 61 behind though.
Yep.
A lot to do.
Yeah, it's hard to see this going 4 days, isn't it?
Yeah, 22 wickets gone already. Halfway through day 2. And the wicket now to the left-hander, Shane Snater. The time of day you need to sit in the Somerset stand is the morning, isn't it really? Because that's the only time it gets the sunshine.
Yeah, lower down. And
yeah,
then
now there's still a bit there, isn't there? Not much.
At the times I've sat in there, winds howled through, and it's a good viewing, but it's never that toasty in there, I have to say.
A single here for Renshaw. Quite where he was aiming, but finding a gap in the infield. Peter Trego's popped back in behind me. Do you want to come in for me, Pete, for a little bit? Have you got time? Lurking, with intent. I'll let you come in with Annie for a bit. Come back later.
And then I'm heading off for a beer, I think.
Fair
yeah.
enough.
Want to sit in the sun.
End of this over from Snater. That's played comfortably enough by James Hildreth. 2 apiece for these 2 batters at the moment. And Somerset have got a real battle on their hands at this stage of proceedings. Still behind and 2 wickets gone. The economy rate of these Essex bowlers is fairly stupendous.
Yeah, they'll be
at the
happy
moment.
with their stats, won't they?
Steered away.
Mind you, it was good to see Overton get his best figures, wasn't it?
Terrific.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
He looked fired up this morning.
Yeah. Well, Pete, you were making the point, weren't you, earlier on today? If he's had a disappointing day before, then you can expect him to come roaring back, and that's what he did.
I should imagine he probably felt quite aggrieved and wanted to prove himself. He seems the type. I'm sure Trego knows that better than
Better than anyone, as well as anyone. I'll leave you in his company, Annie.
Hi Annie, good afternoon. How are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. I was just saying to Stephen that it wasn't the day I was expecting. I was expecting to be watching Alistair Cook score lots of runs today.
Well, you're pleasantly surprised then, I assume.
Absolutely, totally pleasantly surprised. I have seen him score quite a few runs.
Yeah, I think everyone in the country that likes cricket has seen Sir Alistair Cook score plenty of runs. Never a guy that you were overly keen on bowling at, even though I think he was my last wicket for Somerset, bizarrely.
Was he?
Yeah. Played one of those horrific day-night games with a pink ball, which really is the worst idea in England when it doesn't get dark till 10 o'clock at night.
Yes, it is a crazy
And
idea.
I think I bowled him a filthy drag down, he top-edged it, so yeah.
Well, it's still a wicket.
Well, it
Yeah.
counts.
Yeah.
None of mine were particularly classical, to be fair, as Steckity steams in and bowls onto James Hildreth's pads, which is always a dangerous thing to do as a
Yes.
bowler. Hildy's cut shot and flick off the pads is something that the Somerset faithful would have seen thousands of times.
He's very good off his legs, isn't he? Yeah, absolutely. So, Trego, you're a bit of a golfer now, I gather.
Yeah. I've been playing on the PGA West region recently. As recently as yesterday. So, yeah, things are going quite well on the golf front. It's a tough sport to get good at, but certainly not as glorious to watch as a James Hildreth straight on drive down the ground. I think a few years back when I was batting with James, we would have definitely run 3, but he's clocking on a little bit now, and he's just meandered a nice comfortable 2. Nice to see James at the crease. He looks really comfortable at the moment. Don't want to commentators curse him or anything.
No, please don't. I was just saying to Stephen, do you think he's going to hang around for a bit longer, for another couple of years? And he was saying it depends on how his season goes.
Yeah, I think James has
got plenty in him still, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a very fit bloke, and he's a great player. But he wants to keep his standards up, and providing he's scoring runs, he'll be in a Somerset shirt, no doubt. Another nice little cover drive there from James, just yielding the single there. But yeah, James is going to be really important for Somerset today. Not only does he slightly, I think every bowler around the country would have bowled James Hildreth to 100 at some stage. So there's always a bit of mental scarring there. And I think when Hildy's at the crease, anything can happen. And he's a massive wicket. He's the one wicket that I think every team tries to strive for. And Renshaw up the other end, he's not got many runs to his name, but he's looking pretty solid.
You played with him, obviously. How was he then? He scored a few then.
Renshaw, yeah, obviously he just played that one with nice soft hands to the third man boundary for 4. Yeah, he's, a few years ago he was a young man, he was bouncing off the walls, mad as a box of frogs, but he scored some fantastic runs for Somerset. I mean, I think the first scoring shot he played for Somerset, I think we might have lost a wicket very early, and I think his second ball he flicked off his pads for 6. I mean, it was just like, wow, where did this guy come from? And
he was a late call-up, wasn't he, because of the whole sandpaper gate stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because I can remember I played a pre-season warm-up game and I didn't have my one-day shirts with me, and I think I ended up with Bancroft's one-day shirt. And I played a warm-up game and I was getting a terrible amount of abuse from the crowd down at Cornwall or Devon or somewhere like that. So I think I actually kept that shirt for a bit of nostalgia. But yeah, it was.
It's probably worth something, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. It's
collector's piece. He never made it.
It had this sneaky little pocket on the underside of the shirt. I don't know what that was for.
Can't think. Yes.
Those were the days, eh?
Yes, and you left us for Nottingham. How did that go?
Well, Somerset left me and I went to Nottingham. there was no leaving from my side of things, but these things happen in sport. Yeah. As Renshaw plays again with soft hands down to the third man boundary, and that will certainly drive the bowler crazy, because those very, very clean figures have just had 8 runs added to them with thick edges. So a nice little over there for Somerset, and 23 for 2.
Much needed.
Looks a lot better than 7 for 2, and a lot more hard work for the Somerset batters to get through this afternoon. Yep,
Renshaw needs to definitely earn his place here today.
Well, like all of the 11, it's a gone by thing where the overseas player is responsible for the batting lineup. They're just another member of the squad. There are 11 players out there, and everyone's got their own responsibility to score the runs. So we'll see how the innings plays out. But yeah, certainly a key hour for the context of the whole match, not just the day.
Yeah. See whether it can go into day 3 for a start.
Well, I think. Well, I'd be very disappointed to not see a day 3, as I'm down to come in again and enjoy the sunshine of Taunton. But then again, maybe the players have read the play, and they obviously want to avoid that M5 on a bank holiday weekend as well. But I'm sure that won't be the case. There's a lot of fight in this Somerset team, as we saw with the bowling performance, and I'm sure that would have inspired the batting unit. And it certainly looks like.
Oh dear.
As I was about to say, James was certainly up for the challenge, but again, another edge on a off-stump ball line. I think the one thing that's frustrated me today, not just the way that the Somerset innings has started, is, for me, a discussion would have certainly been had through the batting lineup about the challenge you're going to face with an Essex bowling lineup. None of the bowlers have particularly high pace, but if you had a pitch heat map of the bowlers for Essex, they land the ball in the same spot every single time, which is a 7-yard length, around about off stump. Not one of the Somerset batsmen has come out of their crease to try and impose themselves. For me, they're batting like sitting ducks. They're waiting for a good ball. There's been no, there's been no positive movement made towards the bowler. You know Sam Cook's going to bowl a 7-yard length on off stump. Walk at it, put him under pressure, see what happens. Not saying that it's the magic cure, but if you, as a seam bowler, if you walk at him, Sam Cook might then try and bowl a bouncer, which is not his modus operandi. They might just change his game plan and put him off of his stride.
It's kind of mindset. It's mindset, isn't it? Tom Lammonbury bats outside his crease a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and that's one thing. But if you see a as a seam bowler, because all seam bowlers have an ego, it's a bit of a macho thing. If you see a bowler walk down the wicket as a batsman, you're telling them you're not quick enough to bounce me, and then you get into.
Sure, you did that a bit.
100%. If the ball was nipping around, there was no way my technique was standing up to staying in the crease.
Okay.
So if we were ever 30 for 5, first thing I would do to the seam bowler that taken all the wickets would I'd run at him and I'd try and put him back over his head, because then I'm telling him that this is a contest. I'm not out here for you to bowl at me. I'm gonna make you earn my wicket. Or if I have, I think as well, no bowler likes being hit back over their head, especially not for 6.
No.
At least you're asking them a question.
And you're making them move people out the slips, aren't you?
If you get 2 or 3 away, because in a low-scoring game like this is, if you get 2 or 3 away and all of a sudden you take 15 off of an over, the captain starts to, the bowler feels under pressure because he might get taken off. The captain feels under pressure because he's leaking runs. You create so many more problems for the opposition. But I think that's the one thing that slightly irritated me about the start, is not one person's moved out of their crease substantially to negate Sam Cook and Snater and Steckedy. It's a surprise actually, because the Somerset batting lineup are normally quite a positive.
It's such a strong looking lineup. It is a strong looking lineup. Yeah.
But that's confidence, I suppose.
Yep.
There's. I suppose the perception is that if you move out your crease and get out, it's going to look bad. But I don't know.
Yeah. Do you fancy getting your whites on?
Not really. But I'd love to have them. It's just I would love to see one of the players take a walk at one of them and just see what happens. Not necessarily with the intent to whack it for 6, but walk at the bowler and just see what his reaction is. If he goes back into hitting his 7-yard length, then great, nothing lost. But you might just knock him off his stride. You might get into an ego battle with him, and it might just change things in your favour, because at the moment the ball is dominating bat. Someone's got to do something different, otherwise it's just going to be game over.
Yeah, same old. We need to see an able innings, don't we?
Yeah, definitely. Abes is the leader of the team as well. One of the prized wickets with his quality.
Yeah.
He's a guy that I would be surprised if he doesn't look to take a positive option. But I know Abes, when he's confident, would do.
Yeah.
Again, as captain, can you be seen to make those aggressive statements? Does it look bad if you get out playing an aggressive shot? I don't know. But like I said, one thing I know about people like your Sam Cooks, your Tim Murtars, your Chris Rushworths, if you stand in the crease and block them, they will get you out and you won't score many runs, because they don't bowl bad balls. And that's kind of my point. You have
to. It's relentless, isn't it?
What are you going to do to change their game plan? Because they will do this all day, Essex. They will do it all day long. Can you, as a batter, get them off their game plan?
And then there's the Harmer.
Is he going to bowl a ball?
Yes.
I mean, that's is he going to bowl a spell? In this second innings. If he doesn't, Somerset have probably lost the game.
Certainly seen a fair few wickets today.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, when it's so bright, isn't it? And it looks.
Well, you've
looks
got
like
two
a good
good
track.
bowling lineups,
Yeah.
and you know, it's obviously a Somerset batting lineup that's lacking confidence. But you know, the way Somerset did the equivalent to a very strong Essex batting lineup. So
Yep.
I wouldn't say the wicket has done extreme amounts. I just think it's early season. The batters haven't quite hit their straps, and the bowlers. To be fair, both bowling lineups have been absolutely almost flawless. But I will go back to it. I haven't seen one batsman try to properly attack yet.
No.
That's the one thing that I haven't seen. All I've seen is batters staying in their crease, trying to battle. But there are two ways to battle. Sometimes offence is the best form of defence. I haven't seen anyone with the confidence to go, I'm going to grab this game by the scruff of the neck. I haven't seen that from anyone yet. And that's not a criticism of Somerset. That's both lineups. Actually, the only person today that has done something different was Harmer, and he started pulling the ball off quite a full length, and did he get 25?
Yeah, something like that. Wasn't
The only person, but within that, it's kind of validating my point. He did something different,
Yep.
which was he had a go. He was pulling Lewis off of just back of a length and got a few boundaries for it, and what happened? You know,
What was it today? It was something like 8 for 70 something, wasn't it? Or
well, it was ball beats bat.
yes, it definitely was that.
There's certainly the firepower in the lineup for Somerset, but like I said, it's just lacking confidence with it a little bit, and both bowling lineups are just so buoyant at the moment. You know, you can tell there's 4 blokes out there just begging the captain for the ball.
Yeah, can I have it? Can I have it?
Tommy in behind that one, nice and solid.
Yeah, I was speaking to Tom Abel just before the season started, and he said what's really important is to have a good start to the season. Feels so sad that really hasn't.
But then you have to have that conversation. You have to have that conversation again with him, and what's the answer? I mean, because ultimately you can't just say bye to 2022 just because Plan A hasn't worked. What's Plan B? Plan B is getting something out of this game. It might not be a win, but you've got to get something out of this game. Someone's got to get a decent score under their belt. The bowling attack, I think, are in great shape. They've showed it here, but the batting lineup have to find something. Otherwise, it is going to be a very, very long season for the boys, unfortunately. But the one thing that I think will always keep me quite buoyant about this Somerset group, knowing them personally, they do keep scrapping, and that's obviously something that's been led, from the top in this club. Yeah. They won't give up. They will keep scrapping. And worst case scenario, this game doesn't go to plan, they will come back fighting. And I think that was no more evident than this morning in the way that they fielded and bowled.
Yep. And we've got a really we've got a good strong young team of second teamers, don't we?
Yeah, sure. And Josh Davey to come back in. Tom Banton. Who scored 100 in pre-season.
Yeah, he was looking quite good in early on, wasn't he?
Coming back from a broken finger. I mean, poor Tom. I mean, he was sending me WhatsApp pictures of his poorly little finger. So he was obviously ailing from that, but he'll be back. And
a few weeks, I'm guessing he'd be out for that.
Yeah, 4 weeks, I would imagine, from a broken. It did look quite crooked, to be fair. So. He'll be back soon. Yeah, there's plenty of depth within the squad, so I'm sure we'll get the combinations right. But like I said, it's just form, it's confidence. I would just like to see, Renshaw, he's got 12 to his name, but he seems to be taking some level of attack back to the bowlers, which I like, and hopefully Captain Tom Abel can do the same. I will leave you for this afternoon for now, Annie, and I'm sure we'll get to
Yes.
chat
Yes.
more over the coming
Yes.
weeks.
Is that
days.
me going or you?
No, that's me going.
Oh, right, I'm still here.
You can don't stay a little bit longer.
I'm going to stay on with Sam, I think. How lovely. It's just lovely, lovely looking out here. They're probably, it's really, really hard. I'm really bad at judging how many people are here, but I reckon there's a good couple of thousand. And nicely spread out and sitting in the sun mostly. Delightful, isn't it, Sam?
It is, scoreboard aside. An absolute
Okay,
treat.
all right, yes.
Or depending on which way you lean, whether you're Essex, Somerset, or neutral, in which case you're having a cracking time.
Yeah, we're not neutral though, are we, Sam?
We try to be.
Yeah.
Attacking field there, 4 slips. Cook, Harmer, Rossington, Dan Lawrence. Not a bad slip cordon. A few runs, a few wickets between them. Well, largely the wickets with Simon Harmer.
Ben said I was going to be on for about 20 minutes.
You get to be on with me, and we get to be reunited.
It's lovely, isn't it?
I mean, we've made it now, I think. County Cricket Natters has made it all the way onto the live stream.
Yep. Yep, we just need Dan here.
Nice looking shot from Renshaw, but man at square leg does the fielding. 26 for free then Somerset.
It was such a good morning, wasn't it?
It was a brilliant morning. I was listening, I just came in the back and had the back end of what Pete was saying about trying something different. Tom Abel was one of the few to try that in the first innings. He was a bit unlucky he got out to Sam Cook because he was using his feet
to
try and negate that swing. We're
right.
trying to turn it into the leg side, got an inside edge. Was caught at gully, having plenty of time left in the game. 47 overs left in today, which is day 2. Steketty then continuing. Abel, I was about to say Abel yet to get off the mark, but he has got off the mark. Absolutely glorious. Flicked the square leg, and you feel a bit better about that. Not being his finest run of form across the back end of last season and start of this season.
I mean, he had such a bad time coming back after the 100, wasn't it? I mean, it was just poor result after poor result. I think he had one good game at the end of last season, and then
he wasn't alone in that, right?
He really wasn't alone in that, Sam. No.
But that was a lovely looking shot to get off the mark.
Oh, he doesn't half play them though.
Didn't quite go where he wanted that one, I don't think. The chance for a leading edge, you can see, although the Essex fielders do have a head in hands at almost everything now.
Yes.
I mean, why not? They will be thinking 30 for free, so they started with a 71 run lead. So they'll feel they've got an outside chance of an innings victory here, which sounds mad when you say it out loud. Not impossible. Hopefully still improbable, unlikely.
There's been a lot of nick-offs, haven't there?
Soft hands guided through past third slip. Dan Lawrence will cut it off. Or will he cut it off? Not sure, no he didn't. I thought he got there, but he didn't. So Tom Abel's got a couple of boundaries in the over. He's on 2-8. If you're just joining us, Sam Dowling here with Annie Chave. Editor, what's your official job title?
It is editor of
Because you see all these, every magazine has kind of editor-in-chief and various different things. You haven't given yourself...
I'm the editor and producer and postie and designer and everything else.
Latest issue just come out?
No, next issue's out in June.
Oh, there we go.
So yeah, just gearing up to getting articles in now.
To mid off, Tom Abel, skipper to skipper. Tom Wesley there doing the fielding. Difficult morning for him. He'd have been a bit upset given the way things went, but he's a little bit happier now in the Taunton sunshine. So who's lined up to be putting articles into the next issue? I know you have a Stella. You usually have some Stella names in there.
I've got Mr. Dan Norcross is writing an article. I have an interview with Paul Nixon, which
that'll be fun.
it was really fun actually. He's such a lively character, love it. There's lots of new people and some old people, and I'm trying to think. I don't want to give too much away, you see, because I like to keep it mostly under my hat.
I like that way of operating.
Yeah.
Take a quick single there. Tom Abel pushed it to the left of Nick Brown. Cover, so Renshaw will face, and Stuckey is going to come around the wicket. Subscription numbers are pretty good as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting, I'm in the 800s now, so so not bad. Certainly better than a year or so ago, and.
Picks up a single to end the over. Somerset 35, 36 now in fact, for free. When did you start it then, Annie? How long has county cricket matter?
Started it in November 2019, so that was the first issue, and that was brought. I wasn't editor then, and we brought it out because we were anxious about what the 100 meant for county cricket. So we brought it out as a sort of county cricket still matters. By the way, we're still here, and then. From March 2020, I then took it over and wanted it to be just a championing county cricket and saying, actually, we want to celebrate it. And we've had some brilliant people. I've interviewed David Gower, I've interviewed Bumble, I've interviewed Barry Richards, Angus Fraser in the current edition. I've got a brilliant person coming up for the issue after.
Sam Cook's back on then. Around the wicket to Renshaw, who's going to pick up a couple. Relatively ruined Sam Cook's figures. Came on 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 2. In the space of that ball, doubled the number of runs that Sam Cook has conceded. Well, county cricket does matter. You can see the numbers in here today. Have you seen some photos on Twitter?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Surrey, big crowds in, enjoying the London sunshine. Plenty of. I mean, there's county cricket matters. There's the Grumbler, doesn't he? He does a newsletter as well.
He
big
does.
He does
every
week.
He works really hard on that. I think it's really good as well.
He's at the _ Grumbler, but it's a really good roundup of all things county cricket.
And then our podcast, Sam.
Which one's that, Annie?
County Cricket Natters. That's we do a good roundup of the each round. So roundup of each round.
And we'll continue to do so. With Dan Whiting, who's on comms at Bristol today.
I think he's been really enjoying being up at Gloucestershire, actually.
It's a really lovely club. I know we shouldn't say that here. Actually, no, we should say it.
Every club is lovely,
It's really lovely. I tell you what, they've got an outside chance, I think, of a championship this year.
Gosh, that would be something, wouldn't it? God.
Renshaw pushes that.
I haven't really been having a look at any of the scores today.
Led me in perfectly because I was
it's like we work together sometimes, isn't it?
It's seamless. We probably shouldn't say that bit though, should I? You just meant to do the seamless.
Oh yeah.
You did it on the podcast the other day, didn't I? I said, and wicket keepers, and you went, oh yeah, thanks Sam for setting me up. We've not quite. There's part of the charm, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not quite the pros. They're going all right. Gloucester actually. Yorkshire 199 for 4. Harry Brook, he's 47 unbeaten. And there was that foot movement Pete Trego was talking about.
Yes.
Matt Renshaw had a couple of steps down the wicket and then suddenly it hits the pad. There's an appeal for LPW, but the umpires...
Trego would be pleased.
Yeah, he would be pleased.
Yeah, he would be pleased.
He's
with
off
that.
to meet his fans, isn't he? I think this afternoon. Being pulled in somewhere else.
Does he?
But yeah, it's almost impossible for the umpire to give that LPW just because of how far down the wicket Renshaw is. Harry Duke's getting runs as well. 29 not out he is. The young keeper who played in the Royal London Cup for Yorkshire.
That's good.
So they're doing all right against
What I want to know is how Masood is doing, because...
when was the last you heard?
Well, he was yesterday. So he was on 201 not out or something.
239 he made.
Oh, okay.
Bad effort. 4 slips in for Abel.
He's a great shout for Derbyshire, isn't he? What?
Masood, 239. Well run there, a couple for Abel. Warm applause here at a warm Cooper Associates County ground. 239 out of 505 he got, and Sussex a 50 without loss. Remember on the podcast where I said, if you haven't got Shah Masood in your fantasy team, make sure you go and do it now.
Yeah, which I did.
Yeah, guess I look at my team this morning.
You didn't, did you?
You
fool.
So I've helped you, so I should get a portion of your points, really.
You should, yes, absolutely.
Shouldn't I?
Yes. Right, I think I'm going to head off now and go and get a beer and sit in the sun.
A beer or a cider, Annie?
I'll have a beer, actually.
That's all right.
Okay.
Beautiful. Enjoy your afternoon, Annie.
Thank you. I'll see you later, Sam. Bye-bye.
See you later. Bye. Right, end of the over then. 41 for 3. Somerset. Tom Abel unbeaten on 11. The skipper and overseas batter Matt Renshaw. He's got 15. Annie Chave there. Brilliant stuff Annie Chave does with County Cricket Matters. If you don't subscribe to her magazine, you really should pick it up. I would highly recommend it. I'll dig out the link for the website and post it. I'll get Harry to post it. I'm not very good on YouTube, but yeah, it's a fantastic publication. Comes out once every couple of months, as Annie was saying. She does interviews, gets all kinds of different people writing for it. Paul Edwards has, she said Bumble. That's Renshaw. Defends. Steckety. Oh, there we go, see? I've got it in my ear. The link to County Cricket Matters is going across the top of the screen there now. It's a slick operation here. Dan, I can see over there, amazing job he does. It's like a TV production editor. 3 or 4 screens going. CountyCricketMatters.com. Annie Chave. She hand posts them as well. There's a lovely looking shot. Pick up, I think, 4 there. Matt Renshaw moves on to 19. Nice looking shot. Yeah, Annie, have you seen her County Cricket Matters magazine?
I subscribe, and I've written a piece for it.
Oh, there we go. See, it's seamless here. Brilliant. I can't wait to read that one. I know, in fact, you have written. I've written a few before I met you, I think.
I think it may have been
about your time in Somerset. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I love Annie takes the time to write a little message to everyone on the back.
On the back of the envelope. Yes, it's nice.
Fantastic. County cricket is very much alive and well.
Much enjoyed the chat you had with George DeBell and Matt Roller at lunchtime.
They're very good, aren't they? They're lovely and they know their cricket. So
I agree.
Combination.
I agree with George about Ben Stokes. Just worth making the point, maybe. He knows far more about these things than I do. But
I'm trying to offer some sort of opinion like you two watch. I don't know.
I think it's right to take the view that it should go to somebody who's sure of his place in the side.
Yeah.
The captaincy job.
Yeah, I agree. I said it. I was asked this morning asked to do a call in on something, and I said the problem is the lack of candidates. There are very few people who will be picked. I was say week in, week out, but for every test, and you need that. If your captain isn't going to get picked every game, then they automatically lose a bit of their authority, don't they? And they're under there's so much pressure.
Yes, I mean, I'm sure there are some people around who maybe aren't quite sure of their places who would do a perfectly good job. I think Stuart Broad would be an interesting choice.
Broad was who I mentioned this morning. It's only a temporary, it's almost an interim position, but England have got no one at the moment, so they need a little bit of stability. I know Broad wasn't in that West Indies squad, but everyone knows he's only going to do it for a year or two, and even if you have, there's not enough people, the names that people are mentioning, if you give them 10, 15 tests to actually establish themselves in the side before making a captain, then suddenly they're in a much stronger position.
And he's got a good head on his shoulders.
Speaks well, doesn't he? When he does the commentary.
Hard work for Somerset, isn't it? Effectively, what is it? 71 minus 45. They're over halfway to clearing that deficit, but they've lost 3 wickets in the process.
Yeah, minus 26 for 3.
Yeah, that's the bald truth, isn't it?
Who would be your, in terms of the names playing county cricket, that might not quite be sure of a place in the England side, but captaincy-wise, Stephen? Anyone spring to mind?
Have to think about that.
Vince at Hampshire, because he's had so many goes, hasn't he? Not as captain, but
yeah, too many cameos for England. He's a wonderful player to watch.
You know, with Vince, that if you see on the scorecard he's got runs, you know they're going to be some of the more aesthetically pleasing runs going.
Yeah. I'm trying to run through the county captains. Stephen Mullaney, maybe a bit too late. He's done a good job at Notts.
Matt mentioned, and I don't think he was mentioning him in the context of England, but Will Rhodes at Warwickshire led them to a title.
Yeah, and that's a better time of career.
Yes.
Yeah, this is going to be a single for Tom Abel. Got off the mark in style, didn't he, Tom? That was a gorgeous shot.
I was about to say, yet to get off the mark, Tom Abel, he just flicks one off his legs.
Yeah, he was given a little bit of room to do it, but he couldn't have executed it better. They're both in double figures.
He's a name, isn't he?
Another one that's been bandied about. I mean, my worry with him, he needs to be in form, I think, with the bat, and there's no sign of that yet. I'm sure that'll come at some point during the season.
Too good a player not to.
But I think it's asking an awful lot of a player who isn't in form and hasn't played Test cricket before. I just think it's asking too much.
There's going to be a lot of scrutiny on it anyway. And it's very difficult to come into a side as captain. It's fine in a county team if Somerset went out and signed Pat Cummins and he came in as captain, fine, he'd immediately command that respect because of his status in the game. But for someone like Tom Abel and other county captains, if you haven't played an international game, to suddenly go into that dressing room and be skipper, you need a lot of buy-in for that.
On the non-striker's end at the moment, as Renshaw picks up another single. And don't get me wrong on my regard for Tom Abel as a captain. I think he's tremendous. I think he's up there with the best for Somerset.
You will not hear a bad word about Tom Abel in this dressing room, in this commentary box now, from either of us, I don't think.
No. And he has led them to silverware 3 years ago at Lord's. That was a special day. On strike now. Skipper, and is that a drop catch? There was a lot of deviation. It may just have been that the ball moved excessively after it had gone past. Worth another look, I think.
I think it was a drop catch. It would have been a brilliant catch. You see how wide Alistair Cook is there? So Adam Wheater has to go for it. When it was one-handed, it was full strength. Would have been a great catch.
It's almost as he took the bat away that contact was made with the ball. So it does go down as a missed chance. Off the middle that time. Good turnout of spectators today, all around the ground. We might see the Somerset stand group gravitate towards the sunnier side of the ground. That's what tends to happen at this time of day. Helicopter overlooking us. Hope that's not going to come into land on the outfield. I saw that happen last year.
They do it up at Bath Cricket Club, I think.
Yeah, they do.
Lansdowne I've been to.
They did it at Bristol last year, the last game of the championship. Day one, 5 deliveries in, and Great Western Air Ambulance comes into land on the outfield right in front of our commentary box.
The most important thing is that whoever they were treating is all right.
Yeah.
The opening bowler has just got loose and bowled 5 balls to suddenly have that interruption. Fleckerty's going to continue to Renshaw, who's going along nicely. Renshaw, 22 now.
That story ended well in Bristol. It was actually somebody just outside the ground who'd had a fall, but they worked out that he was well enough to go by road transport rather than air.
Speaking of which, there was a fall over in the Lord Ian Botham stand a little bit earlier on, but I'm reliably informed that that person is okay.
It's turned out well, has it? Good. Good to hear.
He was interesting, Steckety, wasn't he, in the first inning? Picked up a couple of wickets, but there were enough run-scoring balls he gives you. Doesn't have quite the same control as a Sam Cook or a Jamie Porter if he was playing.
And it was off him that Tom Abel got off the mark so spectacularly. Gives you the odd 4-ball.
Which, if you're picking up wickets regularly, is absolutely fine.
But yeah, I remember that was very much the case with Ian Botham when he first came into the England side. He was another who was sometimes a little bit off target and also liked to encourage the batter to play a shot. So every now and again he would go to the boundary, but he picked up wickets consistently for a long time.
Down here. I mean, I was very lucky growing up in the late 90s, early 2000s to watch and find players down here as that single off the previous ball brought up Somerset's 50 for free.
He was always prepared to experiment.
And actually that's probably a mark of a world-class player. It's brilliant. You know, you can bowl in county cricket and bowl the same ball 6 balls in a row and do pretty well out of it. But I wonder if the step up to Test cricket, it's a chasm, isn't it? It's another level. So actually, you have to have something a bit different to get these players out. And here's the place to experiment.
And he was a once-in-a-generation cricketer, Botham, to make the step, age just 21.
His partnership's worth 27 now. In fact, dare I say it? Is it Somerset's highest partnership in the match? Yes.
Well, that tells you a lot about the match situation that we're in.
Yes, the 14th partnership of Somerset's game here. 27 is by 3 runs the highest partnership. 4 runs the highest partnership in the match.
Oh, that's a great delivery, and that's the end of the Somerset captain as well. Tom Abel had to play it. It was right in that uncertain line where you know that it's near enough to the stumps to pose a threat, and a little nick through to the keeper. Somerset 50 for 4. Tom Abel has gone for 12.
It's what we were saying about Secretary, wasn't it? He might give you the odd 4-ball, but he bowls enough wicket-taking balls. Exactly as you said, Stephen.
Yep.
Abel had to play at that. So his tough time of things with the bat continues. Made 11 in the first innings, 12 in the second innings. Somerset still 21 runs in arrears and only 6 wickets remaining.
Yeah. That's a big wicket. It's always a big wicket when Tom Abel goes. Hasn't been in the best of form so far this season, but one of the Somerset batters that Essex would be particularly glad to see the back of. And the man coming in, Lewis Goldsworthy, is on a pair. He was out in the same over as Tom Abel in the first innings, and needs to dig in and keep Matt Renshaw company. Renshaw on 23, that's the second highest Somerset individual score of the match, which again tells its own story. Tom Lammonby the highest in the first innings, but dear oh dear, we've got another 10 overs to go before tea, and this is day 2. 24 wickets have fallen.
Yes, Lewis Goldsworthy will have an over to have a look at it, or at least a ball to have a look at it, because that was the end of the over at 50 for 4. Steckety, his first wicket of the innings, and he just exchanges a laugh and a friendly word with countryman Matt Renshaw before he pops down to fine leg. Enjoy a well-earned rest.
Will be a single here for Matt Renshaw. So yeah, my overs are from the river end. Yeah, I got totally confused. It's part of the change of seat as well.
No, it's confused, disorientating, isn't it? It should almost be like the school quick cricket, where you'd every fielder would move round the position. So we all had our spot and everyone just moved round the once. Oh, but great to have Annie. I mean, brilliant to have Peter Trego with us as well. It's what insight he's going to have over the course of the season, both his cricketing knowledge and some stories, I suspect.
Absolutely. It's played composedly by Lewis Goldsworthy. Yeah, hearing him talk about wobble seam and the direction of the seam and authority way beyond mine.
I was going to say, we can talk about it. He can also talk about it, but based on actually having done it. And that Trego, what a career! More than 630 professional games.
And that is the great advantage, one of many great advantages of having him as part of the team as a former player. Such experience and such local knowledge.
No, it's still close enough with the boys to have a little bit of inside knowledge as well. I'm just having a look at his numbers. Wet behind the ears, I think someone described when the commentary team was announced. Pete Trego has 19,000 pro runs, best part of maybe even more than 600 wickets in his 20-year career.
He's very proud of being on our honours board, and he may well stay there all summer with that stat. It really was a tremendous morning's cricket, but if you look at the game in the round at the moment, it hasn't given Somerset that much of an advantage. They desperately need a stand, a partnership of substance. It's been lacking thus far in the season.
It's the fight, isn't it? Tom Abel spoke about it after the Hampshire game. You just want to see some substance, some fight.
Oh, there's a little poke at that outside the off stump, and Goldsworthy regrets it.
I mean, we've been very lucky with the bowling we've seen. Stan Cook's been superb, Stecker harmless, Nate has bowled pretty well, and then Gregory, Siddle, Craig Overton. Jack Leach not even had a bowl yet, and might not get a bowl in the game, Jack Leach. A bit of application, which Matt Renshaw is showing so far. He's on 24.
It's okay, that's found the middle of the bat. Just anything like that early in the innings just to settle the nerves, bed down some confidence in the batter. Chat with Matt Renshaw will help too. Renshaw, who's been out there for a while, on 24 not out.
So, what have we got? 9 overs left till tea. Stecker Tea's going to continue. Having just picked up a wicket, I suppose there is. You have to have the consideration that it's a different ball they use as well, so it might take a little bit of time to acclimatise to that. If you are thinking of popping down, well, hey, I would hurry up potentially. There's an offer on after tea as well. There's an after tea price. Sure, turns that into the gap. Dan Lawrence is quick.
Not quite too.
And they don't take on the arm. There's a rocket throw from Dan Lawrence. It was actually Adam Wheater's only a small lad. It was a bit too high for him. Nick Brown backing up. So no need to. The last thing Somerset want is a run out here. And
it was a 50-50 call. If that had been right over the top of the stumps, it could have been trouble.
I think he'd have been a long way out. So Lewis Goldsworthy is going to take his guard and face Stecker Tea. So yeah, if you are thinking of popping down, £7 for adults after tea price, £5 for students, £3 for juniors. All right.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, why wouldn't you want to spend your evening bathed in sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground?
Yeah, the start of a long weekend.
Just finishing work. You can probably, we don't want to encourage people not working, but you're probably about time the email traffic has slowed down now. You could log off a little bit early on a Thursday afternoon. It's basically Friday afternoon. 4 slips in to Goldsworthy. And he's able to get off the mark with a boundary. Similarly to Tom Abel, really, the way he got off the mark. Stecker just strayed. In fairness to him, I think he was just trying to pitch it up and try and find Goldsworthy's edge, but it was a bit too straight and just tucked it around the corner.
Yeah, a little bit finer than Tom Abel's, but nice way to get off the mark nonetheless, and just use the pace of the ball to help it down there to long leg, fine leg. So he's off the pair.
And Trego was saying this morning, wasn't he, how important that can actually be as a batter to get off that 0.
Oh,
almost a Carmen coffee there. This time Goldsworthy isn't able to get a little tickle on it.
Yes, you don't want the finest of tickles, do you, in those circumstances, as the ball goes through to the keeper.
It's a frustrating way to get out, isn't it?
Oh, it's another
delivery from Mark Steckety. That one, Goldsworthy had to play it, and the ball was just too good for him. There's 4 slips in there. Alistair Cook, Harmer, Rossington, and Lawrence. Their eyes might all have lit up there. At that point, they could have gone to any which one of them. Fortunately for Lewis Goldsworthy, no bat on him.
Yeah, the Hildreth dismissal in the first innings, Abel just a short while ago, very similar ball to those two. Didn't find the edge on that occasion.
It's better defensive shape from Lewis Goldsworthy. Comes in really quite tight to this wicket, doesn't he, Mark Steckety? So when he does bowl that, gets it on just back of a length outside his off stump. Tall man gets an extra better bounce, and that's how those couple of wickets have fallen outside edge.
Quite a difference in height between Renshaw and Goldsworthy. One left-handed, the other right.
Same again there, Goldsworthy played down the inside a bit. Good over from Steckety, 25 gone, 56 for 4. Yeah, there's no real excuse for us up here, Stephen, for getting those two mixed up.
No, they're having a chat now, and there's certainly a head above, and possibly even a shoulder or two as well.
Leaves them toes.
Renshaw, there'll be some encouragement for Somerset supporters in what he's done so far today.
This all encouraged him a little bit less, though.
Yes, Simon Harmer. Who needed just 4 overs in the first innings to take 3 wickets.
What a signing. I mean, we were talking about Craig Overton earlier being the talisman, if that's what you want to call it. Just seeing him land and then come back straight into the side, it's just going to lift everyone. He has the ability to change games. All on his own. Well, he had 308 wickets coming to this one, so what, 3 in the first? So 311 wickets he's on in 65 games.
Yeah, 4 overs and 4 balls, in fact, in the first innings, 2 maidens, 3 for 14. None too shabby.
23 fifers, which is impressive enough. 7 times he's taken 10 wickets in an inning. It's quite remarkable in a game for them. It's quite remarkable.
So here's his first ball of the second innings. That's straying slightly down the leg side. Played well enough by Renshaw. Straight away, Harmer. So another 15 runs needed by Somerset to wipe off the arrears. It's heavy going stuff here at Taunton. Nice timing, but finding Nick Brown. That's mid-wicket.
They've just signed him on a new deal till 2026, Simon Harmer.
And who could blame them? So it's played rather gingerly out in the same direction to end the over. Well, he's been a huge part of Essex's success.
It's a sign of the regard they hold him in, though, to give an overseas player a contract of that length. Another, what, 5 seasons? He's been brilliant since he came over. I think he came over, it was a bit of a gamble. I think he came over and on very little money, had to prove himself. Didn't get a big contract straight away. His agent was Phil Weston at the time, who opened the batting for
Gloucestershire.
And Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, made 100 in a one-day final, Phil Weston. I remember at Lord's. In a winning cause as well.
I'd always sign him on international cricket captain. Computer game was one of my. I'd always get Phil Weston in to open the batting, get him down from Gloucestershire. He was quite influential. I think Ronnie Irani was quite influential in Harmer coming over as well. Shane Snater then, change of bowling. Mark Steckety is replaced. Snater, who's also been fantastic. Starts with a bit of a loosener there. Goldsworthy will pick up. Yeah, they are going to run. Wasn't quite timed. The offside. Shane Snater. 5 overs. 2 maidens, 2 for 6 before that ball. 2 for 9, but he was impressive enough in the first innings as well. I thought should have had Lammonby's wicket really when Harmer dropped him at slip. Lammonby had just 6. They come around the wicket to Renshaw.
Inside out.
Almost a leading edge there from Renshaw, trying to work it towards mid-on. Went uppish.
That Phil Weston ton, actually, that I mentioned, was against his old club, Worcestershire, who Gloucestershire beat in successive finals.
It was back end of the 90s?
2003 and 2004. Mark Alain's side.
Still Mark Alain.
It was. It was.
They beat Somerset in 99, didn't they? Around the wicket. This time, to be honest, it wasn't that convincing from Renshaw. I think he was still trying to turn it to leg. Nick Brown gets around quickly enough. Maybe I'm being harsh on Renshaw, but it looked at first glance he was trying to push that into the onside and leading edge along the ground.
Yeah, not quite what he had in mind.
Snater, has he got his big floppy hat on again today? Did he have it on?
Yeah, he did.
Good, more appropriate. He had it on yesterday. He was optimistic yesterday. Today is a day for a big sun hat. So he was with 4 slips in. Half an appeal, but you could hear from right up here in the commentary box there was inside edge on that one.
He's still got the headband. Is it a bandana? Maybe that's a rather exotic way of describing it.
I think it's accurate though.
He's bowled well both days, particularly today, I think. Came on quite early, his first change.
Oh, and he's got a wicket. There he goes. Lewis Goldsworthy has just pushed it 1. Almost again looked like he was trying to turn it into the leg side. But instead, he succeeded only in giving the second slip a catch. I think it was Harmer there. We'll have a look on the replay here. Fine bit of bowling from Snater. No, it was a wicketkeeper, so apologies to Adam Waiter, who tumbled across the front to slip. Good catch. Not so good for Lewis Goldsworthy. Avoided a pair, but has just 7. Somerset now 60 for 5, still trailing Essex by 21. So that innings victory is still very much a possibility, Stephen.
Well, it is. With
11, sorry. I've got my numbers wrong. Apologies, 11.
With half the Somerset side gone and still behind. Still 11 runs behind. This is a critical situation for Stephen Davies to come into. I assume it will be him.
Yeah, we're going to see Steve Davies, left-hander. He's one of those. Laxton Stevens spoke about, alluded to some suboptimal shot selection, and I think Davies, if he was being honest, would be happy to admit that he was one of those who played a poor shot in the first innings. It was off Snater actually, wasn't it? It was effectively a short wide one that he didn't need to play at, and he gave Adam Wheater the catch behind the stumps.
Yeah, made just 3 in the first innings.
3 catches in the first innings for Wheater, 2 more so far in the second, so he's got 5.
Can we see some fight, as we have done in recent seasons, from the likes of Stephen Davies, Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton? We're going to need to. This game could finish today if it falls away.
Yeah, and if you're someone like Craig Overton, you'd be pretty, I mean, everyone's pretty disappointed, but having done your bit in the morning, you would not expect to be batting again, potentially within the session. They come around the wicket to Davies. 4 slips in. So in the final, Essex wicket fell at lunchtime, and here we are 26 overs, 27 overs later. And Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory are potentially going to have to be back out there as that finishes the over, so the bowling change worked for Tom Westley. Shane Snater picks up the wicket of Lewis Goldsworthy, and Somerset 60 for 5 and in a lot of trouble here.
Still with 38 overs remaining in the day as well. Just haven't been able to put a partnership together, Somerset, yet this season. Good looking drive from Renshaw, but bowler does well.
Was that Lammonby Ben Greenstand the only 50 stand of the season so far for Somerset?
Reverse sweep, appeal for LBW. The finger went up in the first innings, not this time. Feels like a risky shot to play against Simon Harmer, who looks a bit disappointed with the decision. Have another look at it. Leg side.
Yeah, agreed. Sorry, Hildreth had a 73 run stand at left-hander.
Defence again from Renshaw. Breeze has got up a little bit in the course of the day. 1 or 2 pointers to that. Flags on the Andy Caddick Pavilion and the big billowing sight screen at the river end, the sheet.
Covering half the stand, as usual.
Got a few This is cut away. It's nice stroke. Renshaw home. Stumps being knocked over, but he was always going to make that. Took the first very quickly. Good fielding there by Sam Cook. 62 for 5. Effectively -9 now for 5.
Yes, Matt Renshaw might be wondering what he's walked into. That fire Sam Cook was breathing in the first innings has not yet gone out. George Bartlett, Somerset will be hoping to have him back. I think he was very close to playing this game, batted from the twos earlier in the week. Missed out on a shoulder injury, picked up late in the warm-up against Hampshire. He was up he was up here a little bit earlier on, saw him wandering around. First time he'd been up here as well. The players do when they come up, oh, this is a nice view. It really is, as we see more Shane Snater, in fact, in front of us, as Stephen Davies just pushes at one outside off stump that he perhaps ought not to have pushed push that.
Not an auspicious start. Matt Renshaw's faced 68 deliveries in that 28 not out, but at least he's adhered thus far.
Turned into the leg side, but Nick Brown is there and is able to field that without any trouble whatsoever. So who've we got? Small free slipped in the gully for Davies, but they're quite wide. Snater's coming around the wicket, just well aware, and Stephen Davies is wonderful to watch in full flow, but well aware there are possibilities of a push, a cover drive or a cut outside off stump. He's happy to play that shot, so free slips, gully and point.
Not tempted by that one. Yeah, it's always been the way with Steve Davies, hasn't it? It's a wonderful offside talent he has, but it can be his undoing as well.
Yeah, I think he's brilliant. He got a bit of a bad rep, unfairly, I think, in his first season when he joined. I know he had a really bad white ball run. I think he had something like 4 ducks in a row and ended up not playing any more white ball cricket that summer, as he plays a lovely shot to get off the mark. Tom Westley's going to chase it all the way, so they'll only pick up a couple, but that was Stephen Davies driving through the covers, as he does so well. But I mean, since he's arrived at Somerset, he's averaging, his keeping is immaculate. He's a wonderful keeper. I think you said it a bit earlier on, Stephen, he does it with minimal fuss, and an average in the low to mid 30s, which, given he plays half his games here at Taunton, there aren't many players averaging much higher than him in the Somerset side, so I think he gets a bit of an unfair rap. Straight to there from Snater.
Oh, he more than plays his part.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of him. Big fan of his. About 2,000 people watching in on the live stream, which is brilliant.
You're very warmly welcome.
Oh, you are. And thanks very much to WPA Health Insurance as well. They're the reason why we're able to bring you every ball this summer. As Davies, that's another nice looking shot along the ground as well. Not quite timed it, so they'll pick up a couple. But Snater's just back of a length outside off stump. And Steve Davies will very merrily play it though, sometimes to his downfall, but not this time. That was a nice looking shot.
Yeah, in fact, dedicated commentary on the live stream in the Championship only started in the last 2 games of last season here at Taunton, but will be continuing all the way through this summer in the Championship, in the Royal London One Day Cup, and in the Blast.
We've not even got through 4 days, have we? Because the Sky ended up picking up that Lancashire game, didn't they? And the Notts game did that last 3 days?
It lasted 3, yeah, just.
It went into the 3rd day, I think is the way of putting it.
Here's Harmer. Yeah, be a comfortable single there for Matt Renshaw. I don't mind if Renshaw is watchful and steady. He can stay there, stick around.
Let me watchful and steady, please, for a couple of days.
Less flamboyant a player than he was when he first came here 4 years ago, but he's playing a hand here at the moment.
George de Bell out there was saying, he was referring to a test match at Headingley in 2013 when England won against New Zealand, and Jonathan Trott and Nick Compton came in for a bit of criticism for being too dull to watch, batting for too long and not scoring enough runs. Well, how we would fans of both England and Somerset Wouldn't they like to see a bit of that right now?
Yeah. They'll be bearing tea in mind, these two, with just 3 overs remaining after this one, which has just concluded from Simon Harmer. 0 for 3 in 3 for the South African.
Yeah, and their discussion at Essex is going to be, let's get this done today. Gents, get on the
They'd love
motorway
to do
back
it,
to
wouldn't they?
Chelmsford. Of all the days to travel on the bank holiday weekend, expect Saturday morning, or Friday morning, well, I might still be here.
But 2 bonus days back with family.
We're on Friday already.
We are.
We are. I was thinking yesterday, people aren't working if they're in an office, they're on bank holiday. But yeah, 2 bonus days with family, back home on a Saturday.
It's a slightly confusing time that this game's being played in. In theory, it should run until the end of Easter Day, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I think you're being kind to me there, Stephen. I should. But yes, in theory, come 5 o'clock on Sunday, we will have the last hour. I'm sure many of us will be here. Snater's going to continue then around the wicket. He's got 3 for 14 in this second innings. Not got Renshaw yet though, who's showing some application. It's a much needed application. As are Kent early in their innings, they're 46 without loss in reply to Lancashire's 504. Ben Compton, who got a maiden county championship 100 against Essex last week, he's got 26. And Zach Crawley made available. And they needed him really, Kent, because Joe Denley limped off with a hamstring injury before he'd batted in the previous game. He's 17 unbeaten. Slater strays onto the legs. And I think Matt Renshaw and Steve Davies are going to come back for a couple, yeah, in the gap between Nick Brown and Sam Cook.
Good running by Renshaw again.
Positive.
Into the 30s.
Hampshire not going so well. Surrey 4-6-7 all out. Hampshire in a bit of trouble, 56 for 4. Joe Weatherly, who had a career best against Somerset last week, he made just 5. Nick Gubbins 21. James Vince just the 1. Renshaw leaves that alone. Liam Dawson made just 3. Kemar Roach playing for Surrey, he's picked up a wicket, and a couple of wickets for Jamie Overton as well, which is really nice to see. Hasn't had the best of times of it since he made the move to Surrey, but a couple of wickets for him.
So Hampshire being brought back down to earth a bit by Surrey after that opening win at the Ageas Bowl.
Turn to the leg side, but Brown is there. Yorkshire still going, 2-3-5 for 5 now. Harry Duke's fallen. Harry Brook, although he's got 75. He made 100 against Somerset up at Scarborough, batted beautifully on the day that he received his Yorkshire cap.
That would have been another of those games late last year.
It's the 2 days that they play. Don Bess, 3 not out. Former Somerset man. Renshaw leaves that one alone. I've neglected to mention this a couple of times, so I'm going to keep missing this scorecard. Durham made 428. Dave Bedingham finished 191. Then the rain, 50 not out. Leicestershire a couple down, 62 for 2. But Hassan Azad is 33 not out, and many of us enjoyed watching him carry his bat through the Leicestershire 4th innings last week. Worcestershire must have felt at tea time in that game they were about to notch up an opening game win, but Hassan Azad had other ideas. Solid defensively.
Yeah, a maiden from Snater. 3 for 16. Tidy figures indeed. From his 8 overs. Still 2 behind. Can they erase that in the next couple of overs and at least go into tea
Little victories.
in positive territory. Simon Harmer won't want them to. This will be his final over of this session.
Ah.
Letting that drop in front of him. Stephen Davies, preoccupied with defence, as you might expect. And there is our fellow commentator. Brief glimpse of Peter Trego extending hospitality to members in, well, it'll be in a room just below us, a couple of floors down, I would guess. Oh no, it's the Ian Botham stand, the Lord Botham stand now, I should call it.
Gets the best views, doesn't he, Peter Trego?
So it's completely the other side of the ground. That's defended once again.
What a man to have around the place again.
Yes, I can now see the actual box that he's in, after a bit of help from the camera. Who shouted "well played" very loudly for a defensive push.
Oh, it was. Well, it was a fair comment. Renshaw's got 31. Steve Davies has got 4. 1 over then remaining before tea. So we had 8 wickets in the first session, all of them Somerset picking them up. 5 of them Craig Overton picked up this morning to finish with 7 for career best figures for him. So a brilliant first session for Somerset. Second session, not so good. 69 for 5 they are. So there are a couple of runs from at least making Essex bat again.
Yes, in session terms, it's Essex 3, Somerset 1, isn't it?
Yes. But you never know. You never know. Somerset will be looking if they can get through this last over. And then Renshaw and Davies will be at least looking to show a bit of fight after tea. Pushes it into the offside. Essex seem quite happy to let Renshaw take the single there. Deep point. They'll probably bring men up.
I should say Essex 4, Somerset 1, actually, because it was all 3 sessions yesterday to them, and this one. Somerset taking the morning session, but that's not enough as yet.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence has wandered across. He's popped in at gully. Steve Davies' point comes up. Shane Snater, headband on, who's going to come around the wicket. 2 left-handers in for Somerset. He was trying to just turn that to leg until it hit his back pad. Turning it to the onside.
Survives though. Bright and breezy afternoon here on Good Friday at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Somerset up against it.
Tickled down to the leg side by Steve Davies, and there's a round of applause around Cooper Associates County Ground, because a generous round of applause, I would say, because parity is there. So Essex and Somerset are now level.
Essex will have to bat again.
They will have to bat again. They'll have to make at least 1. Somerset have 5 wickets remaining in their second innings. I'm just watching Kemar Roach bowl James Vince, middle stump remove. That's a lovely, lovely delivery. Fuller from Snater. Wasn't quite able to do the fielding off his own bowling, but Tom Wesley's there at mid-off. Just a couple of balls left then until tea here. Glorious afternoon at Cooper Associates County Ground. You've had Stephen Lamb with you this afternoon, Peter Trego, myself, Annie Chave as well. What a treat to have Annie Chave editor of County Cricket Matters. Huge Somerset fan. Soft hands there from Renshaw. Gone wide of Adam Rossington at third slip. He's picking up a boundary, so he moves on to 36. George DeBell and Matt Rother at lunchtime as well.
Plenty of contributors on our live stream today.
Yeah, busy press box. Good to see lots of people in here. Nice to have it back, isn't it, after the last couple of years. People in the ground, moving freely around the ground. Most areas back open again. Sunshine. Well, lack of runs might be one qualm as Renshaw. This time, wasn't quite sure where that had gone. It has gone. It's a point ball on the ground, so it's tea time here. Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset 75 for 5, and as I said, it's probably now is 4-1, isn't it, sessions-wise?
Absolutely. And there's still a possibility that Essex could wrap this game up in 2 days. I hope that isn't the case, but effectively Somerset 4 for 5 at the tea interval. That's how it stands in the overall context of the game. So they've got plenty more work to do if they're going to take this match into day 3. And I think we can pretty safely assume that that is as far as it will go.
Yeah, and Somerset will be looking to show some fight. Matt Renshaw has shown some fight. He's 36 unbeaten from 80 balls. Steve Davies is relatively newly out there. He's got 5 of 18. Sam Cook's been superb in 10 overs, 5 of 8, 1 for 11. Wicket for Steckety, 3 for Shane Snater, who's also been excellent. Simon Harmer, not bad. 4th bowler has come on. He's got 4 overs, none for 3. We're going to take a quick break, grab a cup of tea. I suggest you do the same. And
leave you with the back cloth view of the Quantocks, which is so beautiful here. Colin Atkinson Pavilion, and the hospitality at the Lord Botham stand. And hope very much you can join us in 20 minutes' time.
Into Division 2, Trego, Nottinghamshire 302, in reply to Morgan 296, at Derby, Derbyshire 505 for 8 declared, Sussex are 81 for 2, reply, and finally to Cheshire Street, Durham 428, Leicestershire in reply 64 for 2. Thank you to our Principal County Championship partner for 2022, WPA Health Insurance, just a few miles away from us here. WPA look after healthcare for hundreds of thousands of people across the UK, from families to some of the UK's most well-known companies. And once again, we're pleased to be working in partnership with our Plans and Rights partner, Cooper Associates. They're an award-winning mortgage advisor and financial consultants. Their head office just across the road in St James Street. Thank you for your cooperation with our grounds new improved ground access control system this season. Please we ask our members.
Bradford is here for the trades and DIYers turning gardens from this to this spring. Come to us for decking, sleepers, topsoil, paving, for the little jobs, the big jobs, to save yourself a few quid jobs. We're here for Kelly and Dan rolling up their sleeves, for Dave and the lads getting it done. But we're not for Kevin. He should probably go somewhere else. It's about trade quality, expert advice and awesome deals in branch and online. For building supplies, choose Bradford's.
If you are already a member and you want to redeem guest passes for games, then please log into your online account where the guest passes will be found within the section titled Advantage. Guest passes can be redeemed up to one. Fans will know enough. This is a show that will follow a game should. It's going to be another great night here at the Cooper Associates Ground. The date for your diary is July 28th. You can get more information once you get to the section.
You've probably heard it said before that a regular wake-up time is good for your sleep. This is such good advice that I'm going to say it again. In fact, waking up at the same time 7 days a week is number one in my list of most desirable sleep habits. We usually think of sleep as something that happens at night, but really it's part of a 24-hour cycle or circadian rhythm. 24-hour cycles of activity and rest are hardwired into every cell in our body. There are rhythms for sleep and alertness, strength, reaction time, temperature, blood pressure, and so on. When we wake up at the same time each day, it helps all of our rhythms stay in sync, working together efficiently. But when our routine becomes haphazard, we lie in at the weekends or fly across time zones, some rhythms adjust faster than others. This causes stress on the body. We can feel foggy and unwell during the day, and our bodies aren't ready for sleep. So, try and work out a wake-up time that you can stick to within an hour, 7 days a week. The more days you wake up at the same time, the easier it will become to get out of bed. Thanks for listening and sleep well.
If you're a member, as a reminder that you can receive a 10% discount on your bill when you visit Taunton Pub Ops Restaurant. Show your membership card on non-match days. That's situated at the end of St James Street. Please welcome back to our match umpires, Burns and Russ Warren. Good evening, gentlemen. The Essex team are led back out after team by Captain Tom West. Somerset are zooming after tea on 75 for 5, so the overall lead of 4 runs. The returning batsman Steve Davis on 5, and Matt Renshaw on 36.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton. Glorious sunny afternoon. Lovely day for watching cricket. We've got plenty of people here watching it as well. It hasn't been going Somerset's way though on the whole, although they did have a good morning here. They have lost 5 wickets in polishing off a first innings deficit of 71. So at 75 for 5, they're only 4 runs ahead. And a lot more work to do if they're to make Essex score any kind of significant second innings score. My name's Stephen Lamb. We've got Sam Cook opening up proceedings from the River End. That's nicely played by Stephen Davies. Alongside me is Peter Trego. Afternoon, Pete.
Hi Stephen, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. But slightly disappointed after such an encouraging morning that they couldn't quite drive the advantage forward in the middle session, Somerset.
Yeah, I think it's the theme of the game. Ball is defeating bat, and that no one seems to be able to stop that story, unfortunately, apart from Matt Renshaw, who's on 36, played nice and positively. Steve Davis has started well, but dare I say that every time I've said that someone's looking solid, they've edged it or been hit on the shin. So let's not predict anything. But at the end of the day, it's just about character for me. The team are obviously in a pretty poor position, 5 wickets, and they need to somehow manage to muster at least another 150 runs to make it anything like a game. And the pressure is very much on, not necessarily for this game, but for the coming few weeks, because you suffer 2 very, very heavy defeats in a row. It starts to get into the head a little bit. So really important that Steve Davies and Matt Renshaw put a partnership together, backed up by Lewis Gregory's. Craig Overton's obviously had a fantastic day with the ball. So is he going to be filled with that confidence, as an all-rounder? When you get a few runs, get a few wickets, it does often feed the other part of your game. Peter Siddle's no slouch with the bat. Leachy, obviously we know what Leachy can do. He'll certainly be a wicket that'll be hard work to get. So yeah, massive amount of character needs to be shown here by the Somerset boys.
Absolutely, and we've said before many times in recent seasons how deep they bat. My word, they're going to need to.
Yeah, batting deep on paper is one thing, but obviously it needs to be shown, and it needs to be shown on a regular basis. And today's one of those days. Really, it could be a real uniting passage of play, or it could be one that could set a tone for the season. Obviously, we want the former to be the case for sure. As I alluded to with Annie earlier, the one thing that I'm slightly disappointed that I haven't seen is anyone advance towards Sam Cook in particular. I mean, his pitch heat map would literally be landing on the same sixpence every time, so you kind of know where he's trying to bowl at you. Do something to change his game plan, or at least try, because he's a quality performer. He's not going to miss that sixpence. He's shown that for the last 4 seasons. He's not going to suddenly start bowling you short, wide deliveries, but can you do something as a player to put him off of his stride? And that's the question that none of the Somerset batsmen have asked of him at the moment.
Yeah, his figures tell the story actually. 3 for 17 from 15 overs in the first innings, and in this one, 1 for 11 from 11. So that's what altogether 20.
A lot for not many.
26 overs, and yeah.
And I think that is the age-old question with county cricket. Your Darren Stevens, your Tim Murtaghs, your Chris Rushworths, and I'm probably missing a few high quality. Your Porters, your Sam Cooks, your Josh Davey from Somerset. Unless you put them under pressure, they're not going to miss their spot. You have to do something on a wicket that offers assistance. Kyle Abbott, there's a name for every one of the 18 counties that just hammer an area. As a batsman, you've got to put that area under question or under pressure. Otherwise, they're going to get you. Unfortunately, that's how good they are.
Mark Steckety is partnering Sam Cook from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Rather more expensive than Cook, as you expect of it, because you do get the odd offering from him, from Steckety.
Yeah, not quite as refined as Sam Cook is, I guess, in some ways. Yeah, bowls with what looks to be a little bit more pace, so there's a challenge there. But yeah, he will give you the odd scoring opportunity. Maybe gets a little bit greedy, but Sam Cook's, he knows his game inside out, and he just keeps delivering that same skill over and over again.
He found a good one for Tom Abel, Steckety, before tea. Another delivery that had to be played. Just slanting across the right-hander.
Yeah, he certainly did. Yeah, I'm not saying for 1 second that they're not good deliveries, but can you position yourself as a batsman, or at least show the bowler that you're going to do something? Because if Sam Cook runs up and he thinks he could walk at me, he might not, he might have, is that a question that might alter Sam Cook's execution? And that's all I'm really trying to say. And I don't want to harp on about it because it doesn't look like any of the Somerset players, you know, are confident enough to do that, and it's just the way it is. But I think on reflection, I think a lot of players will probably question whether that was an option they could have taken. But we will see. Steve Davis, obviously a class performer with a fantastic record. Matty Renshaw as well, you know, international cricketer. You know, you expect some resilience from these two, and if they can put together, like I said, 150, 175, the game does change massively, especially with a Craig Overton with his tail up. And Lewis Gregory has owed a lot of wickets, I think, from that first innings, the way he bowled.
Yeah, and it did change this morning. It changed quickly in that morning session, and it could change again. You mentioned the lack of confidence. Is that because there was quite a bit of talk before the season started about how they'd looked at those poor batting performances late last season and hoped that they'd put them behind them and learn from them, but it just doesn't seem to have overflowed into this.
I think ultimately it comes down to trusting your game, having a game plan. I mean, I can only speak from experience of my own game and maybe looking at other people that played in a different, slightly unique way. You know, I could talk, you know, maybe like an Ali Brown, who obviously played so magnificently for Surrey and Nottinghamshire. He played a lot of shots, but I think he was empowered by his team to play his way, and he was obviously a very destructive player on his day. Just looks like there's a bit of a generic game plan here that, in fairness, is potentially quite easy to bowl at on a day where you're getting assistance from the pitch. My challenge would be, or my question would be, you are going to get pitches throughout the county season that are going to nip around and do a little bit. Is there a better way to go about it?
And you've had the chance in the meantime for a bit of a potter around the ground. We saw you in one of the boxes opposite in the previous session. Did you meet some old friends?
Yes, it's fantastic to come back and be welcomed, which is obviously a lovely feeling. Obviously, I spent the couple of years at the end of my career at Nottinghamshire, but to come back here and be made to feel like one of their own is very special. Saw some old familiar faces. Had a good chat. Got offered a few drinks. Had to turn most of them down, obviously.
Well done.
But yeah, it was really nice, really nice. I had a marriage proposal last year. So I didn't have one this year, so I'm a little bit disappointed. Even though Claire will be over the moon that I didn't.
How did you respond?
Well, with shock, really. I think it was a lady in the Colin Atkinson looking for a toy boy.
Excellent. Push out on the offside from Stephen Davies. We've already seen a couple of his trademark off drives. It's a strong area for him.
Yeah, it certainly is. Has a lovely flow of his, flow to his backswing, and we need to see plenty of that today. I must just say, while I'm on air, Stephen, I was just given a book while I was walking around by Paul Baker, Farmer White, that I'll have a good read through, the 2019 From Taunton to Lord's book. So I'll have a good look through that this evening, reminiscing on a trophy-winning season from Somerset. So thanks again to Paul Baker for that.
That'll make some interesting reading, I'm sure. It's a colourful front as well.
There we go.
Looks well put together. That was a tremendous season.
Absolutely
2019.
fantastic.
I vividly remember that Lord's final.
Yeah, it was great. I remember the final. I don't remember much about what happened afterwards, if I'm honest.
That's fair enough.
Yes, I thought, people say you meant to spray the champagne, but I think a bit of it ended up being consumed rather too quickly after a long day.
That from Stephen Davis. We were just talking about it. It won't quite go to the boundary, but it was nicely timed. I'll get a comfortable 2.
Yeah, nice shot that from Steve Davies. Yeah, 35 overs. That lacquer's off the ball. The ball's starting to soften. The seam movement isn't going to be quite as pronounced. So, yeah, it's a good time to bat. To be fair, if these two can get in, it could be a real opportunity for a bit of a counter-attack here from the Somerset lineup. There's still quality. Craig Overton, first-class 100. Lewis Gregory, first-class 100. You've got a lot of quality still coming. And obviously nearly a Lord's Test 100 with Jack Leach.
There's 4 here. Just dabbed neatly down to third man. No need for any power in the stroke. It was just timing.
Well, Steve has got a great touch game. He's let the ball come nice and late there and guided that through the vacant sort of 4th, 5th slip area down to 3rd man for 4, and that will frustrate Sam Cook because that's probably 5 overs worth of bowling gone in one shot there. 4 runs. He normally goes at sort of 0.3 and over. That will frustrate him. He's a very miserly performer, but nice to see Steve looking to take as many scoring opportunities as possible.
Oh, could have played on there. A little bit fortunate perhaps. Just chopping the ball down and eluding the leg stump by not very much. You might get a chance to have another look at that. But he's taken the Somerset lead into double figures. It's not very much, but anything is welcome at this stage. The other thing about that Lord's final was that it had been so long, and there are so many occasions, and you'll remember this more vividly than I do, that when you got close in various formats, and there was that irritating bridesmaids tag.
Yeah, we loved a final. We had a great run of finals. I don't know how many, but there were a lot of them, and to finally come away not being the team watching the opposition celebrate was a great day, and shared with many fans that were in that stand at Lord's. Us singing the Blackbird by the Wurzels under that stand with the trophy in our hands was, it felt like, a culmination of, almost a decade's work really to get to that point, to finally have that confidence to cross the line. And the emergence of Tom Banton, the way he played in that final, no scar tissue from lost finals, just came out and absolutely whacked it. Azhar Ali, James Hildreth polishing it off. I mean, it was a great day.
And you played your part in that lineup as well.
Yeah, I nearly had my head taken off by Fidel Edwards the first couple of balls I faced, but I scrapped through with James and put on a nice little partnership, and that was a great day. Certainly was a fantastic day, and I can confirm, Stephen, by the way, that is the Quantox over there.
Excellent.
It's the Quantox. The Mendips are behind
I'm relieved
us.
to hear it.
I shouldn't really know that being a local lad, shouldn't I? But I thought I'd just clarify that. If I'm going to get in touch with Wyvern Comprehensive School in Western Supermare and see if I can get my E upgraded to a D in my GCSE geography for that.
Another thing I remember about that final, James Hildreth missed a reasonably straightforward slick catch. I think it was off Tom Alsop, and the very next delivery, identical, and he caught it. You don't often get second chances that quickly.
No, I think the way that whole day went from start to finish, with the way we bowled and chased it was just destined that we were winning that game. And I think the way that we bowled, we all just felt quite relaxed on, us polishing off that total.
Yes, I was on commentary when Tom Abel got Sam North East. I felt that was a big moment. Come on to bowl, maybe to a bit of surprise. Wasn't bowling that much in white ball cricket at that stage, does more so now, but
it probably was a bit of a curveball that
he took a bit of a liberty, Sam Northeast. He tried to swing him into the grandstand, I think.
It was a great bit of captaincy. To come on and take those wickets was brilliant, and it certainly changed the complexion. I think Rousseau and Alsop were starting to play or get away a little bit, and then all of a sudden, Apes took those couple of wickets, and the whole day was just pretty memorable, really. And you almost wish the guys, you could implant those nice emotions into the guys' heads right now, and they can take those sort of good memories and confidence out, because I'm sure there's a bit of nerves up in that dressing room at the moment, but the supporters, we here in the commentary box, we have a lot of belief in what the guys can achieve, and we certainly hope that they can pull this game round and put at least a total on where we can have a good go at the Essex lineup again, because there's some fragilities within that as well, and like I said, Lewis Gregory's owed some wickets, I think, in this game. Pete Siddle, I think, is under par wickets wise for how well he bowled, and Craig Overton, when he's on song, he can rip through a lineup. So, you get in excess of 150. If we can manage 150 from here, it's game on.
Yes, it's more to bowl at than they had in the first innings as well. Just 109. It's a bit paltry. 150 fourth innings.
Yeah, it's not vintage, but we'll take it at this stage. And like I said, you've got to always keep that in mind. You never give up. Again, with the Justin Langer, Andy Hurry thing, you keep punching, and you never know. Justin Langer always used to say that chasing runs in the 4th innings is the hardest thing to do in cricket, and he's exactly right. No matter how small the target is, sometimes a small target can be awkward because you can sort of stick or twist on the way you go about chasing it. So sometimes that can actually pose a challenge within itself and create some opportunities. And like I said, you get 1 or 2 wickets early and the panic sets in the opposite dressing room, then we've got a game on our hands come maybe this time tomorrow.
Here's Sam Cook, and first ball defended. Yeah, I remember 2 vivid examples of that. It's way ago now, but the famous 1981 Ashes series, both at Headingley and at Edgbaston, Australia had targets like 120, 130 to chase, and both times they muffed it.
I think, and you could relay that sort of same message on to different sports. Going into a final round of golf with a massive lead, I think the perception is it's an easy win. Sometimes that can create a lot of pressure. If you're the favourite going into the last day or a last innings of a cricket match, chasing a total that would almost be embarrassing not to chase, that creates its own level of pressure. And like I said, you get 2 or 3 key wickets, you get a Sir Alistair Cook for 5 or 10 and a Tom Wesley out early and a Dan Lawrence, all of a sudden you're into slightly inexperienced players. That is we're looking way ahead of where we are at the moment, but everything to play for still. As Steve plays and misses, another absolute jaffer from Sam Cook.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not easy watching at the moment. Just 14 in front.
No, it's a bit tense, Stephen, but as I said earlier, my social media page will be opened up. Treegs140 on Twitter if you want to ask any questions or have a little bit of discussion. Yeah, your own thoughts on the game, feel free to give me a little tweet and me and Stephen can have a little chat about your thoughts. We want to make this as interactive as possible for the people tuning in and following our live streams, following the club, our supporters. So feel free to tag me in and make a little comment to both of us.
Yeah, there's plenty of sunshine for the spectators, especially on the right-hand side of the ground as we look out. Colin Atkinson Pavilion, Andy Caddick Pavilion, where the players change these days on Dartshire. As the sun goes down, actually, it can get quite awkward to see. You need a cap on that side. Nice drive beautiful by shot. Stephen Davies. That is going to go all the way. Beautiful stroke. Talking about his offside play since tee, and no better example than that shot. Lovely to watch. 89 for 5.
Steve Davies, he's the left-handed sort of Ian Bell, I suppose, of the cover drive, and it is a pure thing to watch when he gets hold of a cover drive. Absolutely glorious to watch. Great hands when he wicket keeps, and a real sort of silky backs. Almost a bit David Gower-esque, isn't it?
I was just going to say Gower-esque.
I could see it in your eyes. You were going to say Gower.
Yeah. Yeah, that's in the view of a highly inferior left-hander. But it does look good. There's something about a left-hander's cover drive.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. I think the angle of a right-hander sliding across as well, it all looks very, very serene. As Somerset go on to 89 for 5.
Steggity starts a new over with a dot. I know you touched on the Joe Root resignation from the captaincy with Sam earlier. I heard you say that you weren't altogether surprised in terms of shelf life, how long he'd done the job. Have you got any thoughts about who might take over?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I think the ECB I think it's very hard to... They're almost like the Conservative Party. You have no idea what sort of plans they're going to come up with from time to time. And I think there's with the slightly bizarre situation with Broad and Anderson, who are obviously massive leaders in that dressing room, they would probably be, Broad would have been, I know, touted to be an option. I've played with and under Stuart Broad in a MCC game, and really inspiring talker, leader.
He interviews extremely well.
He's a very intelligent bloke, a really nice bloke. You know, his record speaks for itself. So that would have been an obvious choice, but now because of the, in my opinion, poorly handled dropping of the two icons of our game, you know, there's probably a, oh right, okay, now Joe Root's, you know, not in the picture. Where do we go next? It's hard to see. I mean, one thing as a captain, I think you have to be one of the first names on the team sheet first and foremost, and Broad and Anderson for me would be one of those. So they would be, you know, Broad in particular would be an obvious choice. Is there another guaranteed?
Well,
you know, you know, you're looking at a Stokes, I suppose, aren't you?
Yeah,
you know, but
that's the one guaranteed one that I can think of.
But you're talking about 1981, going back to the Botham era. You know, Stokes, Botham, the way they play their cricket, the way they lead in the dressing rooms in a different way. What happened, you know, when, you know, it wasn't exactly a fairy tale story when Ian Botham took over the England captaincy. Is there a danger that you take away from what Stokes brings as a player?
Absolutely.
That's a question.
Also, given that he had a bit of a rough time last year, didn't he? He took a break from the game altogether, and he's only really coming back from that now. So that would be a consideration, I'd imagine. Ian Botham was unlucky in that all his tests, or almost all of them, were against the West Indies.
Yeah, in that era, that would have been really tough. Yeah, so I mean, almost like the post Sir Alex Ferguson Man United job. Is it at the moment, because it seems to be a team that hasn't found its feet? Is it a bit of a poison chalice? Is it something that you'd want to do as a player? Because, you know, you come under a different level of scrutiny as an England captain. So is that something you want to put on the shoulders of arguably your best and most influential player? But then I don't know a lot of those guys, you know, to the level where I can make a decision, because, you know, Mike Brearley certainly wasn't the best player, but touted to be one of the great man managers. So, you know, is there someone within that setup that is a natural born leader? Tom Abel, when he took over the captaincy, probably wasn't a nailed on position in the team, but knowing him off the field, he's a fantastic leader of men. So, you know, is there someone within the environment that they've got lined up? Because I'd be amazed if they've allowed, or, you know, Joe Root to step away without a contingency plan. But then, who knows?
Yeah, it might be easier for Ben Stokes knowing that Joe Root has stepped away from it rather than actually being ousted, as it were. I don't know, might that make a difference?
Well, I think in this day and age you get a lot of noise from the media, social media, calling for the head of the best player in the team. I mean, it seems crazy. I mean, Joe Root's record throughout this poor period as a batter alone is still fantastic. He's still playing very well. As a captain of a cricket team, can you be accountable for other people's performance, especially with the bat? I'm not sure you can. Only the people within that environment will know what he's giving as a leader. I think there are times as a leader where you need to inspire. I don't know, he might be inspiring bloke, I'm not sure, maybe not. I mean, I don't know, I find a lot of media interviews with top sportsmen now very grey, to be honest, a bit media trained and cliched. There aren't many sportsmen out there that I tune in to listen to when I hear them speak. It's all a little bit the party line, and that bores me, to be honest. So, but there might be some. I would almost, you know, I'd be amazed if Ben Stokes' name isn't in that fold. I mean, he's a leader by his nature and the way he plays the game, for sure. So, yeah, certainly going to be an interesting one to see. I'd be amazed if there's not a plan already in place.
Simon Harmer's back on from the River End. Yeah, you mentioned Tom Abel. I certainly wouldn't. He's one of the names that's been touted, trawling county cricket for captains with possibly that potential. I think it would be an awful lot to ask for him at this stage, having not played Test cricket. Although I've got a high regard. From what I've dealt with him in media terms, I've got an extremely high regard for him as a captain.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not convinced you could pick someone for a Test match on the basis that they speak well. You've got to be there by right as a player. I would be surprised if it was hi, here's your Test debut, and by the way, you're the captain. I'd be surprised if that was the way forward.
It would be a huge leap of faith, wouldn't it?
I can't see that as big. It's got to be, an England captain has to be an established player.
I agree. I feel Stokes is probably the man at this stage.
I only just wish that, you know, when they were leaving out Broad and Anderson, it was the narrative was, and it probably, I would suggest, was part of the thinking. We're going to the West Indies. It's not a great place to bowl seam. We're going to save these two legends for the English Test season, where they're going to nip the ball all over the place and take a hatful of wickets. They're being rested.
It is bizarre.
It seems mad that they were dropped in what now seems to be it's become an argument point. Both of them giving interviews to the press where they're disgruntled. It seems a PR absolute nightmare. It almost feels like they've closed, the door has been closed for them. Whereas Broad and Anderson, on a wicket like this, they're the first two names on the team sheet in any team in the world, probably. So I hope that's not the case. I hope to see them back in a shirt. And if they are, Broad, I think, would make a fantastic captain. So phone a friend. You know, who wants to be a millionaire? Pete Trego. Who's your next? Stuart Broad.
Okay, fair enough. It's still Mark Steckerty running away from us. Need for Renshaw to get involved in that. There's Henry, our cameraman, just on the perch below us. He's got two cameras. There's the main one, which is running all the time, and there's a slow-mo one as well. That's where we see the sort of slowed up
He's
replays.
doing a fantastic job. He really should have a plate of fish and chips and a pint on the go at the same time if he was really multitasking. But a wave will do as well, Henry. Well done.
Good to see.
Great work, buddy.
Now he's back to the day job, and it's just pushed gently out on the offside. I guess you mentioned your 2 seasons with Notts. In terms of the shift back to 2 divisions, it was harshest of all on them as a county, because they did well last year.
Yeah, I think so, but it's a very difficult. The word fair is a contentious thing, and there's 18 different opinions on what's fair, I suppose, in this particular scenario. So it is what it is, and I think I don't think any county, especially in 4-day cricket, are hanging their hats on just one season. Every county, I would imagine, will have a 3 to 5 year plan of what they're trying to achieve. And knowing Mick and Peter, you know, the Nottinghamshire goal will be, you know, a succession or to be county champions again in 3 to 5 years, or 3 years, I would imagine. So much the same with Somerset. I mean, there's always a building process within a club, whether you're building from the top or the bottom.
Yeah, and a shift back to a previous system after a 2-year break, it's bound not to be able to please everyone, because teams evolve in that time.
Exactly right. And the one real pro for the Bob Willis Trophy was I loved the fact that all 18 teams had a chance to win the trophy at the start of the season. I can see why some counties throw all their eggs into the white ball basket, because, to be fair, for some of the teams out there, your Glamorgans, Gloucesters, Derbys, Northamptons, Leicesters, it is a 5-year plan to even think about winning the county championship. So it's easy for them to then look at white ball and 2020 success. Whereas I kind of like the fact that everyone started afresh every year and had a chance to win the county championship. I thought it worked really well. I was hoping to see it continue, if I'm perfectly honest. I think it's a real demotivator for a lot of clubs out there when you can't win the top prize when you start a season. It seems a bit alien to me. It seems a peculiar thing to have in your system, but there we go. You know what they say about opinions.
Indeed, but I guess you'd be fancying not to go straight back up.
Yeah, you'd think so with the squad. I mean, but then again, you know, you look at this game. It's classic it's a cricket head scratcher. I mean, you look at Somerset's team at the start of this week, and would you think that they are staring down the barrel of a heavy defeat? You know, you just wouldn't bet against it. That's why we watch sport. That's why we love county cricket, because it throws up so many scenarios that you just wouldn't think would happen. And that's sport in general. It's one of my frustrations as hearing sports fans, going crazy about teams not winning this and winning that and winning every game. Why would you watch it if it was a foregone conclusion that the team was going to win? It would be so boring.
Dropped at slit, Alistair Cook.
Stephen Davis gets away with one there. That was like a relatively straightforward chance there.
Yeah, it was to his right, but he got both hands to it. You'd expect him 9 times out of 10, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
to take that
for sure. So I've had a couple of tweets come in, interesting questions being asked. As a bat coming in from now, do you go ultra aggressive, thinking a ball as your name in it, or do you dig in? Is there so much time left of the game? I think I've attempted to articulate the way that I would certainly go about things. And a slightly different question: if money wasn't a factor, would you rather play in a Ryder Cup or an Ashes series? Now that's I think if you asked me that question 5 years ago, I'd have definitely picked the Ashes series. But you know what? After the last few Ryder Cups, watching those, I mean, they look like some serious events to be involved in, don't they?
Absolutely. We're going to have a change of ends, it looks like, from Sam Cook, or a new spell anyway, from the pavilion end rather than the river. So 24 is the lead for Somerset. Still just those 5 wickets left, but all intact since tea. Touch wood.
Yeah, these two have looked good. Again, I think Matty Renshaw from ball 1 has looked to have a real clear idea of what he's trying to do. If there's a hint of width, he's going at it, same as Steve Davis. And again, just applying a little bit of pressure back to the bowler. But you've got to be aware that obviously there's 42 overs that have been bowled with this Duke ball. The lacquer's off, it's getting softer, so it's certainly easier now, and this is the time where you really need your 2 senior players to put a meaningful contribution on the board now. It looks like it's flattened out, and yeah, earning your corn is certainly the phrase that springs to mind for me. These two have got a massive job on their hands.
Renshaw is 6 short of Tom Lammonby's score in the first innings, which is the highest for Somerset in the match so far. But it's an important hand that he's playing out there, the Australian. 4 years since he first played for Somerset, and that was an exciting time to watch.
He was a very exciting person to be around 24/7. He was, as I said earlier, mad as a box of frogs. But he looks, a fantastic player. He's always had a brilliant eye for the scoring shot, but it looks like he's really refined his technique. And again, he's taken a slightly aggressive sort of off-stump line, which is slightly different for a left-hander. I think the way that Matt Renshaw's shaping up, it's going to have to be a real magic delivery to dismiss Renshaw at this stage because of the way he's shaped up. So really well thought out plan here from Matt Renshaw, and he looks really solid at the crease, dare I say it. The tap
Indeed.
of the wood.
From both of us. Here goes Sam Cook then. Yeah, that's okay. Proceeds by 1. And level moving on to 45. 98 for 5 now.
Not to be underestimated, the singles. Obviously, you then bowl at someone that has a slightly different characteristic in the way they play, so you're having to adapt as a seam bowler. So yeah, those busy little singles are really, really important in a situation like this, and these two are doing a great job.
Another single. This will be the time for Stephen Davies. One of the things he said when he was interviewed on arrival, Matt Renshaw, was that he feels he can play a wider variety of situations now than he could 4 years ago. He's learned in that regard.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and that's a natural evolution of a good quality, international standard batsman. He's gone back to Sheffield Shield and played for Australia, and you have to evolve your game, because again, I'll go back to it, I've said it a few times today, that everything is analysed in the game now. So if you have a characteristic, the bowlers will work it out, so you have to evolve, and then the bowlers will work that out, and then you have to evolve again. So you're always learning and trying to change your game and always trying to improve. And I know he's a conscientious fella, he's very, very motivated as a player, so he's certainly evolving into a more complete player as the years go on.
We're going to have a change in the commentary box because Sam Dalling is back.
We're going to play rock, paper, scissors.
Who's going to take over? Shall we spoof for it?
Should we go rock, paper, scissors?
Okay.
There you go.
That didn't work at all, did it? If you'd had the camera on that, you'd had a good laugh. Have you got a preference?
I'll stop for a little bit if that's all right.
That's fine. So I'll make way for Sam.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's me ousting Stephen Lamb in the commentary box. I hope you don't mind putting up with me for a little bit longer. You can maybe tweet me, get out the chair, bring Stephen back, or if you're happy with that decision, you can also reaffirm that via Twitter. You use such a name. That's Somerset past the 100 mark, which is gratefully received by the Taunton crowd with a nice ripple of applause. Oh, Sam, welcome back.
Funny old game, isn't it? 130 ahead, and suddenly it's an interesting one.
It certainly is, and I think because myself and Stephen have been able to digress and talk about various different subjects, including England captaincy, it means that Somerset are batting very well, and there's a little bit of calm that's gone over the ground today, and the Taunton faithful are, maybe getting to see what they used to see, which is a nice flurry of runs.
Yeah, much needed calm. That lifeline off Alistair Cook. Expect him to take those really, but blindsided a little bit by the wicketkeeper, the left-hander.
Yeah, very unusual for Sir Alistair to squander an opportunity, but maybe just rewards, as the team here with the zoom-in cameras thought that the slip catch off of Lammonby may have touched the ground. So you never know, there might be a little bit of universe doing its thing, and a bit of justice there. Oh, right on cue.
As if by magic they're wonderful
you,
here,
ladies and gentlemen at home, what do we think? Has Sir Alistair Cook, Knight of the Realm, pulled a fast one there?
I don't think he knows he's pulled a fast one necessarily, but it does look on that, from that angle.
Doesn't look great, does it?
No.
But I know exactly. I had a similar one. I caught in our trophy-winning season. I caught Alex Hales at mid-off, and it was a bullet shot. Absolutely nailed it. I dived forward and took a catch, and it just felt like it went in the hands clean. And because you're not, when you catch a ball, you don't actually follow it all the way into the hands. You follow an area. So we'll give him the integrity benefit of the doubt, but I certainly do think that maybe justice was done with that drop catch.
A little bit of karma, the universe aligning.
And I shall say no more, because he's got the powers to smite me down.
The universe might as well. 41 then, the partnership for Renshaw and Davies. How was it around the other side of the ground? You've had the best. You get good views, don't you, behind the bowlers' arm, both ends?
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice to see some old friends, I say, and caught up with old teammate James Taylor, who's now one of the England selectors, or on, I think that's his role, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's officially a full-time selector, isn't he?
Yeah, so it was nice to chat to him. I'm still trying to negotiate myself into the test squad, but
are you?
I'll eagerly await his decision in a few months' time.
There's a captaincy role available now, and you are back off your captaincy stint last season.
Non-playing captain. I can maybe do the lunchtime speeches.
Club captain kind of thing.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be a bad role.
Social secretary. That's a role in cricket, isn't it? It's still quite a vibrant one.
Cook comes around the wicket, big LBW shout, and Matt Renshaw's innings has come to an end. Sam Cook, who has bowled so well in this game, and you heard the groan, Peter Trego. It's just such a shame that he batted really well, hadn't he, Matt Renshaw? from around the wicket. It's quite good, that one, doesn't it?
I think it'd be interesting to see the angle. That's a big angle that he's coming in from around the wicket. That's kind of think that might have been on its way down leg, but you know, when you do again like a la Dan Lawrence and the way that a lot of modern players play now, when they go over to offside, off stump, and you miss it, you don't often get the benefit of the doubt from the umpire. That's all I will say. It looks very good, doesn't it?
Yeah, and there was no real hesitation. The Ben Green one a bit earlier on, it was almost the umpire went, oh, I really don't want to give it.
I think that was out of sympathy.
Yeah, it was.
I think that was about as plumb as they get.
It was like, oh, I don't want to do this to you, Ben. It took ages. Right, we're going to see Lewis Gregory picked up 1 wicket with the ball, the last wicket of the Essex innings, and as Pete was saying a bit earlier on, was always regarded as and regarded himself as a batter who bowls a bit, and they always had him carded to be. Everyone always said, I remember Marcus Trescott used to do interviews and say we expect him to bat 4 or 5, so more than capable.
Yeah, I think you know there's maybe still a little bit of a decision to be made into what style of batsman Lewis wants to be. He's got the ability to bat in a very correct fashion, but he can also be devastating when he gets the bit between his teeth. So I have to say, I know I've been harping on about it, but I would love to see an aggressive Lewis Gregory this afternoon. He'd try and take this game by the scruff of the neck.
And you've seen a lot more of him at close quarters, but he strikes me as someone who is at his best when he has a target, when he knows exactly what he needs to do. He did it at Lords in the first game of last season against Middlesex when he came out and scored 70 odd, 90 odd in the morning, but he knew exactly what he needed to do, was able to play aggressively. And maybe we might have just hoped a little bit longer, a bit more from Renshaw and Davies.
Well, the platform's there. The ball's 45 overs old now, so it's all in his favour. I don't think the wicket's doing a great deal, to be honest. And that first ball, I think, is indicative of the decision you've got to make as an all-rounder. All-rounders don't have the pure technique. They're not going to have the patience not to play at balls they shouldn't. But what are you going to do in between? That's what I think is the question. I'll be interested to see how Lewis goes about this. Like I said, he's not going to just survive. He needs to play his shots. I think he thrives off trying to dominate. Again, 2 balls in a row where he's played at balls that maybe an opener would leave. So he's got that technical characteristic of an all-rounder. Again, I really, really hope that Lewis comes out and actually puts it on Sam Cook here and asks that question back to him. What have you got? What have you got, Cookie?
You've said it a lot, because it is that positive intent. If you just hang around, we've seen anywhere, largely most people that try to hang around here have just hung around until there's been a ball with their name on it. It was only in the first inning Tom Abel tried to do it. It was Sam Cook. Came down the track a little bit to him. Off the mark. I think it'll just be a single, Shane Snater. Abel was a bit unlucky in the first innings, got an inside edge onto his pad trying to turn it to leg, but he'd taken a couple of steps down just to try and give Sam Cook something to think about, because otherwise you're just standing there almost waiting for that ball to get you. So 102 for 6 now, Somerset. Sam Cook, who has bowled superbly all game, he picked up the wicket of Matt Renshaw in that previous over, and so the partnership, well, they've got to start again now. Somerset, 30-run lead, 40 wickets remaining, and it's what's your game plan now? You forget about days 4 and day 3.5. It's what can you set Essex up, presumably.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not talking about just those 2 balls in isolation, because you know Lewis still has to play himself in. He has to give himself 15, 20, 25 balls to have a look and get off the mark, as every batsman likes to do. But I think it will become very evident quite quickly of where his head's at in terms of how he's trying to play his innings. He's a big hitter of the ball. It's not a big hit here straight. Will he use his feet to harmer? I'm not expecting him to do it straight away, by all means, but it'd be interesting to see, if he survives for 5-10 overs, how he looks to expand his game, because we don't play a game of how long can you bat. It's how many runs you can score, and can you score more runs than the opposition. So, I think great sign there from Lewis, using his feet, first person to use his feet all day. So there's a sign of intent already, and what I keep trying to say is that makes the bowler think.
particularly important against someone like Harmer, who is a fine bowler, a test spinner again now, but there's also an aura about him, and I think there's probably an element of people getting themselves out against Harmer, because if you're just really tentative and waiting for him to get you out, 9 times out of 10 that's going to happen. So using feet against someone like him.
Well, you go back to, you know, the greats of the game, you know, 2005 Ashes, how Kevin Peterson took on Shane Warne, where we'd had a decade of everyone trying to survive against Shane Warne, and there was only going to be one winner, and that was Shane Warne. Kevin Peterson was one of the first batters, and Brian Lara, I know they're elite players, but they didn't just play well against him, they went after him, and it's that mindset. And again, it just poses the question to the bowler, are you going to be okay with doing your skill when I'm putting you under the pump? And Lewis, yes, that's a great sign for me that he's decided to use his feet. He hasn't played an attacking shot, but he's shown some intent there, and I think that's promising for the innings.
Peterson hit Glenn McGrath into the pavilion, didn't he? Like his first innings in Test cricket. I mean, there's a statement to be made, isn't it?
Yeah, unheard of, and I'm not saying that that's what everyone has the ability to do, but again, you know, sport's all about asking questions of the opposition, getting them out of their comfort zone.
And that's what Somerset need to look to do here. Lead is 33, 4 wickets remaining. Stephen Davies going along nicely on 22. We all know the ability he has. About a decade or so since he opened the batting for England in white ball cricket, but he's in red ball cricket. When he's in full flow, Stephen Davies, he's a joy to watch and can score quite quickly. A very positive player. Put it outside off stump and he is happy to drive you and cut you away.
Oh, it's a class act, no doubt about that. You don't score the runs that Steve has scored in your career without being a high quality player. And like I said, great foil up the other end with Lewis, especially the left hand right hand combination. Just need someone to put in a bit of a showstopper performance. They've got the capabilities, but will they deliver? Beautiful shot there from Steve Davis. Elegantly back foot cut through square point, cover region, and that was exactly what we were talking about. Any tiny little bit of a sniff of width and Davos is all over it.
That's his V, isn't it? And you can tell, I don't want to put the mockers on him, but he's in good touch because that's going along the ground. Early in his innings, sometimes there's often a chance of a catch at point against him, but that's all along the ground. As the time, because Sam Cook, as fine bowler as he is of no great pace. He's not going to rush someone like Stephen Davis with a short ball like that.
But that's what's just happened there is almost proof of Sam Cook doesn't like going for runs. He's gone for runs and then he's bowled a bouncer, which is what? Different from what's got him all of his wickets. So again, Steve Davis playing and executing a positive shot has brought a change of game plan from Sam Cook. And that's
that quick.
Long may that continue. It can happen, you know. Bowling seam up, you know, you're tired, your heart rate's going. You know, you want to dominate the batsman. If a batsman dominates you, you know, your head goes a bit crazy sometimes. You know, you suddenly go from trying to nick them off to hit them in the helmet or whatever, you know, you decide to do. So it is a game of cat and mouse, definitely. And I love the way that Steve's going about his business today, and be interesting to see if Sam Cook goes back to what works well for him, which is hitting that 7-yard length around off stump.
Brown does well there at backward point to deny some run. Enough batting to come here to make it interesting. Davies, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, who I was impressed with. Oh, he's an impressive man, full stop. But his batting has taken a little bit of extra responsibility in the last couple of years. Bob Willis Trophy season and last season, he was batting at 7. He'd moved up a spot to 7, and there was just a sense that he was going, okay, now I really need to. I'm better than a man averaging 20, certainly in county championship cricket.
Yeah, I think if you've got England aspirations, you know, averaging 20 as an all-rounder or a bowling all-rounder, you know, that's okay, but it's certainly not banging the door down, I guess. It's great that you can have someone at 8 that does offer 8, 9 that can offer solid amount of runs. The actual, we used to call it the engine room, 5, 6, 7, 8. The guys at the top do get a tough time. If you can have an engine room of 2 or 3 guys that will put, good, solid contributions, your 60s, 70s, 80s on the board, demoralises a bowling attack because they think they've done the work by getting your top order out. But then all of a sudden, if you're 8, 9, 10 hang around and get another spell out of your bowlers, bit of fatigue that affects the second innings, it all has a massive effect over the course of 4 days. And that's why 4 days is so fascinating, and how it can ebb and flow. It only takes one special performance from someone down the bottom to completely take off the rails the Essex train, and it can still happen because the quality in Somerset's lineup and dressing room was certainly there. Craig Overton, classic bit of old-fashioned long handle. He's got the potential to destroy a bowling attack in 15 overs with his size and power, and Lewis very much the same. Davos, we just want him to stay out there and do his thing. He's go about his business in his elegant Gower-esque fashion.
Well, that Somerset side that you played in the county championship, yourself coming in that engine room, and Xander de Brain was a great one for that as well, wasn't he? What a signing he was. Maybe doesn't get the headlines of some of the others.
Yeah, there was a period there that it started with Ian Blackwell and myself, and then we had Xander, as you said, that used to bat 5, Craig Kiesvetter at 6, myself at 7. Probably missing out a few quality players. That Alfonso used to come in at 8, 9 and score valuable runs and decent contributions.
Charles Willoughby.
Charles Willoughby and my old mate bowling coach at the moment, Steve Kirby. You always got the sense that the innings was about to come to an end when they walked to the crease. In fact, Charles Willoughby, the amount of times he came to the crease and just said, "Sorry, mate," before he'd even faced the ball.
He was brilliant, wasn't he? Be it sitting on the square leg umpire. Whereas the difference was, I think Charles knew that, whereas Curbs would still go out there with the intensity as if he was opening the batting.
Yeah, Curbs was always, he would dig in and he would bat for your life, but he would bat beautifully, but then he'd hit a 4, and then he'd think he was Don Bradman, and then all of a sudden he would just play some outrageous shot and his stumps would go everywhere. But Charles Willoughby, when Charles came to bat, who knows what would happen. Tim Grunewald as well used to come in. He sent me a bit of constructive criticism this morning about my commentary, saying, can I stay on for 10 more minutes? He needed to go to sleep. So, Grunners was a hell of a sort of number 9, 10, unless there was a fast bowler around. He didn't used to fancy that too much.
Back in Taunton now? Is he working over the road?
Yeah, he's probably only about 75 yards away from us right now, working at the Cooper Associates.
Having been working on a bank holiday Friday in there.
Yeah, I think the Coopers would have you working 7 days a week. They don't miss a beat, the Coopers.
Very grateful to them, the Cooper Associates County Ground. Charles Willoughby was in yesterday. Maybe not known for his batting, but with ball in hand, what a bowler.
Well, he was something else, and not many people, know this or give it the credit it deserves. In his short space of time, in less games, he took more wickets for Somerset than Joel Garner did. Not many people know that. His record for Somerset in a period where the wicket was incredibly good to bat on really was fantastic. The amount of balls, the wickets he used to take on the first ball of an innings, with those hooping in swingers.
That run up.
Yeah, it was ungainly. He sent
like
me a few sort of screenshots of his bowling action at certain points, and he looked like he'd been in a motor collision at some stages of his. I think someone described him as a frog in a blender.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Played a test match. He played in England, I think. I remember seeing him play for South Africa. I always remember he had the huge, ridiculous sunglasses on. I can't remember what colour they were, but that's when I first came across him. And then Graham Smith was quite heavily influential in coming along with Brian Rose. First time I met Shah was when he was in Cape Town on a pre-season trip, and we were playing a game at Bolland, the cricket club, and I had no idea who Shah Willoughby was. And he was, I think we must have been 9 down, and I was sitting in the bottom of the stand watching the guys play,
and he walked down the wicket, stopped halfway down and said, "Hi, I'm Charles, I'm the worst batsman ever." Walked out to the middle, first ball, stumps everywhere, walked back, looked at me and went, "Told you." And that was the start of my relationship with Charles Willoughby, great friend. Yeah, those are the days, but now we have more pressing things on our hands, like trying to squeeze out a little 150 lead here against Essex.
Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice? One of your other old clubs, Notts, were very good in that engine read. The number of times Notts 4 or 5 down, and Chris Reed.
Chris Reed, yeah.
And Mulaney's taken on that role. They were, what were they? Essex 375, have Notts 55 for 4, and they lose by 10 wickets because Mulaney gets 192.
Yeah, quality players. Yeah, Chris Reed, the amount of 70s and 80s he got against Somerset, where you think you had them by the ghoulies. Very, very frustrating. Lewis is looking like he's shaping up really well here. Hopefully he can do a Chris Reed type job for us today. He's got a lovely swing of the bat as well, Lewis, and I have to admit, bowling him in the net some days he looks like he's got 2 bats, how wide his bat looks sometimes, and he presents the full face of the bat beautifully when he's playing well.
I love how relaxed he seems. I know he does care an awful lot, but he's able to get in like a very relaxed zone when he's playing cricket.
Yeah, I think when you have success as a cricketer, I think the better the player you become and how many different playing opportunities you have, I think you get a real understanding of the game is a savage beast sometimes, and actually identifying that cricket is a tough game can sometimes relax you as a player. You know you're going to get a few first ballers throughout a season, and I think the best thing to do is to make sure that when you have your day you capitalise on it.
That's
Great
lovely.
shot there from Lewis.
He's unlucky there. It's a good bit of fielding at mid-off because that was a beautiful stroke. Mark Steketee, the big fast bowler, cutting that one off.
I think that's what separates the great players from the good players. You know, they don't just get a 70, they get 170, and they really identify when it's their day. And you know, we hope certainly Steve Davies feels that way today. He certainly looks in good touch. You know, we really need him to go on and put again a meaningful contribution. You know, have you had 150 in the game so far, Sir Alistair Cook? You know,
Yeah, he's the only one. 48, Tom Lamman beat. After that, what's Davies on now? 35, Harmer 25, and you know, this is the 3rd innings.
I mean, you know, someone putting a 70-80 on the board in the context of this game could be absolutely huge.
You know, we were talking even that last week Essex stand of 25 when Harmer came out and got 25. Like, it doesn't look like a lot, but in the context of this game,
Great shot there from Steve Davies. Against the spin, whipped over mid-wicket for 6. The quality of the man.
effortless that, isn't it? It's not a particularly short hit down there either. Not as short as some of the boundaries I've seen here. I remember a leg side one that way.
That was a legitimate 6
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, it was nice. I think, you know, Steve's made the decision that anything flighted up, he was gonna have a go at, and executed it really well.
Moves into the 40s with that strike. Steve Davies. Partnership's 22 off 29 balls. So without taking any real risks, all of a sudden there's a bit of intent and positivity. Yorkshire still going along nicely. 296 for 5 they are. Harry Brook, serious cricket at 96. And Don Bess, 36 unbeaten. Nice to see him in the runs. An off spinner, formerly of Somerset. End of the over then, 123 for 6. 50 overs gone. Davies has got 41. Lewis Gregory, just a single to his name, and Somerset lead by 52 runs. Bit of Shane Snater. He's bowled well in the second innings, in particular. Did you see him?
There's a characteristic to the way that the Essex boys go about their stuff, isn't it? It's about consistency. You know, we're hitting their areas. 3 for 22 off 9. I mean, you know, the run rates are low, aren't they? They're just over 2 and over for the whole game. You know, that's indicative of a pretty good bowling performance. So, you know, certainly, as I keep saying, you know, ball is dominating bat. Is this the time where, you know, majority of the way through day 2, the sun's gone in, the wicket's starting to flatten, the ball's 50 overs old now? You know, this is the time really where, you know, you need to cash in as a batter. There won't be a better time in the match to bat than now. The bowlers have got a spell in their legs. There's going to be a bit of fatigue in there. There will be some mistakes, and just being nice and clinical with your shot selection is going to be the order of play, hopefully, for the next hour or so. Clatters that through mid-wicket, slightly drifting onto middle and leg stump, and Lewis just eases that through mid-wicket for 4. Great shot.
That was beautiful. We'll just see that on the replay. Raced away to the dugouts. Perfectly balanced there, wasn't he, Lewis Gregory?
Yeah, super shot. Certainly don't want that when you start your spell. Captain gives you a little bit of a glare out the corner of his eye.
What JL will have said to you.
Oh, I know exactly what he would have bent down, picked up a piece of grass, thrown it down on the floor in anger, and just scowled at you, and you were like, ooh, didn't panic.
What was the best thing to do? Stay out of his way at that
point?
Bowl
a decent ball the second ball, otherwise you're in big trouble.
High standards. I know you speak very highly of him, as a lot of people do.
Yeah, very, very high standards.
Amazing cricketer for Australia.
Yeah, interesting to see there. Obviously, Lewis has had a little bit of think about his position. You see he's a good 6 inches out of his crease, change in the length. I think Tom Lammonby did the same and was looking pretty solid, obviously putting a great contribution in the first innings. Lewis is always taking quite an aggressive stance, so nice to see him moving down the wicket slightly. You know, that it's a game of fractions at the end of the day. If you can move 6 inches out of the crease without the batsman or the bowler realising, that's maybe an advantage that can help you through an innings and help you play and miss rather than nick those nippy away deliveries.
It was a nippy away delivery. Luckily, it was a play and a miss. From a
nippy away and a wafty waft from Lewis.
Perfectly described. And what was good about Tom Lammonby yesterday, it wasn't the most, and he's a fluent player at his best, it wasn't his most fluent, but it was the grind. He stuck out. I think he had 6 off 47 or something, which is not, for him, or for anyone, is a relatively low strike rate, but particularly someone who's capable of scoring as freely as him. But he dug at it, and there was that fight at the top of the order, which was pleasing to see from him.
Adaptability, isn't it? It shows a great level of maturity for someone of his age, and that willingness to put a shift in for your team. That's something that, you know, like I said, I keep praising the effort levels of the Somerset. One thing I'll be amazed will ever happen with me sat in this seat that I don't see effort. The guys are really hard working. There's a great work ethic in the club. The lads are supremely fit. They work incredibly hard at what they do, and you know, that's something that will always be, I think that's synonymous with Somerset actually, and you know, 10, 15 years ago the club were market leaders in that, and everyone else had to catch up with us, the little county in the southwest. So, you know, the work rate that the lads will put in will always get them into good positions, even though they've had a tough start to the season. I certainly back the lads throughout the course of a county season to be certainly up there challenging.
They've got enough quality, they've got the quality. As Lackland even said yesterday, they're just something, just like mentally, shot selection, there's the quality and no lack of application. Again, sorry to harp on about him, but Mr. Langer was a big man who changed that around quite a lot, wasn't it? When he came in, suddenly you're going, okay, he was almost the Arsene Wenger of the county cricket scene.
There was certainly a culture change, that's for sure. I think 2016, I don't think we had a day off. Even, you know, we win a 4-day game and the next day was a pool session or running shuttles or a fitness something. We were just so engrossed in trying to improve. That was something that was very unnatural then, whereas now it's just part of what it is to be a Somerset county cricketer, and that's great. It's great to see. You know, you walk around the club, and you know, even though there are 11 players in the team, there will be guys supporting in the dugout. There will be guys in the gym, normally with one of the younger players, which I always love to see. There's work going on behind the scenes all the time here at the club, and you're gone are the days of if you weren't in the squad, you'd have a cornetto in your hand watching from the stand. So, you know, everyone puts in a good shift here.
Yeah, and plenty of quality in the squad as well. Jason Kerr talked about it. Selection dilemmas. In particularly seam bowling, there's several that will feel unlucky not to be in this side, and a few more to come back from injury. Lovely shot from Stephen Davies. A little bit short from Harmer. Davies moving to 45.
Yeah, a rare loose ball there from Harmer, but Steve's got that quality to latch onto that. Just rocked back and elegantly back foot drove that through cover point area for 4. Obviously the square spans the whole width of the ground here at Taunton, and as soon as you get a bit of momentum on the ball on the side, it flies off the boundary for 4.
A very rare loose ball from Harmer, but is that a product potentially of Davies' positivity against him? Harmer, he's not thinking I just need to bowl my same ball 6 balls in a row and they're going to wait and eventually one of them will get one.
I think I think he would have been aware that he couldn't maybe flight it quite the same, because that was, you know, the one that went for 6 was tossed up, and Steve said accepted that invitation and hit it for 6. So, you know, I think he has noticeably gone a little bit flatter, which has obviously produced a bit of a drag down there. It's a bit, like I said, it's a game of chess, is cricket, and you know, Simon Harmer doesn't give a lot away. Let's be honest. He's a fine performer for Essex.
Oh, there are the lads from Taunton Dean Cricket Club. Is that Mr. Redwood in the front row there? Somerset's media intern last year. Club Cricket Day, I think. I think the players from all around the southwest have been invited down on a bank holiday Friday. Nowhere I'd rather be.
Great day out. They'll be having a practice match at some stage over this Easter weekend, getting ready for the Whipple season that will be upon us in a few weeks' time. Apologies if you've touched on it already, but any cricket for you this summer at all? Is it going to be largely a different sport? Yeah, I think I'll be playing a little bit for Western-super-Mare. My 2 sons are in and around the first team at Western, so that's going to be great to see how bad I've got at cricket and how good my sons have hopefully become. So that'd be nice to be outscored by my offspring and have the mick taken out of me all evening. Yeah, but you wouldn't have it any other way, would you? Oh, definitely not. No prouder moments. Absolutely. My son Davis made his first team debut. I think I got about 5 or 6. He got 17. Didn't hear the end of it. But, you know, being a dad at a cricket club, as many dads out there will know, you're like an ATM machine. It's Freddo's dad, cans of this, you know, burgers from the barbecue. It's great to be involved in a local club, and I certainly enjoy a weekend at Western Cricket Club. Run there, Gregory. Freddo's aren't 10p anymore either. I know, it's absolute scandal. 50 pence, I think. It's more expensive than diesel and petrol at the moment. Yes, the cost of living is quite something. Made me laugh at Lord's last week. It was a little bit dark for about 20 minutes at 4 o'clock. So they put the all full floodlights on, and once you put them on, you can't turn them off. And then it came out, it was brighter than this, and you're thinking the cost of electricity, someone is going to be a bit upset with that. I'm surprised ex-chief executive Guy Lavender wasn't stomping out, turning them off himself, or cutting the cables. Quick change in ECB regulations. I mean, they do change things quite often, so you wouldn't put it past them changing something mid-game. Yeah, I think, well, that's actually, looks like a light is about to come on here, which seems crazy, really, with it being so sunny. Looks like one of the fantastic floodlights here at the Cooper Associates County Ground are about to go on. That would be something beautiful, quite remarkable.
to have them. I remember the days where you used
Is
to
that a reflection? Or
no, it is. It looks slightly purple to me. I don't know if it's on in error.
Well, I'm going to leave you to it, Sam, and introduce Stephen Lamb back to the hot seat.
Perfect.
To hopefully see us through to the close of play, undamaged, and on our way to that 200, 150 lead that we so desperately need.
Wouldn't that be nice? What a game. Could outplayed in 4 or 5 sessions, but could still end this evening with a lead. Are you around for the rest of the? Do you want to come back on for the last?
I will be. I am around. I've got a wedding to go to. Actually, one of the Western Cricket Club captain is getting married today, so I'm going to go to his evening do, which will be absolutely fantastic. As Lewis Gregory plays and misses an absolute jaffa there from Snater. A lovely sporting a Jack Brooks-esque headband there, but I will hand over to Stephen Lamb to see us through. Like I said, hopefully the next sort of 45 minutes will be as good as the last 45.
Enjoy that, Peter Trego, a proper cricket captain as well. He knows not to get married during the season. Stephen Lamb is on his way back in, laptop in hand. Going all right, Mr. Lamb? I'll let you settle in before I come to you. Oh, that's nipped back a bit. Oh, Lewis Gregory just kind of gives the bowler a little look. He's on his haunches there for a second. Not a bad delivery, but not a bad game we've got here. Somerset, the lead's only 62. 4 wickets remaining. Stephen Davis is going along nicely. These two showing a little bit of intent. 32 unbeaten off 50 balls. We've got 13 overs remaining on day 2 here. Somerset can see this out without losing a wicket. It was a lovely shot from Lewis Gregory. Now, I think Adam Rossington at cover did get a hand on that. Is it going to be enough to stop it? Yes, it was. It's a good bit of work. Matt Critchley does the chasing and throws it in, but it was Adam Rossington who just tipped it round the corner because it was a lovely stroke from Lewis Gregory.
Silken enough to be worthy of Stephen Davies, just on the other side of the wicket.
It's a fair shout, wasn't it? That is very much a Davies shot. The floodlights just disappeared. Well, the floodlight hasn't, but the light's been turned off.
It seemed to be one rogue bulb that had come on of its own accord.
Maybe it was maybe Tom Abel was operating it, just trying to shine it in Shane Snater's eye.
Yeah, we certainly don't need floodlights at the moment. It's a lovely afternoon, lovely early evening now, I should say. 25 to 6. Simon Harmer's going to continue. 0 for 25 from 11. Gregory showing aggressive intent. A couple of paces down the wicket before electing to defend. It should go into tomorrow now, shouldn't it?
Oh, you've said it now, Stephen. Yes.
We were wondering an hour or so ago whether it would.
We were.
But useful contributions, first from Matt Renshaw, 45, and now Stephen Davies, 47. Can Davies go through to become the first half-centurion of the match for Somerset? Gregory giving him good company at the moment. Could still be interesting.
I think you can keep him company for the next hour or so. Maybe into tomorrow morning. Some good positive intent shown by Stephen Davis against Simon Harmer as well, which I think is the right way to go around it.
Yeah, the 6 was enjoyable.
Wasn't it? Just, he did barely seem to hit it. I was just watching, he couldn't quite follow it. I was just watching the umpire. Has that really gone for 6?
I was amazed when the two arms went up. So, broadly, that stroke aside being treated with respect. Firm drive, this time from Gregory to complete the over. It's all now 54 overs old. It's a new one after 80, isn't it? Yeah. So another 26 overs to be bowled before the next new ball.
And that's it feels a long way off now, but that's important, I think, isn't it? You want to be trying to score, push as many ahead before that new ball comes. And I don't think they'll try and push anything this evening, but maybe with 10 overs to go, if these two are still in before the new ball, that's when you might want to try and pick the scoring rate up. There's the man whose pavilion we're sitting in on screen, Marcus Trescoffic. He scored a few runs, didn't he? New ball or old ball, he wouldn't have minded.
He's on that top deck of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Watching Snater start a new over. Got plenty of company up there as well. Jason Kerr's there, Andy Hurry's there.
It's a nice spot, isn't it, they've got? It gets the sun directly. I wonder if that's how they designed it for working on the tans over the summer.
Yeah.
Is that Matt Renshaw?
It could be. That peaked cap will be useful for Marcus with the sun at that rather low level.
Yeah, I think that is Matt Renshaw.
Picking up some pearls of wisdom, no doubt, from the old master. Another left-hander, of course. And the left-hander on strike at the moment in the form of Stephen Davies. Snater, who's been the most successful Essex bowler in this innings in terms of wickets taken. Just the one wicket so far in this session. If Somerset could keep it at that over the next 11 overs, then they can go into day 3 with some hope. Ooh, a little prod at that. Could have been his undoing, but wasn't.
Bowled really well, hasn't he, Snater? Really impressive.
Promising addition to the Essex setup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Much in the way Sam Cooke was 3, 4, 5 years ago. Cooke has developed into an extremely useful package. Very economical in this game. Nice looking drive for no run.
Yeah, a bit older, Snater, 26, but relatively in his infancy in terms of first-class games, career games. Dutch international. He's Jason Roy's cousin, right?
Snater?
Yeah. I remember there being a T20 game at Chelmsford, which they both laugh at. I think Roy may well have got the better of him with bat in hand.
Yes, somebody actually asked me downstairs why, given his place of birth, Snater wasn't an overseas player.
Yeah, born in Zimbabwe, I think, wasn't he?
Sun hat back on. Another over completed, so 10 left in the day. The lead is still up on your screen. It's still not that substantial, but they're building it gradually and purposefully. Somerset.
Change of bowling then, by the looks of things. I think Simon Harmer is going to come out at the attack, and Mark Steckety is going to come back into it, Australian. He is an overseas for Essex. Signed ostensibly to replace Peter Siddle, who is, as we all know, with Somerset now and bowled superbly this morning. Steckety's got a couple of wickets in the game. One in this innings. Still getting used to the Duke's ball a little bit. Over here, this is second of 6 games for Essex. Picks up a single there, Gregory. Inside edge. He moves on to 9. Davies is on 47, so 1 shy of being Somerset's top scorer.
Yeah, it's the half century has been tantalising us, hasn't it? Yesterday and today.
It has.
Lammonby's still the nearest to it by just 1 from Stephen Davies, who is 2 ahead of Matt Renshaw, the last man out.
.47 then he has. Couple of slips still in. Alistair Cook, Simon Harmer. To the leg side, and Nick Brown is there to do the fielding.
Really is very pleasant. I had a wander around the ground, and it's such a lovely day.
Almost summer. Almost summer,
Absolutely.
Stephen.
Nice day to be out walking on the hills. The Quantocks in front of us. Peter Trego is now convinced that they're not the Mendips. We've sorted that one out today.
I missed it. Didn't realise that was a debate. No comment. Turning
Runs
to
here,
the leg side.
runs here.
He'll
2
pick up
at
least
least.
a couple. Stephen Davies moves on to 49.
So top scorer now.
There we go.
Somerset in either innings. Lammonby was 48, wasn't he?
He was just the 1 man so far to make a half century in the game. Alistair Cook. He made 59. 59 overnight, and he was on 59 when he walked off. Just 1 ball into day 2. If you're in slightly late, he missed that wicket. It's going to be 50 for Stephen Davies. A richly deserved round of applause. Deckerty's got his head in his hands. He thinks it was a little bit outside edgy. Perhaps it was. Stephen Davies holds his bat aloft. He has made 50. Now Somerset needed that. That's his 68th first class 100, first class half century. 2,500 he's got, so that's quite a career Stephen Davies has had in his first of this summer. First of many, Somerset fans will be hoping.
Indeed, and in addition to that 6 we were talking about, he's hit 5 fours.
Gregory drives firmly. He's hit a couple of those, been a bit unlucky driving straight to Tom Wesley, who credit to him actually. He's a bit wider at mid-off, perhaps aware of Gregory's ability to drive toward mid-off. Wesley positions himself slightly wider, a little bit deeper as well, so that he's got a bit more of an arc, a segment to work. He's a bit closer in, that might fly past him either side of him. Last ball of the 56.
But the anxious look.
He's so relaxed. I don't know if he is anxious. I don't know if he's ever.
It rarely shows, does it?
Peter was saying about it, and I remember talking to Tom Abel about it, saying he's just one of those, and I think I chatted to Lewis, or maybe it was Lewis, was saying he's just one of those, well, you know, I go out and I do what I have to do, and if I get out, I'm not going to sit there in the changing room for 3 hours internalising and causing myself agony. I know I get another chance to bat either in the game or in the next game. So, and it's a good way to be, certainly.
It is.
Successful for him.
Yeah, they're both easy on the eye, these 2 batters. And taken Somerset to a lead of 69. So, having polished off the 71 deficit, they've almost got another. Here goes Snater.
That would be just the second Somerset half century of the summer, wouldn't it? So there's been almost a 3 innings wait.
James Hildreth at Southampton,
87. Oh, let's look forward, not back. This lead is just stretching a little bit. 70 now. 4 wickets remaining.
Oh, this is up in the air. Is it going to be caught? It could be, down at long leg. He's got himself into position and he's taken the catch. It's the end of Lewis Gregory. It's the 7th Somerset wicket. And in the circumstances, that's a little bit unfortunate because they were building a nice partnership, these two. And it's come to an end. Came together with the total on 101, put on 40 for the 7th wicket. And Gregory falls with the total on 141.
I thought he got hold of it initially. I thought the sound, because if he'd have got that where he wanted to, it would have been perhaps joining Andy Hurry and Jason Kerr in the top tier of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. I hesitate. We've talked about positive intent, so I hesitate to criticise, but the partnership's 40. He had just 9 of them, so Steve Davis is going really well. What Somerset don't want, it would be criminal if Stephen Davis ran out of partners here.
Yeah, and Craig Overton will have that in mind as he comes out to replace Lewis Gregory. What made me immediately anxious was the way Gregory looked to the skies after he played the shot. He was looking almost straight up, and that's a worrying sign. So it proved. Plenty of time to get into position to take that catch, Sam Cook. And duly did so. Made it look very straightforward.
It was a good catch, wasn't it? Because that went a long, long way up.
Yeah.
Into the
He'd
sun
have had
as
the
well?
sun. Yeah, he would have had the sun to consider down there, down by the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. So good catch. 7 down, 3 to go. 9 overs left today. That's Snater's 4th wicket of the innings. Down the leg side and immediately off the mark. Craig Overton will get a couple for this.
Yeah, we're just seeing that. Well, I didn't see if they crossed or not, but that's the new rule, isn't it, this year? If there's a caught, then the new batter will always face. They're not bothering with whether they crossed or not. That rule's been brought forward. If the wicket falls caught.
Oh, bowled him. Overton has gone. I wonder whether that cut back into him a fraction. He was playing a forward defensive push, but maybe a little bit of movement. And he's only lasted the 2 deliveries as the big lad. Gone for 2. 8 down now. 143 for 8, and the possibility arises again. Well, it's been there all the time, but it looms rather larger now, that Somerset might be bowled out this evening.
Yeah, it's good delivery. You've got to give back the bowler credit there, I think. 5 for Shane Snater. He enjoyed that. I think both for the celebration was both for the fifer, but also how big that is in the context of this game. It's not like the game was going away from Essex, but there was Somerset fans, ourselves included, been starting to think, what if there is a total to be set? But actually 2 wickets in and over. Seen that a couple of times, didn't we?
Yeah.
Sam Cook picked up a couple of wickets in and over in the first innings. And that puts Somerset really on the back foot once again, as they have been in much of the game, and that looks to me like Peter Siddle.
Yeah, same as in the first innings, coming in ahead of Jack Leach. Peter Siddle, but no, as you say, those hopes rather dampened in this over from Shane Snater. Essex certainly fancying their chances of victory, even if they can't do it today.
Does have a first-class 100. Peter Siddle, just one of those to his name, 650s. Averages just under 17. So no, definitely not in the all-rounder category. But certainly a man capable of hanging around, and I'm pretty sure he came in as night watchman a few times for Australia. I think he used to get sent out. I think that's just what he's got to do.
It would keep Stephen Davies company, basically, for as long as he can. And that's not going to be very long. Oh, no, it's just fallen in front of the man at extra cover. I thought it was going to carry to him.
He did really well to get forward, Matt Critchley. Did it bounce just in front of him, or was it a drop catch? It was certainly a leading edge, that much we can say for sure. I'm sure we'll see a different angle of it very shortly. The camera's around the ground. His reaction suggested it might have been a drop, you know?
Yeah, I felt it was carrying to him.
It was really low, right in front of him.
This is well fielded at backward point this time. Dan Lawrence there. Good stop. So we may have another angle to look at it from. I think it probably carried.
Yeah, I think it did too. 2 wickets in the over though for Shane Snater. Matt Critchley could have been free. Peter Siddle first ball leading edge, trying to turn it to the leg side. Matt Critchley diving forward, made good ground. But he got both hands to it, but he was very low and it just popped out as he
would have been 2 and 2.
Would have been 2 and 2. Would have been 3 in the over. Shane Snater, superb from him in this second innings. 5 for 33 he has now. Of 13 overs, including Ben Green, LBW. Feels like a long time ago now. Steckety to Davies, who pushes it out to Rossington into the covers. What do you think Davies tries to do here? Does he just keep going as he was? Because he was still being quite positive. I don't think he needs to go thrashing around.
Well, not really at this stage of the day. Only 8 overs left. And he can afford reasonable confidence in his partner to hang on in there.
He's got Jack Leach as well. He's got a Test match 92 and perhaps the most famous one not out of all. And it will frustrate Essex a bit as well because they would have been hoping to, at one stage today, get back home early tomorrow. So they'll have to come back and go again. So I do think not losing any more wickets from here has got to be first and foremost. And if they had another 15, 20 runs in doing so, stretch that lead to 90.
I don't think I'd be inclined to change my approach, really.
Batting too well, isn't he? He may not have changed his approach, but Mark Steckety changed his, and Stephen Davies, it looked a sharp ball. His off stump has been, well, it's not been removed, it's still in the ground. It just nipped back. Davies looked like he was caught in two minds as to whether to go forward or back to that one. His head turned away, his body turned away because he's got to go. Stephen Davies, the only Somerset half-centurion of the game so far. He's made 51, batted really well. And all of a sudden, Somerset, from the first real period of steadiness in the game, have lost 3 wickets in the space of 8 balls.
And with the drop catch in between as well.
Lewis Gregory first to go. He tried to pull Shane Snater, didn't get enough of it. And Sam Cook was underneath what was a very high ball and took the catch. Jamie Overton was bowled just a couple of balls later, as Stephen said. Peter Siddle's first ball was a leading edge that Matt Critchley got to, diving forward at cover, put it down. Stephen Davies, the Somerset batter, 51 he'd made, bowled by Mark Steckety to give him a couple in the innings, and it's going to be Jack Leach, Somerset's last wicket.
Yeah, I'm afraid that thoughts of leaving Essex a target of somewhere around 150 look, well, they look a bit fanciful now, don't they, with 10 and 11 together. That's not to demean either batsman. They can both play, but it's asking a lot.
It is, and there can be no blame on them, which is most likely Somerset don't get there. So 7.5 overs remaining as Leach plays a really nice shot. It's a short ball from Steckety. He tucked it off his hips nicely. Come back for a second, every run being applauded here. Cooper Associates County Ground. So 7.2 overs left. they can take an extra half hour, can't they, if there's a result possible, I believe. It's probably a little bit, because Essex won't want to come out and thrash at this. You don't want to take any risks. You're not going to go, well, we'll try and score them in 10 overs at 6 and over. So I think we probably will be back tomorrow, whoever we see batting.
I think we can bet on that.
Jack Leach then has 2. Peter Siddle hasn't got off the mark yet.
Sorry, Sam, you've got the 2 overs that you lose as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if the innings finished in this over, they'd only have 5 or 6 overs to bat. And then plus the half hour.
Steketee outside edge, leading edge from Jack Leach. Going to pick up a single. Well, quite, and Essex will not be in any rush.
Yeah.
It's
if I was Tom Westley, I don't think I'd be angling for that.
No. It's a bit different if it was club cricket. Everyone wanted to get back to the clubhouse, but this is professional cricket. As much as they would have liked the full day off, what they would like more is a victory, which is within their grasp now. The pitch just looks to be flattening out a little bit. It's been more easy to bat, hasn't it, this evening session than it has perhaps at any time in the game before. Peter Siddle, 2 Australians facing each other. Mark Steketee to Peter Siddle. A couple of slips. Dan Lawrence comes in at gully.
Yeah, the roles reversed from earlier today. It was the other way around, wasn't it? When Steketee came in at number 11 for Essex in the first session, Siddle had a bit of a crack at him. It was Gregory who got him. That was Lewis's 1 wicket. He deserved more than that.
He did, didn't he? It was typical of him, kind of laughing and smiling when he finally got it. There was a sense of, wow, at last. I didn't think that was coming this time. I think he's quite happy if other people were taking the wickets. It's the kind of ethos that Peter Trego was talking about. We'll just take 10 wickets, doesn't matter who takes them. Let's get 10 wickets as quickly as possible.
So Snater, who's been the bowler of the innings, really, much as Sam Cook was yesterday for Essex, and Craig Overton today for Somerset.
Bowler's game, isn't it?
Slanting down the leg side for the left-handed Leach. Gulls circling in the breeze over the ground. Plenty of them. 4 runs here. Jack Leach, at least 2 of them. Down to deep back with square leg. Played comfortably enough, and Jack Leach is relishing the opportunity to influence this match. Hasn't had much chance.
Does enjoy his batting though. He'd be quite happy to bat the order. I think he secretly quite likes it when he gets sent in towards the end of the day if he's providing cover while the batters relishes it. That's how he got his Test match 92 at Lord's.
Gone rapidly onto 5. Digs that out well. Taken to 6.
Not the same, is it? But I saw him bat about 3 or 4 in club cricket here in a final for Taunton Dean. Came out, scored the runs in a Baker Cup final, I think it was.
Lost the sun for the moment here at the county ground. It's shining on other parts of Taunton. Oh, good ball. Too good for Peter Siddle. Couldn't lay a bat on that and can't have missed the off stump by very much. Siddle does a little bit of gardening better. Got everything behind that. Watching what are probably going to be the closing stages of day 2, with Somerset backs rather to the wall as Siddle plays away to backward point there. End of another Snater over. 5 for 36 his figures. 149 for 9 Somerset. So 6 remaining, which may change if Somerset are bowled out. We'll lose a couple between innings, but I don't think we can expect this game to finish this evening.
No, definitely not. There's a bit of a rogue shout from me. I expect Essex to be 3 down by close, really. 4 overs.
Well,
Cook, Wesley and Lawrence. Game over for them. And then a big morning. Well, you've got to be optimistic, haven't you? Mark Steckety then, he's bowled really well. Picked up a couple of wickets, still getting used to the Duke's ball. But was the Sheffield Shield's leading wicket taker, so certainly has enough quality about him. A couple of slips and a gully in. I thought for a second Jack Leach had just got a little nick on that.
It looked almost like a deflection, didn't it?
It deviated, didn't it, after it had passed the bat. Adam Wheater did well down to his left. He's still down there. Is he holding his... Oh, I think he's all right. He's having a joke. Just wondered for a second if he'd hurt his hand. But it was just late moving, wasn't it? Really late swing, actually. You had to watch it all the way into the 60th over of this ball. That one again. Leach just pushed at it. It's just this late away swing for the left-hander that's Stephen and I are sat here right behind it. There's Jason Kerr on the top of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Penny for his thoughts. No Troskothic, Renshaw or Hurry anymore out there. You know, they'd have been pleased enough with what they were seeing half an hour away. It's all half an hour ago. It was all relative in the context of the game. They were seeing a bit of fight. Stephen Davis was out there. But this last 20 minutes or so has big shout, but that's pitched outside leg. You're going to do well. It looked like it was pitched outside leg and going down, but other than that, absolutely fine.
I mean, in the search for positives,
you're going to go deep.
Well, I mean, I suppose at least 4 batters have had starts in this season. I mean, James Hildreth mainly. That's the most substantial innings that's been played. That was last week. 3 of Somerset's batters have got into the 40s in this game.
On the back foot, Leach, they're going to take a single to Rossington, who is usually a wicket keeper. So is that 150 up for Somerset? Yes, it is. They've reached 150, so that lead is now 79. Leach has 7 of them. Siddle yet to get off the mark. Yeah, I mean...
It's rather thin gruel, I know.
It is. Gruel all the same, though.
Yeah, gruel is gruel.
It is. But look, yeah.
But they need to build into something bigger.
Those 3 wickets in 8 balls, you can't say they changed the momentum of the game because Essex have been very much on top. That's very fine from Siddle, and I'm not sure if that's going to be leg buys or runs. Leg buys by the looks of things, yes it is, but there's 4 of them, so 154 for 9 Somerset. Those 3 wickets in 8 balls really took away any remote chance that Somerset might have had of putting Essex under a little pressure. You'd have thought, you never know. We were stood down on the terrace this morning at about 10:30. It certainly wouldn't have been thinking about Somerset batting again after lunch, so...
Yeah, it's moved very quickly, this
game. It has. Lovely shot there from Peter Siddle, just guided it, but unfortunately guided it along the ground to Dan Lawrence, who does the fielding. Yeah, this county cricket, it's not entertaining at all, is it? Get rid of it, I say.
It's moved at a pace. Wickets falling regularly. What is it now? 29 altogether. And we're not yet quite at the end of the second day, although we're close to it. Just 5 overs remaining.
Wickets at the Oval too, 133 for 7, Hampshire now in response to 467. But I'm sad to report that Kemar Roach has limped off. He was actually helped off by a couple of his teammates. I'm not sure if it was a hamstring that went, which doesn't sound good, does it? No, 6.2 overs into his.
Nice straight drive from Jack Leach. I don't think we might have got a single for it if it hadn't crashed into the stumps. I don't think it had the power to reach the boundary.
Morgan have gone into the lead at Trent Bridge, not 302 all out. Morgan 414 for 8. William Whale and Timmy van der Hoogsten, both in the 30s, unbeaten.
Oh, he's played on, Jack Leach. That's the end of the innings. So Snater has 6 in the end. Well bowled Shane Snater, and Jack Leach just couldn't quite get the bat down on that in time. And it's just gone on and disturbed his leg stump. So Leach has gone for 7. Somerset have been bowled out for 154, and that means that Essex need 84 to win, which shouldn't present undue problems for them, although you never quite know in what's been a bowler's match. Could Somerset make some early inroads. So we will see, I presume, a couple of overs of Essex batting.
Yeah, I think so. 3 overs to see off before the evening finishes. Way too many runs to think about scoring them tonight. Shane Snater, hats off to him, bowled superbly. I'm just having a quick look. So it's only not his best bowling figure, 7 for 98 up at Trent Bridge, I think. I think Essex went and lost that game. That was in the first half of last season in the County Championship before it split. That must have done because they've been down twice in Derbyshire. Anyway, 26 innings he's bowled in, and he's already got 6 fifers, which strikes me as quite I use the word strike rate, it's not quite big, but to have a fifer better than once in every 5 innings is quite some good going.
It is, it shows considerable potential.
For this game he had 51 at an average of 19.54. I mean, that's going to be improved significantly as well this time around. 7 more wickets in the match for him.
Pick of the bowlers certainly in this innings just completed. The other 4 wickets shared between Sam Cook and Mark Steckerty. Cook 2 for 32, Steckerty 2 for 53. Like in the first innings, Steckerty the more expensive of the 2, but picked up useful wickets nonetheless. Simon Harmer unusually finishing wicketless. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 25. But again, too many single-figure scores for Somerset in that innings. 51 for Stephen Davies, 45 for Matt Renshaw, and 12 for Tom Abel, the only double-figure scores.
And there were only 3 double-figure scores in the first innings, weren't there? 48 for Lammonby, I think Green had 15, Abel 11. There's no real way you can sugarcoat that, Stephen. It's simply not good enough. No one's faulting the application or the effort. There's something just not quite right, and we can see Craig Overton out there just going for his warm-up. He'll give it everything.
I'm sure he will.
To try and pick up a wicket or 2 this evening.
Well, yeah, I mean, they know, all these bowlers know that this game isn't going to go on for very long anyway. Now they can put the kitchen sink into it.
But he will be, I mean, it's similar to, was it Broader Anderson that basically said, well, you can point all the fingers at in the Ashes, so you can point all the fingers at the bowling you like, but we haven't got enough runs to score at. And he might not say it openly, but he'll be ticking. He will not feel like he should have to be out there again bowling. Having taken 5 for this morning, 7 in the first innings, to be out there before the close of play, warming up and having to bowl again is just not good enough. And we're only a couple of games into the season, but that isn't sustainable if you want to sustain a position in the top tier.
In the same way as just 3 double-figure scores in an innings isn't sustainable. You're not going to get anywhere with that. You're going to have to build partnerships and build bigger individual scores. And it's going to have to happen soon.
It is. Won't happen this time around. Credit to Essex, I think have been excellent. And they had after all, 2019 title winners, 17 title winners as well, Bob Willis Trophy final, and they would have been disappointed last year. They only won 3 games of that first 10 before the division split, and they were unlucky. They went to Derbyshire and it basically rained off. I think they only got a day of the 4, so they ended up in Division 2, and that would have hurt them because they would feel they're a better side than that, and they've certainly shown that so far. Over the course of a couple of days, even they've had control for the majority of the game. I know the morning was Somerset's, but even then, with Alistair Cook having made 59 yesterday, they already felt like they had vital runs on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Somerset deserved a lot of credit for the way they got themselves back into things this morning, but they never got themselves into any kind of control. They've just lost wickets too quickly in both innings to do that. That's the bottom line. And if they do go on to lose, which is likely, it's going to be on the back of 4 consecutive below par totals down at Southampton and here.
Yeah, quite. And that is, and if you stretch that back into last season, what did they get? There was the 469 at Surrey, followed, or 460 something, followed by 69, and then those 4 games where they lost by an innings twice, by 10 wickets and by 100 odd runs against Warwickshire. But the difference could be Sir Alistair Cook, who's 59 in the game, and those you said this morning, those runs from Harmer, 25, scored quickly for the last wicket. Because even then, if you don't have that 30-run partnership at the end, something 110 and 20, you've got something to bowl at. Because I think they'll lose a couple of wickets here, Essex. Yeah, not necessarily tonight.
They may well do, but there's a world of difference, isn't there, in a low-scoring game between a first innings lead of, say, 30-odd and 70, which is what Essex fetched up with. And that last wicket stand played its part.
Absolutely.
So the umpires coming out again for what will be the final innings of this match, and then Tom Abel leading out the Somerset team behind them.
And they've just got the problem with 70-80. You only need 1 player to get a score. If it's 150, either someone has to get 100 or a couple of players have to come off.
The scoreboard saying there are 2 overs remaining, and I'm pretty sure that that will be a final figure.
And again, that will frustrate Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory or Peter Siddle, who takes the new ball, because they have to go through the full warm-up routine. They've done their bit this morning. And they have to come out again, get ready as if they're going to bowl a spell, bowl 1 over.
I'm not going to be surprised to see what you see immediately below us after what he did in the first innings, and he'll be cross.
Will be.
And let's see whether he can channel some of that anger in the next 6 deliveries. That's all he's got this evening.
Big cheer went around the ground when his name came up. Tractor, who's down over there, as he always is. Come on, Craigo. Do you reckon there might be a short ball or 2 in this over, Stephen Lamb?
I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Nick Brown's going to take strike for Essex, the 2 left-handers.
There he is. Come on, Craig. I can hear him.
In he goes. In fact, there's going to be a run off the first delivery down to long leg. So that target will chip down to 83. needed for victory. Four slips in, but they've got fewer runs to play with than they had after the first innings. Oh, beauty, beauty to Alistair Cook, first up. As Cook, I'm sure, would be the first to acknowledge.
Yeah, celebration from the slips. Trego has a few words, I think. Not shy of that. I don't think Cook's that close to it. Oh no, I've got that completely wrong. It was the late swing that did me. Yeah, that's an absolute peach, isn't it? Covers his mouth there, Trego.
I think there was a word or two.
Short, sharp words, I'd imagine.
Single for Sir Alistair. So they're both off the mark.
Now he just, as he was turning to come back for the second cut, the reason they didn't take it was he got stuck. He leant down and he's just walking slightly gingerly, isn't
he now?
It's almost like he got caught. I think he'll be all right. I think it was just an impact one. Hopefully he's okay.
So just 12 deliveries of the Essex second innings we'll see this evening. Here is the fifth of them. Play that one. So highly likely that Somerset will go down to their second consecutive defeat of the season at some point in the first session tomorrow. Oh, except Nick Brown has gone. That's a bit of a soft dismissal in the circumstances. He was looking to play out to the mid-wicket boundary and just didn't put everything into the stroke. It's a little jab.
It just moves back on him slightly, doesn't it? And he almost tries to pull his bat away from it, because you're right, he's definitely trying to turn it through the leg side, and he just turns it straight to mid-wicket.
Well,
Craig Overton has 6 in the day across 2 innings.
One has gone. Are we going to see both Cooks in again?
I think you're right, we are. Twice in a game, never before, and then twice in a game. 16 is Sam Cook. He was padded up to come out. It's a difficult one, that.
Yeah, because given the small target, you'd wonder, wouldn't you, whether the skipper might want to come in himself anyway.
And you think it would be Wesley's choice, but you don't want to give Somerset. If you send Sam Cook out and he gets out, there's a big if. Suddenly you're 2 down for nothing, and I know it's still the scoreboard pressure. We're talking. These are all huge ifs, but the first wicket has gone, and Peter Siddle, who bowled superbly too in the first innings, formerly of Essex, so he knows these guys inside out. He's going to bowl what is the 1 over remaining from the River End. He's going to start at Alistair Cook with 4 slips in. Hildreth, Renshaw, Craig Overton. How he would love another couple of overs tonight, Craig Overton, with a huge round of applause here. But Peter Siddle around the wicket. It's too wide to make Alistair Cook play, and he's certainly not going to be drawn into anything.
Yeah, you needed a third set of stumps for that one. That's not going to pull up any trees in the final over of the day. Can he find something magical, Peter Siddle?
Wouldn't he love to? He's capable of it. He is very much capable of it and bowled superbly. First innings. A little bit closer in, but still not enough to make Alistair Cook play. He pulled half a yard back in towards the off stump, but it's still at least another set of stumps away. And those are not wasted deliveries. He's just got loose. He's got to come out again and bowl. But they want to try and make everything of these 12 balls.
Could he dismiss Alistair Cook twice on the same day? Not inconceivable.
That one, oh, that jagged back a little bit, and Alistair Cook left it alone. And in the end, it was a good lead, but it came back. The first couple held their line, maybe moved out a little bit, but that one jagged back, and it had Stephen Davies interested. Alistair Cook would have been relieved to not hear the noise. It's that noise you don't want to hear, is it? The bails. Siddle then with 3 balls left of the day. And again, that one's another huge in-ducker, and that was a better ball still, because it just got a little bit of bounce, didn't it? And Alistair Cook tried to pull his bat away, and it nearly could quite easily have come off the glove or the top of the handle. You see it on the
2 indifferent balls
replay,
followed by 2 great ones.
That is not far away. It didn't actually get up at all. Would have hit the stumps rather than taken an outside edge. Again, that one a bit shorter, and Alistair Cook is so strong off the back foot.
And he's safe at the non-striker's end as well, because there's only 1 delivery left.
He is. Essex fans will be pleased with that. Alistair Cook will be back out batting tomorrow. We said that last night. Didn't last very long in the morning.
Couldn't have lasted less long.
But Peter Siddle has 1 wicket, 1 ball to try and take another Essex wicket this evening. Sam Cook on strike, 4 slips, wait. It was straight, pushed down the ground nicely by Sam Cook. No alarm saying for Sam Cook in that 1 ball, but they have lost 1 wicket. Craig Overton, he picked up 5 for this morning, 7 in the innings. He added the wicket of Nick Brown, who just flicked him to Ben Green, mid-wicket. And what a day we've had, Stephen. I'm just trying to gather my thoughts and think, how many wickets have we seen today? 18, 19, 2 down, 109 for 2.
Overnight, that was...
Essex were overnight.
Yeah, so 8 plus 10 plus 1.
8 in the morning session we had.
19 today.
Whew, time to breathe again. I mean, it's thrilling, isn't it?
It's really concentrated stuff.
It really is thrilling cricket. It started, as we were just saying, with the very first ball of the day, Sir Alistair Cook.
Yeah, and
off to Peter Siddle.
He's probably a relieved man. Alistair Cook walking back into the Andy Caddick Pavilion, followed by Craig Overton and the rest of the Somerset team. So that brown wicket, it just gives a little glimmer for Somerset. Essex hot favourites to complete victory tomorrow, with that target of, it's down to 80 now, that they've got to achieve in the morning. But nonetheless, Brown, an important wicket, and he's not going to take any further part in the match. So as the umpires walk off as well, we've got a little wave from them too. That's nice.
Perfectly timed, wasn't it? Have you got an earpiece into them, Steve?
But hope you've enjoyed the commentary. Thanks to Peter Trego. Thanks to Annie Chave as well. And George DeBell and Matt Roller taking part in the lunchtime view from the press box. Hope there's been something to interest you all the way along the day. And all 3 of us, Sam, Peter and me, will be back tomorrow. And hopefully we'll be back to bring you some more excitement in what's been a bit of a roller coaster of a game. And our thanks, of course, to WPA. You can see the logo on the top right-hand corner of your screen. And we're very grateful to them for allowing this live stream coverage and commentary. Essex 3 for 1 in their second innings. They need another 80 runs to win. From me, from Sam and from me, Stephen Lamb, very good evening to you.